Thank you for joining the October Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made.
Hey,
and
Priscilla.
Yes.
Sorry. I think we're still in the practice section. All right. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I just realized.
Okay.
So we're gonna just have to restart it, Priscilla.
Okay, sure. Are we on camera? Are we good? Are you
Okay.
counting me down or just start?
Yeah, we can start whenever. We're still.
Okay, great.
Yep,
great.
thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Okay, so thank you for joining the October Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I will now take a roll call of the members to begin this meeting. Ms. Downs.
Done.
Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, item number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the September 13th, 2021 meeting. A motion is in order.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item 2, request authorization to amend the license agreement with John Moriarty and Associates Incorporated for continued use of a portion of Pier 5 for the construction laydown and 2 construction vehicles within the Raymond Elkland Marine Park. Maureen. Oh, I think Maureen, we're having some connectivity issues.
Dennis, are you good to cover this?
Dennis, you're on mute.
Dennis, you're still on mute.
This is just going to be one of those Thursdays now.
Thank you. I apologize. Maureen is having some technical difficulties.
No worries.
So beginning in 2009, Bpda entered into it. Sorry, I got the wrong note. So John Moriarty and Associates is currently located on Pier 5 in the industrial park. The company provides construction and management services. In October 2018, the Cronin Group launched the redevelopment of 150 Seaport Boulevard and named JMA, or John Moriarty, as the construction manager for the redevelopment. Due to the density and land scarcity around 150 Seaport, they're looking for a place to do some construction laydown. And in October 2020, in February of 19, we leased space to them in Pier 5, which is located right behind the music pavilion, if you can picture it. The fee was $1,500 per month for limited construction laydown and parking of vehicles. In October 2020, we renewed the license, and that increased to $3,000 per month. And we're requesting an extension now until we're asking for an extension of the agreement now for the same fee of $3,000 a month for another 6 months. And thank you. I'm sorry. I was so disjointed.
No worries. No worries. We've got the memo. So it's clear. Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs,
Aye.
Mr. Monahan,
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 3, request authorization to enter into a lease agreement with ADI Print Solutions Incorporated for the use of Suite 801 at 12 Channel Street within the Raymond Elkland Marine Park. Maureen or Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. ADI Print Solutions is a printing company, not unlike a couple other ones that we have on 12 Channel Street. They are looking to lease Suite 802, which is approximately 5,200 square feet. The space is in very rough shape. It's basically just a concrete room. There's no climate control. There is heat. There's no air conditioning. We've done a market analysis of 12 Channel Street. We update that quarterly. We are of the opinion that $20, $19 per square foot is the appropriate rate to be charging for that site as is. ADI has agreed to pay $19 beginning in the first year, increasing by $1 per square foot for a total of 6 years. We are requesting that they be allowed on the front end 8 months of free rent to allow them to build out the space to their needs, including incorporating the cost of a new air conditioning unit, which will benefit the agency when they vacate. They're expected to spend between $30,000 and $50,000 on on the air conditioning unit alone. So we're recommending that the director be authorized to enter into a lease agreement with EDI for the lease of Suite, I misspoke, 802, which is actually 801 on the 8th floor, 12 Channel Street. And there will be a commission paid to the represented by a real estate broker, the Stevens Group. We've negotiated a lower than market fee for that deal for a $31,000 transaction fee commission paid to Stevens Group, which would be equivalent to about 5% of the total net to EDIC, which is very consistent with industrial commission rates. EDIC will make over $600,000 during the term of the lease with no capital expenses from us on the front end other than the free rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs,
Aye.
Mr. Monahan,
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 4, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for a seasonal cruise ship trolley stop program within the Raymond Elkland Marine Park. Jen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Beginning in 2009, Bpda began leasing space to trolley providers to provide tours of the city of Boston to cruise on passengers entering the city for Port Call. Last year was, as we all know, a very trying season, and there was no cruise season to speak of. The Massport is hoping to have a ramp up this year. We don't think that they're going to hit full capacity until 2023, but they're expecting a lot of protocols in September, October, November. We are requesting permission to reissue an RFP for trolley services in the Marine Park for a flat rate of $20,000 for the 2022 cruise season, with the option to extend for 2023 and 2024. In the event that we elect to extend, we will be returning to the board for approval of the negotiated fee. But immediately for 2022, the RFP will be issued asking for a $20,000 fee, which we think that's less than we were charging in the past, but the volume of visitors will be less than in the past. So we think the market will tell us if we're perfect on it, but we think we've done it pretty good.
Thank you, Dennis. Yes, that does make sense given the circumstances. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs,
Aye.
Mr. Monahan,
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5, request authorization to petition the City Council for the formation of a business improvement district in the New Market neighborhood, including BPDA-owned parcels on Albany Street and Hamden Street. Execute and deliver any other agreements and documents necessary for the creation or administration, enter into any current or future agreements in connection with the creation or administration of a business improvement district in the New Market neighborhood. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I wanted to quickly note that there is an error on the agenda, and this item should reflect that the EDIC-owned parcel is located on Melnia Cass Boulevard. The City of Boston and the New Market Business Association are seeking to establish a business improvement district in the New Market neighborhood, which is intended to initiate, manage, and finance supplemental services or enhancements to improve the experience for everyone who works, visits, or lives nearby. The supplemental services proposed as part of the New Market bid effort will include daily upkeep of the New Market streets, marketing to attract new businesses, and increased aid to those at risk in the New Market area. A bid is initiated by filing a petition of the property owners with the Boston City Council and must include the signatures of the owners of at least 51% of the assessed valuation of all real property within the proposed bid and 60% of the real property owners within the proposed bid. EDIC owns one parcel of land within the defined bid boundary, which is located on Melnia Cass Boulevard and is approximately 17,000 square feet in size. The parcel is part of an easement for the South Bay Harbor Trail and is also currently used by an adjacent business for parking. We are requesting board authorization to enter into any agreements to take any actions relating to the formation or administration of the New Market Business Improvement District as a property owner within the bid service area. As a public entity, the BPDA is not expected to make any annual financial commitment towards the operation of the New Market bid. However, the BPDA is making a grant donation to assist with the formation of the bid, and that vote is before you later on tonight's agenda. New Market property owner support for the bid has already exceeded the necessary thresholds. However, our commitment will help to bring the New Market bid closer to the goal of participation from all neighborhood stakeholders. We have also received a letter of support for the New Market bid from Councillor Flynn, which I will read for you now. Dear members of the BPDA board, I am writing in support of the formation of the New Market Business Improvement District, which would cover 400 acres in the New Market neighborhood, where property owners within the bid would contribute collectively to provide supplemental services that would benefit the neighborhood. For a long time, the New Market area has been negatively impacted by a host of issues, including with transportation, public health, and public safety. The bid would provide much needed services that would address these issues, including having a 24-hour shuttle service, 24-hour private security, daily street cleaning, street outreach with uniformed street ambassadors, a district-wide marketing and branding, and other programs. I know that the members of the New Market Business Association have worked hard with local businesses, organizations, and elected officials to establish this bid. I appreciate their willingness to engage with South End residents and work with neighborhood leaders to address concerns related to the bid's boundaries. I believe that the New Market bid will be a critical tool in enabling the businesses and organizations in the neighborhood to thrive, and that it will provide the resources needed to keep the residents, business owners, nonprofit partners, customers, and visitors safe and healthy in the New Market area. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Before we go to board questioning, I believe we have a member from Councillor Flaherty's office who would like to comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Quinn Balsich. I'm here on behalf of City Councilor Michael Flaherty, as you mentioned, to speak in support of both this petition and the extension of the East Boston iPod that's also up for consideration tonight. On this petition, the councillor would like to recognize that for a number of years, the businesses of New Market Square have been impacted by the ongoing public health and safety crisis occurring at Mass and Cass. That a business improvement district would help to maintain the economic viability of the area and provide much needed supplemental services to the area, such as maintenance, development, and the promotion of the commercial district. That there are currently bids in almost 1,000 towns and cities across the US, and that the bid is financed by annual fees collected from property owners based on their assessed value. The councillor wants to thank Sue Sullivan, the executive director of the New Market Business Association, and the bid steering committee on their hard work on this, and again echo his support for the project. Thank you. On the iPod, he would like to recognize that while the community had hoped to have completed the rezoning process by this point, the impacts of the pandemic have delayed that process. The pace of development in East Boston has only escalated since the overlay district was first put in place there. so it's critical that the iPod remain active until that comprehensive rezoning process is completed. The council supports that extension in order to allow the BPDA to finish its comprehensive and public rezoning process within the period of that extension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions or comments from the board?
I have a quick question about the role of the ambassadors in the bid area. Can somebody talk about that? You know, it sounds like they're going to be providing some level of security for public safety. I'm just curious who they are and what their mandate is.
I can speak to that. We were provided a packet of information in relation to the formation of the new market bid, and that details additional information about the role of the street ambassadors, and so I can provide that to you. But my understanding is that their role is to clean the streets, the sidewalks, and the public service areas primarily, and then I think work with any public health officials on any safety or other concerns.
Okay, great. So they're like eyes on the ground, kind of.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 6, personnel. David.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, David Pierre, Director of Human Resources. And on the EDIC agenda this evening, I have 4 appointments. Matthew Donovan, a legal assistant in the Office of the General Counsel, effective October 18th. Jessica Murr, a GIS data analyst in IT GIS with an effective date of November 15th. Daniel Polanco, a project manager in development review with an effective date of November 29th. And John Cowart, a 3D data analyst in IT GIS with an effective date of December 6th. There are 4 employment service contracts. Abigail Cross in the Office of Workforce Development, effective September 17th. John Reed in Planning, effective October 18th. Anna Scher in the Office of Workforce Development, effective October 18th. And Joan Kirshner, also in the Office of Workforce Development, effective November 1st. There are 2 status changes with details in your board packets, and also 2 departures. Colin Monahan, a senior lease administration specialist in budget and finance, effective September 17th, and Saida Jean Charles, a volunteer program administrator in the Office of Workforce Development, effective October 1st. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Any questions or comments from the board? Great. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Downs. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. And that concludes the DIC agenda. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes, meeting adjourned. We'll now begin the next meeting. Thank you for joining the October Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I'll now take a roll call to begin this meeting. Ms. Downs.
Present.
Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. First item on the agenda, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the September 13th, 2021 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on November 18th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the First Amendment to the development plan for the planned development area number 96 Government Center Garage Redevelopment Project, downtown Boston, and to consider the Government Center Garage Redevelopment Project as a development impact project. Motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on November 18th, 2021 at 5:40 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the Fifth Amendment to the development plan for planned development area number 64, Pier 4, located in the South Boston waterfront. The motion is in order.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on November 18th, 2021 at 5:50 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the consider the development plan for the planned development area number 131, 323 through 365 Dorchester Avenue Development Project in South Boston. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay. Item number 5, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on November 18th, 2021 at 6 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the First Amendment to the amended and restated development plan for planned development area number 1, Stewart Street. Motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, item number 6, we have the Board of Appeal. Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Hampton, Senior Zoning Planner. For you this afternoon are 45 petitions ready to be transmitted to the Board of Appeals with the planning staff's recommendations. This will cover 5 meetings until mid-November, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, item number 7, request authorization to petition the Zoning Commission to extend the East Boston Interim Planning Overlay District for 1 year in order to complete the Plan East Boston planning and rezoning process. Jeff.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. The petition before you tonight is for a 1-year extension of Article 27T, which governs the East Boston iPod. This was put in place when we started the Plan East Boston project to do a comprehensive planning and rezoning study of the neighborhood. We have done this interim overlay district in the past with Roslindale, South Boston, the Fenway. The zoning code allows us to go for 3 years without a renewal before the zoning commission. The 3rd year will end next month, and we are asking that the board authorize the director to petition the zoning commission to extend it for 1 more year until November of 2022. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 8, request authorization to adopt the map amendment to zoning districts City of Boston Map 1, Boston proper, to change the zoning from H1 and H2, indicating an apartment subdistrict, to L1, indicating a local business subdistrict in the Fenway neighborhood. Edward.
No, Madam Chair, it's Jeff again. You get me for the hat trick tonight.
Jeff again. Okay, cool.
So, thank you again, Madam Chair. The memo before you today is asking for a map amendment in the Longwood Medical Area Fens, specifically 6 acres of land that's best described as Brookline Ave, Short Street, Pilgrim Road, the Simmons College campus. Back in July, Simmons had asked us to rezone this area of land for a larger scale development and to help with their housing. The site is already PDA eligible based on the old zoning that was put in place back in 1964. It has not gone through a neighborhood zoning process where there are certain sub-districts where PDAs are eligible. This site is already PDA eligible. What this map amendment would do would be, it would allow for master plan PDAs to move forward under Article 3 of the zoning code, which specifically states that it must be a minimum of 5 acres, but cannot be located within a residential district. So as you can see on the screen, what is a PDA? PDA is for large-scale developments. It's a mini planning and zoning tool that we'd like to use. This board is no stranger to PDAs. You have approved and sent along to the Zoning Commission PDAs in recent meetings. You've asked to advertise for hearings next month. You have hearings this month. If you go to the next slide, please. So there are 2 types. One is the regular PDA, which requires only an acre of area to have a development plan done, as long as the area allows for PDAs. The master plan PDA would be best described for larger, maybe phased developments where a single development plan would not be the best solution, but the master plan would be more appropriate. It would be better for mitigation. It would be better for public realm. One of the best examples of a PDA master plan would be the New Balance campus, where they've had all of that development going on, and every single one of those buildings in the public realm there have come through separate development plans, whether it be for the headquarters, the sports track, the hockey rink, the basketball court, the residential areas. That has all come before this board and the Zoning Commission. Another one that we'll be undertaking soon is Suffolk Downs. It's one of the more recent ones that this board has approved and passed on to the Zoning Commission, and that was also approved. Next slide, please. So again, within a PDA master plan, each individual project has to have its own development plan. Whether it's separate buildings, 2 buildings, 3 buildings, each one in each phase must have its own development plan. That gives the city a chance to look at benefits, public realm, any mitigation that might have to happen before the development takes place. Next slide, please. So again, the review process, Simmons had sent us a letter asking to be rezoned for this master plan PDA to move forward. The Bpda held a public meeting to discuss this change in August of 2021. There was feedback and questions at that meeting that I believe we addressed sufficiently. And I just want to make it clear that just because we are asking for this zoning change from H1 and H2 to L1 does by no means say that we are approving a PDA master plan right now. It is just a step that would allow this mechanism to go forward. Next slide, please. Again, in order for a master plan to go forward, it cannot be located within a residential zoning subdistrict. which in this case, the Simmons campus is, which is why we're bringing forward the change from an apartment district to local retail. Next slide, please. And as you can see on the map, on the lower left-hand side, shaded in red is the Simmons campus. That entire area, the LMA and west of the Fenway, south of Riverway, that is all under what we call the base zoning, which was originally adopted in 1964. This is one of the few areas left in the city of Boston that has not gone through a rezoning process, and most of it is actually, shown on this map, whether it be Beacon Hill, Back Bay, parts of Kenmore Square, LMA, and this zoning is, it's old, and on a development of this scale, this is a change that needs to happen for a master plan to happen. So that's the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have on this zoning mechanism or the reasoning behind it.
Okay, questions or comments from the board?
Jeff, it seems that there's some concern that making this change would enable any development partner of Simmons to do different types of development on this property. Can you talk about that and why that isn't what we're voting on?
Yeah, so the master plan PDA will put, a concept forth of what how many structures, the square footage of uses, the kinds of uses that they foresee happening on this campus. But each proposed project that would be submitted to the city and to our agency would go through the PDA process as its own development plan. So I like using New Balance because it's worked out very well. But if you see New Balance has said we're going to have this many buildings. It's going to be phased over this amount of time. And each particular structure, each particular development has come forth, and it's come before this board, it's come before the zoning commission. So there is predictability on the review process that's already laid out in Article 80. This just allows, a development of a larger scale and a larger area to be done in phases, but it doesn't take away the review process of the PDA in Article 80. It just makes that every single change and every single proposed project is going to go through the exact same process over and over again.
Okay, thank you. Have we made this kind of zoning change before in order to create a master plan?
Well, parts of the area where we have master plans, they're not zoned residential. This is one of the exceptions. Suffolk Downs was not zoned residential. The L Street Power Plant was not zoned residential. New Balance was not. So the master plan is for larger development sites, and this is just one of those exceptions where it is now zoned residential. And it just, for the master plan PDA to be eligible to even be submitted, it just has to change it. And the zoning district that it is switching to would be, there are two kinds of retail districts in the code for these particular areas, and it would be the lowest impact. It's local retail, but it does allow the master plan PDA to go forward, and that's what is outlined in the code right now.
Okay, so Jeff, I know we've got some, some letters that came in, and I'm wondering if you can shed some light on, I guess, some of the opposition. There seems to be some confusion, I think, around this one. So just want to make sure that we're in a good space to move this forward, or if there may be too much confusion right now.
Well, yeah,
to kind of be tabled. I just want to make sure that there is the actual and then not a perception that we're moving, something forward that isn't, necessarily.
No, I completely understand, and it's one of those things. People are very, passionate about the zoning. It's what protects them. However, they should also feel protected by this development plan that is carved in stone. I think we are in a good spot with this particular proposal, and I think before this goes, I think more conversations could be had after this before the zoning commission, just so that people, can get an understanding of that this isn't opening up the floodgates for development that they're not going to have a say in. This is something where it's a procedural matter, and I'm not trying to minimize that, but it's a procedural matter that is required under the zoning code for this particular kind of development plan to go forward. We're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. This will be a very, very predictable process moving forward, just like any other PDA that is submitted to the agency. Any PDA that comes to this board or the zoning commission that I help with. This is just something that allows something that I think is very good for the city because it is such a massive massive area of land, and the scale of development is going to be so massive that this will set a very predictable review process under Article 80. But I understand about the change in zoning because it's people take their zoning passionately, and I get that, it's my job. But I think, I can have conversations with people before this goes to the zoning commission and, tell them that it's not, a Trojan horse. So.
Jeff, I greatly appreciate your detailed description of what this vote entails. But I'm thinking that maybe at this point, it might make sense to table this item and give the community a little more time to hear from you and to hear from the agency about what this zoning change means, and so to raise the community comfort level with it. I feel comfortable with it, but I think I'd like to see more community comfort level decision. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to suggest that we table this item, make a motion to table this item until November or the next meeting that makes sense.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so since a motion is in order and has been seconded, let's have a roll call for a vote on this. Ms. Downs.
I vote to table this item. Yes, aye.
Yes, aye. Thank you. Mr. Monahan.
Opposed?
Okay, Dr. Landsmark.
I support this item.
Okay.
That is, I support
the table.
tabling.
Okay.
I support tabling this item until the next meeting.
Okay, great. Mr. Miller.
I also support tabling this as it's fairly complex. I'd feel more comfortable in tabling this.
Okay, and the chair votes aye to table again. So motion passes. Very appreciative of the work that's been done this far, but given the magnitude of this, I think a little bit more time, and we'll do this. We'll do the overall project and zoning well. So thank you very much. Jeff.
All right, thank you.
Cheers.
Jeff.
Okay, item number 9, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to engage a consultant to assist in the preparation of a transportation planning study for the South Boston Transportation Action Plan. Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Again, I'm Jim Fitzgerald, Interim Deputy Director of Transportation Planning. And next slide, please. Issuing this RFP will allow planning staff and other city departments and the city team to hire a consultant team to help us with the development of the South Boston Transportation Action Plan. What you see on the map on the right is the kind of core geography that we really want to take an in-depth analysis of the transportation issues within the core of the traditional kind of South Boston neighborhood. As this board knows well, we've done a lot of transportation planning in both the Seaport and the Plan.Av geographies. And this is kind of the hole in the middle where we really need to take an in-depth focus and look at the future conditions as far as combining development pressures, changes in land use, and needs to improve the multimodal transportation network. In particular, we want to really focus on kind of vulnerable users, pedestrians, bikes, and ensuring that we address a lot of the safety issues that exist within the traditional neighborhood now. We're hoping to have a robust public process with this, and like I said, take a really in-depth multimodal look at both existing conditions and long-term conditions with projected build-out and land use changes, and then develop a series of kind of short-term, immediate-term improvement recommendations, as well as some more bolder, longer-term aspirational improvement recommendations. And we anticipate this work taking us the next couple of years. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Jim. Item number 10, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for the redevelopment and sale of 12 parcels in the Washington Park urban renewal area for the development of 23 mixed income home ownership units, 18 of which will be affordable, and the co-petitioning of the Public Improvement Commission to complete the redevelopment plan. Jonathan or Chris?
I'm here today, Madam
Okay,
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. My name is Jonathan Short. I have recently joined the real estate team as a real estate development officer. I'm excited to be before you for the first time tonight, and I look forward to being before you again in the future. I'm here tonight to request approval from the board to advertise and issue an RFP for 12 Bpda-owned parcels, which together create 75,216 square feet of vacant land in the Washington Park urban renewal area in Roxbury. This RFP and development plan launches the third phase of the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Homes Initiative, which has been a continued partnership between the Bpda and the Department of Neighborhood Development. The RFP continues the Bpda's efforts to best utilize scattered site buildable land for the development of income-restricted affordable housing. Working closely with the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, D&D held community meetings in June, August, and September of 2019 and received strong support for these parcels to be offered to locally based builders and developers through D&D's very successful Neighborhood Homes Initiative program. The Phase 3 redevelopment plan calls for the construction of 23 residential units, which will be split between 3 single-family homes, 2 duplex homes with a homeowner and renter, and 8 side-by-side townhomes. Per the NHI program, these homes will be required to be 1/3 income restricted to 80% of the area median income, 1/3 income restricted to 100% of the area median income, and 1/3 unrestricted and sold at market rate. The RFP requires that the housing constructed follow housing prototypes that have been pre-approved by the community. All proponents will be required to submit a DEI plan for part of their proposals illustrating how they will include minority business enterprises and women business enterprises in their pre-development, development team, and subcontractors. In order to start the process of developing much-needed affordable housing, supporting local businesses and developers, and bringing vacant land into productive use, the Bpda staff recommends that an RFP be issued for the aforementioned 12 parcels. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to the Bpda. Great presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Great job. Okay, item number 11, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to redevelop parcel P3 in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm joined by Müge Özdemir, the planning team lead on Plan Nubian Square. We're very excited to be here to talk about the future of this key parcel. Parcel P3 in the Campus High urban renewal area is a 7.6 acre site in Roxbury and the largest undeveloped site in the BPDA's real estate portfolio. After completing a 9-month community process and engaging stakeholders throughout the Roxbury community, we are very pleased to bring this request for proposals to the board for approval.
Hi everyone, thanks Morgan. So P3 has been long vacant due to the harm done by the practices of redlining, urban renewal clearances, the Interbelt Highway project. The BPDA seeks to convey the property to allow mixed-use development that will contribute to healing the damage done to the Roxbury neighborhood, fulfill the property's potential for transformative economic development, and advance the community's commitments to affordable housing, arts and culture, and equity. The RFP is grounded by the development objectives that came out of the Plan Nubian Square planning process, which include consistency with the area planning history, economic development, affordable and income-restricted housing, sustainable, resilient, and healthy development, diversity and inclusion, and development without displacement. The BPDA has held 5 public meetings focused on parcel P3 between February 2021 and August 2021. At these meetings, community members focused on the site's potential to support equitable economic development for the Roxbury community. Therefore, the RFP is geared towards uses that will deliver those outcomes, which include residential, commercial, retail, food production and/or manufacturing, and lab and life science. Proposals with commercial uses must promote job training, local business and job creation, with special emphasis on providing maximum opportunities for local, small, and disadvantaged businesses, and job creation and training for people of color and women. Any proposals, including lab or life sciences uses, must also include a robust job training programs that are clear, achievable employment pipeline for Roxbury residents.
The BPDA also conducted additional outreach to the development community to learn how we could support the involvement of small minority-owned and women-owned firms, above and beyond the diversity and inclusion requirements that are already included in BPDA RFPs. Based on the feedback from the development community, the RFP strongly encourages partnerships, which include a lead developer and co-developers. Many small developers felt that participating as a co-developer in a joint venture would be the best option to help them build capacity. The BPDA is also providing additional resources to support the formation of diverse development teams, which include holding networking events to help potential developers and businesses find partners, including a list of financing resources in the RFP, and including a list of strategies from previous diversity and inclusion plans that development teams can refer to as a starting point. And we hope to be able to offer these additional resources in future RFPs as well and continue to improve our diversity and inclusion efforts.
The release of this RFP is the culmination of Plan Nubian Square process, which began in 2016. It's the end result of a huge amount of resident advocacy that pushed our policies forward on diversity and inclusion and development without displacement. We're grateful for all the engagement and for the opportunity to grow this RFP with the community and in its subsequent release.
And thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
There really has been a tremendous amount of community engagement with this particular parcel for a decade. And it's good to see that plans are finally coming to fruition. Much of the engagement has been facilitated not only by community activists, but by the BPDA itself. And I'm curious as to what the agency's continuing role will be to assure that the guidelines which have been set and the expectations which we're trying to meet here will in fact be carried through it.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So this parcel falls under the purview of the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan Oversight Committee, which is one vehicle for continuing community oversight, which we work really closely with and worked really closely with on the development of the RFP itself. Any development here will go through, or all the proposals received will be evaluated by a project review committee made up of community members who will then become the IAG as it undergoes the Article 80 process. So between the RSMPOC, the IAG, and us as the owners of the real estate at the Bpda, we'll keep a very close eye on the proposed development to make sure that whatever is selected lives up to what the RFP is asking for. And then this parcel is also being offered as a ground lease rather than a sale, which leaves ownership in the hands of the Bpda long-term and maintains a public stake in the future of the property.
Thank you.
Great. Additional questions or comments? I just want to say great. Oh, go ahead, Carol.
It's my understanding that this P3 parcel is an opportunity zone parcel. Is that true, even though you're offering it as a lease instead of a sale? Is that still true?
I don't know the details of opportunity zones and whether the lease versus sale makes a difference here, but I'd be happy to look into that and get back to you.
Okay, great. Because I would think if it is being offered under opportunity zone law, then I would think there would be a lot of interest in this parcel from outside of Boston. And I wondered if you could speak to that issue, whether we are going to be looking for developers in Boston as opposed to from other places.
I can touch on that a little bit. So yeah, it is an opportunity zone. P3 is one of the parcels that's located within that. And I think, you know, we will likely see a bit of attention on this parcel, not just because of that, but because of its size, because of its the opportunity really that's here. One of the things that we've discussed with the community about this is that, you know, they're really focused and their energy is really invested in seeing local companies, local businesses kind of pursue this parcel, which we are also happy to, you know, we want that to happen as well. I think it's really about making sure whatever partnerships do come out of this are ones that include all local or even a combination of local and not local businesses and opportunities. I think it really just depends. I don't, you know, obviously we won't exclude anyone from applying to this RFP, but ultimately, like Morgan said, the project review committee really does review these proposals, and it's not just about the quality of the proposal, but it's also about the team, and that's part of the qualifications and what's it called, the review criteria that we have set aside. So it is something that that is a part of that. And I think anyone who does apply to this RFP should understand that the community really is looking for these partnerships to exist and for the opportunities for smaller developers, for smaller businesses, for smaller firms to participate. And the more that those are incorporated, the better, the more likely they are to be seen favorable by the community. So we might see some things come out of left field, but I think ultimately it really makes sense for everyone to kind of create a good holistic group of people and team.
Great, thank you, Megan.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions or comments? Just want to thank you, Morgan and Muge, for excellent work here and thinking outside of the box and how we can make some of these connections and build this, intergenerational wealth here within our city. So all the things you're doing, really great. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to timelines as this progresses. So we're super excited about this. All right. With that, I think a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item number 12, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for a seasonal downtown waterfront trolley kiosk program for 2022 tourist season. Lauren.
Good afternoon. The Bpda is historically licensed property on the downtown waterfront for trolley kiosks. The location for the kiosks is the Bpda-owned land between Long and Central Wharves, directly across from 255 State Street. There are 3 trolley kiosk locations available in this area. We're asking to issue a request for proposals to ensure maximum participation from potential trolley vendors. Up to 3 licenses will be granted to qualified respondents submitting the most advantageous proposals. The term of the awarded licenses for the downtown waterfront trolley kiosk program is April 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2023, with 2 one-year extension options to be exercised at the sole discretion of the Bpda. Due to the unknown pace of the 2022 recovery of Boston's tourism economy, the minimum annual license fee specified in the RFP will be $36,000 per kiosk. The 2022 seasonal fee represents a significant reduction from fees collected prior to the pandemic because of continued strain on the tourism industry and will be in effect for 2022 tourism season only. We will return for fees for 2023 and beyond at the discretion of the Bpda, and we'll clear those before. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
This is an offering that may be more available than many to small entrepreneurs. And I'm wondering if you could just elaborate on the inclusion language that is set forth in this.
Sure. I am aware that our real estate department has increased the types of outreach programs for this type of business. We have been focused on more local papers and also in non-English language papers to try to make sure that everybody is aware that this program exists. We're also working with vendors already existing in Fenway Hall and Quincy Market to do some outreach that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 13, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for a seasonal downtown waterfront merchandise kiosk program for the 2022 tourist season. Lauren.
The downtown waterfront area is one of the most popular tourist destinations in the city of Boston. As such, it's a valued location for merchandise vendors. While these activities have been seriously impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, we anticipate a healthy return to these activities in the years ahead. Vending services provided on the downtown waterfront are subject to permitting requirements as well as all applicable city and state regulations. Although the licenses are not subject to the Mass General Law 30B, the Bpda seeks to issue a request for proposals to ensure maximum participation in the merchandise kiosk program. 1 license for 2 kiosk locations will be granted to the qualified respondent submitting the most advantageous proposal. The term of the awarded licenses will be from April 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2021. Due to the unknown pace of the 2022 recovery in the tourism economy, the minimum annual license fee specified for the RFP will be $36,000 per kiosk for the 2022 season. In the event that the Bpda elects to extend the license term, the proposed rate will be presented to the board for consideration. And the outreach for this program is also in tandem with the trolleys. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the board?
Just one comment. This is one area where it would be really nice to see folks who are more representative of Boston's demographic in a position to really represent the city to tourists when they come through. And I hope that the outreach, particularly to women vendors and to people of color, is particularly robust in this area.
Agreed.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
right, item number 14, request authorization to enter into a contract with Have It Made LLC for janitorial cleaning and maintenance services at the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street in an amount not to exceed $250,000. John.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Staff is requesting authorization to execute a contract with Have It Made LLC janitorial services at the China Trade Center. We previously brought this matter before you in August, and we're entering into a contract with CCD Janitorial Services LLC. However, CCD subsequently declined to execute the contract based on their limited capacity. And they
When you put some
Tammy, I think we have somebody who's not on mute. There we go.
Nope, not a problem. I'm used to being in. I got 3 kids.
You were saying?
Therefore, as I was saying, we went to the next eligible bidder, responsive and responsible bidder, offering the next lowest price, which was Have It Made. So that is all.
Right. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Item number 15. Request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Now and There Incorporated for an interactive public art exhibit called I Live Under Your Sky 2 in the Charlestown Navy Yard. Lauren.
Now and There, Inc. is a public art curator focused on changing the public landscape and creating more access to public art in Greater Boston with temporary, engaging, and site-specific public artworks. Now and There has proposed an installation to be erected on Bpda property at the end of Pier 4 in the Charlestown Navy Yard. It is the U.S. recreation of an ongoing global project consisting of a mesh light display that stands 32.5 feet wide by 12 feet tall with the phrase, I live under your sky too, illuminated in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, in composite handwriting sourced from Boston Hope temporary field hospital workers. The work will slowly rotate between languages, emphasizing our interconnectedness yet celebrating differences. The artist, Shilpa Gupta, is an internationally recognized artist dedicated to creating opportunities for togetherness and reimagining borders. Her conceptual work focuses on the fluidity and the arbitrariness of borders and often uses abstract language. Due to the public art nature of the use, no fee is proposed. However, Now and There will provide adequate insurance to Bpda for the duration of the license term. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have an image of this work?
It should be at the bottom of the term sheet, yes. But I don't think there's a slide in the deck.
Lauren, do you have a picture of it?
I do.
Do you want to send it to me really fast?
Sure.
You know, I'm not into making aesthetic judgments, but I think those in attendance at this meeting should have an opportunity to see what it is.
It's on its way now. I shared it in box, Teresa.
Box links take a little bit. Oh, I got it, okay.
The second page shows the mock-up better.
All right. Can you see that?
So this slide shows the height and the location.
Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's not the actual thing. That's just kind of where it's going to be.
Oh, yeah, it won't be set up till we have licenses in place, and
Got it.
But that's what it looks like.
that will be the location and what it looks like. And on the first page of that is one of the other.
Oh, I see.
Got it.
Right, so this is an example from one of the other countries that it's present in.
Interesting.
So at night, these will be basically floating in space.
Correct.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, that was great. Additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Lauren. Item number 16, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with McCourt Construction Company Incorporated for the use of a portion of parcel P3 in the campus high school urban renewal area for a temporary laydown of construction material and storage trailer while supporting the public realm improvements. Lauren.
Approximately 21,000 square feet of land within the P3 development parcel in the campus high school urban renewal area and immediately adjacent to the Madison Park field is proposed to be utilized by McCourt Construction. Over the next year, McCourt Construction is engaged to work on multiple projects supporting the City of Boston improvements to the Ruggles Street corridor from Tremont Street to Washington Street. Work includes plans to increase access to the area, introduce traffic safety measures, and open public spaces in this area of Roxbury. The licensed premises shall be used exclusively for temporary laydown of construction material and a temporary construction trailer. McCourt recognizes the ongoing work being planned on the site and agrees to work in harmony with any future Bpda defined site needs. The McCourt team will be responsible for obtaining any and all permits and licenses which may be required in order to use the licensed premises and to be in conformance with local, state, and federal laws. The McCourt team accepts the space as is and further agrees to protect and conform to all environmental testing parameters, clear and properly fence the licensed premises, provide access to all areas at all times as needed by Bpda or its agents. The monthly license fee is $3,000 for the term of the license. McCourt will additionally commit to contributing $20,000 worth of in-kind services at the request and discretion of the Bpda. McCourt has further agreed to bear the cost to clean and secure the site for use, which is estimated at about $30,000. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the board, please?
Will this in any way impede the ability of potential developers to access the site as they do their assessments moving forward?
The laydown area should be minimal and exclusively fenced off. So any additional work that needs to be done will be done with everyone's acknowledgement and cooperation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Right. Item number 17, request authorization to petition the City Council for the formation of a business improvement district in the Newmarket neighborhood, including Bpda-owned parcels on Albany Street and Hampden Street, execute and deliver any other agreements and documents necessary for the creation or administration, enter into any current or future agreements in connection with the creation or administration of the business improvement district in the Newmarket neighborhood. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This item is similar to what I presented during the EDIC agenda around the formation of the Newmarket Business Improvement District. The RA owns 3 parcels of land within the defined bid boundary, a 1,200 square foot parcel and a 22,600 square foot parcel on Albany Street, and 8,800 square foot parcel on Hampton Street. All 3 parcels are vacant. We are requesting board authorization to enter into any agreements or take any actions related to the formation or administration of the Newmarket Business Improvement District as the property owner of these 3 parcels within the bid service area. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. So thank you, Rebecca. Item number 18 has been removed. Item number 19, request authorization to establish a demonstration project under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121B, Section 46F, for the 13 Allegheny Street project in the Mission Hill neighborhood to adopt a demonstration project plan for the proposed project, which grants authorization for the disposition of the 13 Allegheny Street, consisting of approximately 7,103 square feet of vacant land, and to award final designation status to the trustees of reservations for the development of the 13 Allegheny Street as a community garden. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 13 Allegheny Street is a 7,000 square foot Bpda owned parcel in the Mission Hill neighborhood of Boston. It is one of 7 parcels which comprise the Mission Hill Community Garden. The garden has been in operation for decades and provides nutritious food to its members, as well as supporting their physical and mental health. The other parcels of land included in the garden are owned by the trustees, Massachusetts' largest preservation and conservation nonprofit. The trustees manage and operate the entire garden, including 13 Allegheny Street. The Bpda issued a request for proposals in July 2021 for the sale of 13 Allegheny Street. The RFP required the property to be permanently preserved as green space consistent with the surrounding parcels of the community garden. Bpda staff held a virtual community meeting on June 9th, 2021 to solicit feedback on the proposed RFP. Approximately 20 community members attended, most of whom were longstanding members of the garden. The consensus of public comments was in support of issuing an RFP in order to preserve the garden permanently as open space. The Bpda received 1 response to the RFP on August 27th, 2021 from the trustees. Key strengths of the trustees' proposal include their demonstrated ability to operate the property, since the trustees have been managing the property since 2014 and currently manage 55 community gardens in the city of Boston. Their track record of maintenance and improvements, most recently in 2020 when new landscape and fencing improvements were completed. And the trustees' demonstrated commitment to producing fresh, culturally appropriate produce for garden users from diverse ethnic communities across the socioeconomic spectrum. We therefore request authorization to award final designation to the trustees for the sale of 13 Allegheny Street and to adopt a demonstration project plan which grants the Bpda authorization for disposition of the property in order to prevent urban blight and preserve permanent open space. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I'm going to recuse myself from this vote as an advisor to the trustees.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lansmark. Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 20, request authorization to waive further review of the institutional master plan notification form for the renewal of the Boston College Institutional Master Plan pursuant to Section 80D 5.2E, Section 80D-6, Section 80D-8 of the zoning code, and to issue an adequacy determination approving the IMPNF for renewal pursuant to Section 80D-5.4 of the code and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This proposal before you is for the Boston College Institutional Master Plan renewal for an additional 2 years. This is a renewal of the existing IMP that was board approved in March of 2017. At this time, Boston College does not anticipate any new institutional projects for the term of the renewed IMP. The original IMP approved in June of 2019 has been renewed twice before for a period of 4 years, the first being in 2013 and the second in 2017. Furthermore, the review process of the IMP renewal began in August 2021. Since that time, Boston College has worked with Bpda staff, elected officials, and the corresponding task force on reviewing this IMP renewal. These meetings occurred between August 2021 and to September, In particular, Boston College has worked closely with Bpda on addressing any outstanding concerns from the previous IMP approval that they may have left the task force with. Now, before I turn it over to Tom Keaty and Jean Lefsquick from Boston College to begin the presentation, I want to say thank you to the members of the task force, elected officials, city agencies who helped review the proposed Boston College IMP renewal. Thank you.
Tom or Jean?
I am here.
I'm here.
Sorry, Tom, sorry, go ahead.
I'm muted. Good afternoon, Director Golden, Executive Secretary Pohemus, Chair Rojas, and members of the board. My name is Tom Keaty. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Community Affairs at Boston College. Jean Levesque, our Director of Government Relations, and Joseph Herlihy, our General Counsel, and I are pleased to be before you this afternoon on the extension of BC's 2009 IMP to present what the university has accomplished on our development plan and community benefits since our approval. Next slide. The first slide is the BC Institutional Master Plan for Boston and Newton. The key on the right indicates in dark blue projects completed, in light blue projects under construction, and in yellow projects in the planning. Next slide. 2009 plan called for the development of mix of uses throughout the campus with construction of academic, housing, athletics, and administrative projects, as well as the creation of open space. As this slide shows, BC has followed the plan and built new but substantially renovated 12 buildings on its Brighton and Chestnut Hill campuses, representing $763 million in union construction and over 3,000 union construction jobs. I will now turn over the presentation to Jean Levesque to discuss our benefits slide. Next slide.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Tom. Members of the board and Executive Director Golden and Executive Secretary Pohemus. This slide represents some of the major benefits provided in the area of student scholarships, grant programs, as well as our educational and community engagement. As noted on the slide, BC provides a very large amount of scholarship assistance. 69% of our student body received $182 million in aid, and just to stress, of that 182, 170 of that came directly from BC's institutional funds. And as you can see, 249 Boston students were the beneficiaries of a little close to $10 million in aid. We have two particular programs under the community benefits project that entitle us to provide scholarship aid, need-based, for 15 scholarships for Allston-Brighton students. There's a preference for Allston-Brighton students, and if the scholarships are not awarded to Allston or Brighton residents who are eligible, they revert to Boston residents. And since that program, since it started in 2015, we've awarded almost $19.8 million under the program to students. The Woods College is another scholarship program that we offer for our evening program for up to 5 students annually. And since 2015, under the cooperation agreement, we've awarded close to $270,000 to students in that program. Our benefits programs also include the community grant programs, of which some of you may be familiar, but we negotiated with the task force and the Bpda, the Neighborhood Improvement Fund program, and this primarily funds improvements on public property in Allston-Brighton. And that of that $2.5 million fund, we've awarded $1.9 million of funding for public improvements. And those include improvements to, for public art, for improvements to, on public school grounds, public parks, McKinney Playground, Chestnut Hill Reservation and Reservoir, art at Brighton High School, a number of projects that were, again, approved through the city and the university as well as the task force. And in addition, a smaller program which was unique to one of our previous master plans is the Allston Brighton Community Fund. And since 1995, we've awarded over $1.6 million to different nonprofits and community-based organizations in Allston Brighton. There's 2 cycles for that grant every year, and on average, we award to 13 to 18 different organizations for programs and services to residents in Allston or Brighton. And lastly, and we're very proud of our educational partnerships that we've established with the Allston Brighton community in both Boston Public Schools and Catholic schools. In particular, our partnership with the St. Comco Partnership School in Brighton, as well as Let's Get Ready, which is a college access program, an SAT prep program that we started in 2006, and we've partnered with them, and that helps students in the Allston Brighton community actually improve their test scores to get into BC, which allows them to have access potentially for those 15 full tuition scholarships. And in addition to that, we do a lot of work. Obviously, our students are a big component for community service, helping different organizations in the neighborhood. As you can see, over 475,000 hours annually. And we also offer a host of other benefits that include access to our athletic tickets. We have the McMullen Museum of Art, which is open free to the public, as well as our Arts Festival, which we've done every year for the past 35 years. And this is just a number of the programs that we offer that we chose to highlight for this presentation. And I'm welcome to answering any questions that the board might have. And that would conclude the presentation on our end.
Did you want to talk about the COVID?
Oh my God, sorry, yes, sorry, Tom, thanks. Sorry about that. Yes, at the onset of COVID in 2020, we worked with the city and our community-based organizations, and we're very proud to offer grant relief under both of the funds that I previously mentioned, and really identified the needs in the community for not only just meals and bulk food staple items, but also gift cards. And I think people are probably familiar with the most recent articles in the Globe about the need for diapers for community health centers and family nurturing centers. And that was one thing that we were, we bulk ordered those and then delivered them on a weekly basis to different organizations, not only in Allston Brighton, but throughout the city. And then the community fund was we were one of the first universities to respond with direct aid for groups with the worker relief fund, for the Main Streets programs, and also just kind of pivoted like everyone had to do to provide virtual programming. Read Aloud is an employee-based program that on a monthly basis, our employees go out. It's not a student program, it's an employee program, very long-standing, very unique, and employees go into schools, work with the St. Comco Partnership School, the Edison, to deliver, to read directly to students. And it's been one of our signature and very popular programs for employees as far as volunteerism on campus. And with that, that will conclude our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for those services. Questions or comments from the board?
I have a question. Given the city's housing crisis, there's been a call from the city of Boston for our higher education residents and property owners to produce more housing for their students. So can you talk about what new housing BC has produced under this 2009 institutional master plan, and specifically how many units either you've created or are planning to create in the future?
Sure. Tom, do you want me to address that, or?
Yes, I
I can join in, but you go ahead, Jane.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chair Rojas. The master plan in 2009 called for the creation of a student housing in a number of different projects, and it was spread out across both on the Brighton campus, on the Chestnut Hill campus, lower campus in Brighton. And based on what we offered for housing at the time, which was approximately 7,330 beds, the plan called for our first, which was approved by the Zoning Commission, the first thing that we were to do was to build a new housing on what is the St. Thomas More St. Thomas More apartment site, which is off of St. Thomas More Road and Commonwealth Avenue. And so that was originally proposed at 470 beds, and through working with with the task force members, that was actually built and completed at 490 beds. Following that, we did some other projects in the master plan, and then went in to renovate 2000 Comm Ave or Reservoir Apartments for a total of 540 beds. We did take down one of our other residence halls to make room for a future project, which was the Canal Recreation Center, which did get built. So we are up, according to the plan, we are up 240 new beds in the plan. And then since that time, over the 10 plus years, we've also taken some units, brought more online with an additional 50 beds. So we're up 290, and those additional beds have come from taking some administrative offices that were used by the trades, our facilities offices in some of the existing dorms, and bringing those back online for housing. So we are, that's what we have completed to date. In the master plan, there's additional housing on the mods, which site internal, the modular apartments, which was a replacement in kind of 185 beds. Shea Field, which had 3 housing sites for a total of 550 beds. When we amended the plan, our only major amendment, which was in 2017 to build the Fish Field House, that housing, the number remained the same on that site. It was just reconfigured into 2 buildings. And then the last housing site in the plan was 150 beds that was taken under advisement right across from Moore Hall, which was 150 beds. And it went forward to the Zoning Commission under advisement to come back to the Bpda. So we've done 2 of the projects. The additional 3 that are in there are in if you went back to that plan that Tom put up, are in yellow, which means they're in planning or future projects. And then, Tom, if you want, we've also since last year acquired Pine Manor College, which has there's additional housing there as well, but currently not obviously part of this plan when it was passed.
And our goal is to, currently Boston College for undergraduate housing, it's about 88%, and we're first in the city in housing our undergraduate population. As Jean just said, we acquired Pine Manor. We officially take over the ownership of that July 1st of this year. There is currently 500 beds. We've done some cost estimations on renovation to bring it up to the BC standard. And so we're looking at moving forward on that site at sometime in late summer, early fall.
Thank you for that update. I assume that given that the current plan is now becoming an older plan, that hopefully when you come back to us next, there will be an updated plan and with some, aggressive commitments to housing and staying ahead of your population. I don't know if your student population has also increased during this time, but the city really needs our higher educational residents to produce more housing for their students to relieve housing pressure in the neighborhood. So I hope that will be a priority for BC as we look at the institutional master plan in the future.
We will. Thank you.
And this is a requested extension for 2 years,
Yes.
so we'll actually be seeing you fairly soon.
Yes, you will.
Thank you.
Great, and I think with the, with that extension and, again, with Treasurer Downs noted on, housing, we did get some feedback around kind of the transparency around the community benefits package. I want to recognize that you talked about that in your presentation, but also, express the expectation that, that transparency continue and dialogue with the community to make sure that it's understood and clear how you've satisfied the community benefits packages. Items.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Any additional questions or comments?
I have a comment, Madam Chair. I think it should be set at 88% and #1 in the city for having beds available for their undergraduates. You should be commended. And minus the 552 building project, I've been around long enough and followed development for years. I don't think there's ever been a housing project that the neighborhood and others wanted you to make smaller. So you'd be well over 90% if you were allowed to build what you originally proposed. So that should be mentioned too, Tomaji. But thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. Item number 21.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for a moment? Councilor O'Malley is on. I was hoping we could take him out of order.
Sure. Let's do
Thank
that.
you.
Okay. Councilor O'Malley, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to the members of this board. I appreciate your taking me out of order. I know it's a packed agenda, so I will be brief. I just wanted to speak on 2 projects today, offering my full unqualified support. They're listed in your packet as items 21 and 22. 21 is 265 to 267 Amory Street. This is a project that is really exciting. It's going to bring some residential, but more importantly, it's going to bring youth enrichment services, YES, to Jamaica Plain. This is a phenomenal nonprofit social service agency that touches countless lives, and I'm so excited that we will soon, God willing, be welcoming them to our neighborhood in this new, really exciting spot. It's also part of the community mitigation, as I'm sure you know, is helping to fund the JPNDC's Equity and Prosperity Center, so that's something that I'm incredibly supportive of. The second one is primarily 3484 Washington Street, but I know it also includes some property on Gartland as well as Williams Streets. And this, of course, is the project that's been slated to bring Doyle's back to Jamaica Plain. It's, Doyle's, along with the Milky Way, are 2 of the iconic Jamaica Plain restaurants, thank you, Carol, that have just been really our community center, our community space to come together. Many of us were incredibly disappointed when we heard that Doyle's was closing several years ago, but I'm truly excited that we'll be back in this new form. Huge kudos to the developers, the Goodmans and Watermark, because they've really been able to exceed the required affordability requirement on this project with a really creative partnership with an esteemed nonprofit. So not only is it bringing back a beloved institution and a really important small business in our neighborhood, but it's also creating some really great opportunities for affordable home ownership for individuals. So this is, my term on the Boston City Council will be up in a couple of months. As you know, I don't always join these board meetings, but when there is a project that is so important, in this case 2 of them, and as the elected representative for the neighborhood, I can tell you the vast majority of our neighbors and constituents are really excited about both of these projects, and they have earned my full and unqualified support. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, fellow members.
Thank you, Councilor O'Malley. All right. Item number 21, request authorization to issue certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code to approve the construction of 9 residential home ownership units, 9 parking spaces, and 18 bicycle spaces, and a 10,025 square foot youth enrichment services building with ground floor retail, 5 parking spaces and 14 bicycle spaces located at 265 through 267 Armory Street, to recommend approval to the Board of Appeal for the necessary zoning relief, subject to continuing BRA design review, and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The proposed development before you is 265 to 267 Amory Street in Jamaica Plain. Watermark Development, Inc. proposes to construct 2 new buildings. The first building, located at 265 Amory Street, will contain approximately 18,580 square feet. It will include 4 stories, 9 condominium units, 9 parking spaces, and 13 bicycle parking spaces. The second building, located at 267 Amory Street, will be the new headquarters for Youth Enrichment Services, which is a private nonprofit organization that provides affordable and impactful sports-based youth development and leadership programming for Boston children and teens. This building will include approximately 16,025 square feet, consist of 3 stories, 5 parking spaces, 19 bicycle parking spaces, and an array of YES-related features, such as, but not limited to, a ground floor rental ski shop and second floor conference rooms and meeting spaces. The small project review application was submitted on June 4th, 2021. One public meeting was held on June 24th, 2021, and the comment period ended on July 12th. At this time, I will turn it over to the development team to go over their presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lee Goodman. I'm with Watermark Construction and Development. We're a local Jamaica Plain development company, and I'm joined by Brian Van Dorp, who is the CEO of Youth Enrichment Services, YES, as well as our architect, Bill Menzinger from Embark Studios. This is a project, a joint venture, where YES, Youth Enrichment Services, will actually own their building. It's their future home. And for those who don't know, they're currently located at 412 Mass Ave. They've been there for decades, and a long-term social service agency in the city of Boston, and they're going to be expanding into Jamaica Plain. We're all very happy to have them here, and they'll be able to serve 1,600 youth annually, and we'll get to what they do later in the presentation. But again, it's a great project. It's a joint venture that includes both residential as well as a social service agency. Next slide, please. So again, this on the left side shows Youth Enrichment Services. It's a 3-story headquarters for YES that includes that ski shop at grade we were discussing, as well as office and classroom space on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and then also a 9-unit residential building on the right side with 9 parking spaces, home ownership units. Next slide, please. So this site is located directly across the street from the brewery. It's about 5 houses down from the T, Stony Brook Station in Jamaica Plain. It's currently, as you can see on the right, just essentially, it was formerly J.M. Brown, a union electrician company who moved to Dedham. So it's a vacant building and parking lot today. So this is just us trying to figure out a way to creatively design a project to further our work and many others' work of creating a social service hub on Amory Street in Jamaica Plain. Next slide, please. So we wanted to show slides that focused on JP Rocks. As you all know, this area has been rezoned by the Bpda in what was called Plan JP Rocks. So the project site on the top of the screen, the blue arrow, you'll see is the light yellow area that was formerly local industrial. And on the bottom arrow, you'll see that the allowed height under JP Rocks is 45 feet. So we crafted a project to follow that height. Next slide, please. And we also took our design cues from JP Rocks with respect to a step back. So the 4th floor of the residential steps back from the street to further alleviate the feeling of a massing overwhelming the current housing across the street. There's actually no residential left or right of the building. It's in the middle of the southwest corridor essentially, and the train tracks are behind it. However, we still did a step back on the top floor to alleviate that feeling of massing. Next slide. So here you can see what we're talking about as far as the green space. Our big goal here was to kind of re-knit together the southwest corridor. So we spent a lot of time with Ebony and her team and the design review team to try and figure out a way to creatively continue the green space. And we have more slides that are coming up, but the goal was to really create a pathway through the corridor that brought you from New Minton Street at the corner all the way up to Stony Brook Station. And you can see the step back on the residential building and some of the step backs on the left side of the Yes building. Next slide, thanks. This is a section through both buildings. So again, the residential's on the bottom, Yes is on the top, and you can see we're right up against the train tracks. The MBTA actually owns the 10-foot property strip behind the tracks in between our building. But this again just shows how the ski shop and the bus drop off, which we'll show in the next slide, work. And it was really trying to design around a project around a safe loading zone for children for youth enrichment services. Next slide. So here is our community benefit attempt at landscaping and infrastructure upgrades. You know, we held 5 meetings for a community process, 2 on Zoom, an Article 80 meeting, a Housing and Development Committee meeting, and then another community meeting with Ebony on Zoom. And you know, what we were trying to figure out with the community is how do we fix what's essentially a very dangerous situation. For those who know Amory Street, the sidewalks are about 2.5 feet deep. You cannot walk down them because there's light poles and people end up pushing strollers into oncoming traffic. It's frankly reckless. So what we heard repeatedly from neighbors was figure out a way to improve this. And what we came up with was creating a crosswalk in the yellow at the bottom left of the site, enhancing the crosswalk on the right side, the existing white crosswalk, by creating a median. And we worked with Bpda to design that. We are creating a sunken pathway through the southwest corridor on the left side, that semicircle, as well as rebuilding the entry on the right side of the page to the southwest corridor. So that, combined with a $100,000 donation to the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Development Corporation, as well as Watermark agreeing not to take any payment from Yes, just to essentially work pro bono as a development agent, was the total community benefit package. Next slide, please. So again, this shows the current situation and just how dangerous it really is. It's about a 2.5-foot sidewalk. It's essentially unwalkable. So we'll actually be creating a 10-foot sidewalk, including street trees. And we're very excited to do this because it needs to be done immediately. Next slide, please. So I'm actually, Brian, are you on? I thought Brian Van Dorp might want to just explain the bus pickup and Yes's main mission.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. Thank you, Madam Chair and the board for this opportunity. As many of you know, Yes, we've been serving inner city youth since 1968. And this is really about the evolution of a 53-year-old organization that traditionally has been a transformational ski program, but now to a full year-round youth development organization that provides leadership programming for youth. A new home will allow us to build off the 1,600 annual youth to expand to about 500 to 700 more youth who have been on waiting lists, who want to access Yes's programs, but also our leadership corps, which is an after-school program that provides high school youth with the opportunity to give back to the community as a coach, as an instructor, and prepare them for college and careers. It's also a safe venue, T-accessible, but also provides the opportunity for loading and unloading, unlike Mass Ave, where it has typically become dangerous during rush hour times. It also allows Yes to continue to be a presence in the communities of Dorchester, Roxbury, JP, and Mattapan, particularly with our partners, Mildred C. Haley Development, Academy Homes, and at English High School with its track and field program. And it also allows us to really produce a ski shop, which will be an icon in the community and allow us to really be an integral part of this community. So in summary, this new home will allow YES to make the next step as a year-round youth development organization that serves youth, particularly those youth who wouldn't have access to these types of activities. So, thank you.
Next slide, please. Again, this is just some interior renderings. You know, again, on the top, you'll see the ski shop as we envision it. And this would serve as a kind of a home base where they could, you know, store equipment, fix equipment, load, and just go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I think this is the entrance. It would be really attractive from outdoors. I'm seeing a ski shop in an inner city neighborhood. Next to it would be the rock climbing facility, which would be a daytime challenge for the youth. And the third picture on the right-hand corner is upstairs, the training room. Will allow youth to training, team building, and other opportunities. None of this space is available at our current site at 412 Mass Ave. So we're really limited in what we can do.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Next slide, please. And so again, one last you know, view from the street on Amory Street. You can see the step back. You can see the bus drop off with the canopy. Next slide, please. And sorry, final slide is this is the view from the train tracks. And the idea on the top right was to create a cool mural that kind of branded YES as, you know, what they do, who they are now that they're here in Jamaica Plain. Hopefully it's a centralized location for youth from both Jamaica Plain as well as the whole city, as it's always been. Next slide, I think that's it. Great. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Well, I'll just say, this is my old neighborhood where Bellona used to be, and this is such an exciting project. You have Bikes Not Bombs already at the brewery. You have the JPNDC creating a family financial empowerment center, which will involve families and kids. And then now you have YES right there, and you have community servings down the street. So this is just a really exciting addition to the neighborhood, and I'm really happy to support it.
Great. I guess just one question. I just wanted to see and check in on, again, we get comments over a long stretch of time, but how the neighborhood has received this, and you know, again, any I guess resolutions to any opposition.
You know, there was 88 letters of support. There were a few folks who were unhappy with the height. We tried, you know, with Ebony's help, we tried to explain that JP Rocks had kind of changed the zoning expectation of 45 feet. You know, I don't think we got 100% of the way there, but I do think we got a strong 90% of the folks to support the project. And we just think change is hard. They're used to seeing a parking lot, but YES is a great organization, and this is a beautiful building, and we really think it's going to enhance this corner and do a lot of good for the folks who live there, myself included. You know, I live 2 blocks from here, so I'm really excited to be part of this project.
Yeah, and I think the feelings expressed by Councilor O'Malley were typical of the comments that I got back from the families, the partners, and those families we've yet to serve about YES moving into the community. So we're excited to be part of the neighborhood.
Oh, great, thank you. And glad that you're kind of starting on the right foot with communicating with the neighbors and everything like that. It's good to see. So thank you for doing that. All right, any additional questions or comments?
As a JP resident, I'll just second my peers' comments. This is a great addition to the neighborhood and transformative, part of a transformative process. Just fixing the sidewalks alone is a major step forward for the community. And I also want to thank Councilor O'Malley for all of his work and for working so closely with this group to make this such a strong project.
All right, great. Okay.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, I've known Brian Van Dorp for a long time. He's done great work with the youth in the city. I know a little bit less about YES, but I understand their programs are great, and I think it's a wonderful project. Thank you.
Awesome. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take one more before we start the public hearing. So item number 22, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code to approve the construction of a mixed-use development consisting of 29 residential home ownership units, including 6 IDP units, 23 parking spaces, and 23 bicycle spaces, and renovations to the existing Doyle's Restaurant located at 3484 Washington Street, 1 Gartland Street, and 60 Williams Street, and 69 Williams Street, to recommend approval to the Board of Appeal for the necessary zoning relief and to take all related actions. Lance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, good evening. I'd first like to orient the board members to the project site. If you aren't aware where Doyle's is, it's located at 3484 Washington Street. Gartland Street is under the tree canopy to the left, slightly around the corner. 1 Gartland, 60 Williams and 69 Williams are past the green light on the right. Next slide, please. The proposed project consists of a total of 29 new condominium units across 3 buildings with 23 parking spaces, including secured bike storage room for a total of 23 bicycles located inside the 1 Gartland Street building, including a new urban grocery store to serve the immediate neighborhood. Staff is recommending that the board take the following actions to issue a certification of approval: enter into an affordable housing agreement, enter into a community benefits agreements, and take any and all actions that are necessary associated with this project. Also, we're recommending we recommend approval to the City of Boston's Zoning Board of Appeal on petitions BOA 1207594, BOA 1207600, and BOA 1207609 for zoning relief necessary to construct the proposed project. You'll hear a brief presentation from Lee Goodman, the project proponent, and he will answer any questions deemed appropriate for the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Hello again. Again, this is Doyle's. It's 29 new homes. We're hoping to bring 2 new businesses. So this also finds itself inside JP Rocks, Plan JP Rocks, and we worked with Lance and his team to make sure we were fully compliant, and actually found a creative way working with JP Neighborhood Development Corporation to actually exceed our affordability requirement, and we will be excited to show you that as we go through the slides. Next slide, please. So this is 3 buildings. There's the existing building we're calling Anchor that has Doyle's as well as the market at grade. We're hoping for an urban market, a small bodega style, about 5,000 foot market, as well as 16 condominium units. 60 Williams, which is where the existing Doyle's parking lot is, would have 7 condominiums, and 69 Williams, which is in the triangular site across the street, would house 6 residential units, all affordable, and large units, 1 bedroom, 1 2 bedroom, 2 3 bedrooms, and 2 4 bedroom family size units. Next slide, please. So the site is made up of, in red, all of Doyle's, the two-family to the right on Gartland and Washington, as well as the Doyle's parking lot, and then the triangular site in blue, which is the existing parking on Meehan Street and a single-family home at 69 Williams. Next slide. So this is our context map, and it again shows the three buildings. So we have the anchor, which includes Doyle's, the market, and the housing, the 7 units, what we're calling the bridge. We call it the bridge because it goes from 5 stories at the anchor down to 4 stories at 60 Williams to blend itself back into the triple deckers that exist on William Street. And then the 6 units in the triangular site at 69 Williams. Next slide, please. So this is a site map of just where the new, restored Doyle's would be. One of the creative things we figured out was a way to essentially alleviate the traffic that goes down Williams currently by having, instead of an entry exit, we're gonna have an entry on Williams where the current entry of Doyle's is, and then an exit out with a left turn only onto Gartland, which would keep all the traffic away from the neighborhood and push it back towards Washington Street. This just shows 8 new street trees along Gartland and Washington. We're expanding the sidewalk on Gartland, and just doing general improvements to the basic area of the community, as well as trying to keep as much existing parking behind the restaurant as possible. Next slide, please. And this is 69 Williams, and again, the existing parking on Meehan Street. I think folks who've been to Doyle's know about that strip of parking, but again, there's some existing parking that's always been there, and we are not changing that. Next slide, please. So here is the same image, or the same angle as the first slide Lance started on. So at the intersection of Washington and Williams, Doyle's is at the bottom right. We're not changing anything about Doyle's as far as the footprint. We're not adding any building above Doyle's. The only hope is to create a small roof deck to have outdoor seating for the restaurant. And then on the left side, you see the urban market at grade, as well as the 16 condominiums above. So 4 units per floor times 4 floors. So each unit is a corner unit. Next slide, please.
Nice if it looks like that.
Here is the front facade, just a 2D elevation of Washington Street. It shows the new street trees. We want to add green space and trees to the roof deck to have, make it blend in and feel like a place you want to be. And it just kind of calls out all red brick, all aluminum wall panels, as well as wrought iron railings. It's supposed to feel like the original Doyle's. We saved the roof line of the existing Doyle's and brought it all the way around the building. And that's a feature we pick up on multiple buildings throughout the project. Next slide, please. So here's the roof deck I was referring to. We're hoping, Jamaica Plain doesn't have many other than Bella Luna places to sit outside. So we're really excited to offer a new a space that people can gather at in the summer months. Next slide, please. Here's looking back at the building down Gartland, so the corner of Gartland and Washington Street. And on the left side, you'll see this is the entry for the residential units. And then the market has the frontage on both the corner of Gartland and Washington. Next slide, please. This is just showing how far we kept our building, the new building on Gartland, away from the existing 3-family. There's 45 feet between them, and we're saving the existing tree as well as adding a bunch of new street trees to really green the area. Next slide, please. So now this is 60 Williams, which is again above the existing parking lot of Doyle's on the left. That's the green building. And then 69 Williams, the 6 affordable units, which is the red triangular building on the right. And again, the roof line of 69 Williams picks up the existing Doyle's roof line that you see in black above the Boston Light beer sign, which again is the original signboard, which we'll be refurbishing. Next sign, please. Next slide, please. Here's 60 Williams front facade. Again, just a classic triple decker style, clapboard siding, PVC trim painted just to look and give the feel of an existing triple decker, but a 4-story building as it blends its way back into the triple decker neighborhood. Next slide. Here is the 69 Williams, the affordable building on the right, streetscape. And again, this is 3 stories, and we just tried to pick up the rhythm of the existing 3 families here to kind of blend again back into the neighborhood of triple deckers. So we really wanted to celebrate Washington Street, try and create a 5-story building, but really get back down to 3 stories as you step down through the project. Next slide. Here's 69 Williams up close. It looks, hardy shingles made to look like an older building, the same roof line, and a bunch of new trees planted in the site as well. Next slide. And here is the back of 69 Williams, what we're calling the Meehan facade. And you'd be looking at that if you park on the Meehan strip for Doyle's. Next slide. That's it.
That concludes our presentation, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Well, I'll just echo what Councilor O'Malley said. I think the neighborhood is really excited about this project. The loss of Doyle's was very hard for the neighborhood, and people are really excited for this. And it's creative, it's ambitious, and I love the partnership with the JPNDC. I love the grocery store, and Brassica is a really fantastic restaurant with fantastic owners. So I think this is just a great project.
Many of us mourned the departure of Doyle's. Anyone involved in any form of public policy or politics in the city spent some time there. And I have to say that what I see in this proposal keeps that location a very attractive destination. I think you've done a great job of integrating a new project into a neighborhood without mimicking what is there. You've kind of evolved in aesthetic, and the combination of apartment sizes that you have included, or unit sizes that you've included, I think is very appropriate for the neighborhood, given all the other things that are going on in the area. So I commend you on this project.
Thank you.
Great. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And
Thank you very much.
good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take just a brief recess before we switch over to the public hearing portion of the meeting. So let's all come back at, let's just do a 5-minute break. So we'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Now, moving on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. Simultaneous Chinese interpretation is being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted in both Chinese, both Cantonese and Mandarin. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for our interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. To enable interpretation for Chinese, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen, and by selecting Chinese for Mandarin and Japanese for Cantonese. Also, you must mute original audio. Anna and Terry, would you now interpret the instructions I just gave?
I'll go first. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Terry Yang. I'll be your Mandarin interpreter. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 会是你们的国语翻译。待会呢，你会在屏幕的下方看到一个地球仪的图标，您选择这个地球仪的图标，然后再选择 Chinese， 就可以听到国语普通话的翻译了。如果你有任何的问题呢，你都可以举手。那我们待会见。好，谢謝。Anna, please take it away.
Thank you, Terry. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anna. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我係你嘅廣東話同步翻譯員。而家你見到我哋地球儀嘅時候咧，咁你揀落去今日嘅廣東話翻譯嘅頻道咧，將會係 Japanese 喎。咁你撳落去揀 Japanese， 咁你就會成功進入咗廣東話嘅翻譯頻道噶啦。多謝大家。如果你係揀用手機嘅話咧，咁你要撳3個點，再揀更多就要揀 Japanese， 咁你都成功進入咗廣東話翻譯頻道噶啦。Thank you so much. We'll see you guys later. 唔該晒。All set. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Ahmad, would you please kindly turn the interpretation on now? We're going to have to wait a bit to allow folks to join the interpretation channel. Just give us like a minute or so. As we wait, if you are having any difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone numbers that are presented on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen in case you have difficulties later on in the meeting. You can always call that number and someone will be available to help you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the statement for the public hearing. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80A-2, 80B-5, 80B-7, and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed nexus at the Alston Innovation Corridor Development, located at 250 through 280 and 305 Western Avenue in Alston, and the planned development area, development plan number 130, for the proposed project, and to consider the proposed project as a development impact project. The proposed project will add 3 new buildings totaling approximately 576,000 square feet, the gross floor area of retail, office, lab, and 40 residential units. This hearing was duly advertised on September 29th, 2021 in the Boston Herald and on September 30th, 2021 in the Boston Bulletin. This is a Bpda hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity to do so. We are taking both support and opposition at the same time. So if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. Bpda staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Carter will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed nexus of the Alston Innovation Corridor, project located at 250 to 280 and 305 Western Avenue. The Nexus project proposes to revitalize an underutilized section of Western Ave in Alston, replacing a vacant auto body shop, vacant buildings, and several parking lots with 3 new buildings, which will represent a mix of retail, residential, lab, restaurant, cultural space, and parking uses. As a result of an extensive, years-long community process, the project has grown and evolved and brings significant benefits to the neighborhood, including a large number of income-restricted units at a mix of affordability from 60 to 90%, a number of which are 3-bedroom units, all of which are income restricted, a learning lab for STEM education with opportunities to partner with local schools, as well as workforce development for the community, space for local retail, and a wide range of transportation, pedestrian realm, and open space improvements, including the creation of Artist Way and Westford Green. Additionally, the project will utilize a high-performance building envelope across all 3 buildings, utilizing a hybrid electric heating and cooling system in the life science buildings and an all-electric space heating and cooling and hot water heating in the residential building. The proposed project also includes an 11,000 square foot solar PV canopy array capable of supplying 128 megawatt hours annually. For the residential building, the proponent is targeting a carbon emission intensity of less than 1.6 kilograms of CO2 per square feet and an 8 to 10 kilogram CO2 per square feet target for the lab building, both based on the 2035 GHG emission factor. As proposed, the project achieves a LEED score of 62 to 65 and a LEED Gold rating. While the project was proposed before the start of the Western Ave corridor study being undertaken by the Boston Transportation Division, the proponent has been working continuously to study with the study to make sure that the project is consistent with and will continue to be consistent with the study. This is reflected in the increased setbacks of the building along the Western Ave and Everett Street, allowing for any future recommendations for the study. Thank you again for your time, and I will now turn to the development team to walk you through the project.
Thank you, Nick. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Mike Domenico from King Street Properties. We are the developer of the Nexus project, and we are partnered with the Mugar family, who many of you may know for their long history of philanthropy in the city, and the DiStefano family, who are longtime business owners in the neighborhood. I just wanted to start by thanking the board for your time here this evening and say that we are extremely excited to be here to present our project tonight. As Nick alluded to, over the past 3 years, this project has gone through a very robust public review process. We've had over 70 meetings with the community and city agencies. We've received a lot of feedback on our site plan, our building design, and our public benefits. And we've made numerous responsive changes throughout the process that result in the project that I'm going to present here tonight. I also wanted to thank the community and everyone from the city for all your hard work on this project to get us to where we are today. We truly have a better project because of all of the community input that we received. So with that, Nick, if you could go to the first slide, please. To orient everyone with the project location, it's highlighted in orange in the middle of the screen. This project is located at the intersection of Everett Street and Western Avenue and across from Smithfield, which many of you may know in the area. The next slide zooms in on the project and the existing conditions that are here today. So what exists here today is a lot of pavement, surface parking, auto-centric uses. There's Stadium Auto Body Shop, and there's not a lot of connectivity or green space or public open space on the site. There's also over 20 very large curb cuts, which create conflicts between pedestrians and vehicles, and we're looking to improve all of this. So with our design, this was where we started and wanted to really focus on creating a better streetscape and a better public realm for the community with better connections through the site. Next slide, please. This is a site plan showing the 3 different buildings. Starting from the bottom right-hand side on the south side of the street is 250 Western Avenue. This is a life science building. 280 Western Avenue is a residential building with above-grade parking. And then 305 Western Avenue on the north side of Western Avenue is another life sciences building. One thing to highlight on this site is that we've created several public areas of public open space, including Artist Way, which you see in the center of the site, to create a connection that aligns with Speedway to the north of it. And we've created setbacks so that we can really improve the streetscape. You can see along Western Avenue, the tree-lined streetscape that we're showing is able to accommodate a protected bicycle lane and wide sidewalks, which we'll show you in some images in the next few slides. Nick, if you could flip to the next slide. Yes, this is just highlighting the connections through Artist Way Westford Green, which you can see on the bottom side of the screen, and along Everett Street as well. We've pulled back the buildings from the streets to allow for all these setbacks. Next slide, please. So to highlight the first building, you can see the image on the left-hand side of the page and the bubble on the top of that image. This is the building that was on the bottom right-hand side of the page on the south side of Western Avenue. This is an image of what 250 Western Avenue looks like as you're standing on the corner of Western Avenue and Riverdale Street, looking back towards the building. This is approximately 259,000 square feet of research laboratory and office space with ground floor retail. We worked really hard on the design of this project, both with BCDC and the community, really focusing on how we could step the building back from both Western Avenue and from the residential neighborhood that's on the south side of this. You can see on this image on the left-hand side, there's a 3-story portion of the building that is closest to the residential neighborhood that steps up to a 5-story portion of the building, and then there is a central tower element that you can see in the center, which is 6 stories. Most of the facade that you experience along Western Avenue is 4 stories. So the combination of the step backs, we really tried to reduce the visual impact of the massing and create a better streetscape. So on the 2 images you can see on the right, we're using ground floor retail to really activate the streetscape and providing wide sidewalks with enough area to be able to provide outdoor seating and a protected bike lane with tree wells. Next slide, please. Moving on to 280, this is the building that's kind of in the center of our site plan. You can see the image on the left-hand side is showing the residential building with ground floor retail. In between, you can see the image of 250 Western Avenue that's on the left-hand side of the page, and Artist Way is in between those, which we'll have some more images of in the next few slides. But same idea here, where we're really trying to activate the ground plane with some retail on the corner. And you can see along Artist Way providing areas for public open space, seating. We're also providing civic space along Artist Way, which we'll show in more detail later, but there's civic space which can be artist studios, maker space that open up onto Artist Way to help activate that public open space. On the right-hand side of the page, in the top image, you can see how the residential building fronts the above-grade parking. One of the other things that we worked really hard on was to provide a full facade around the entire building, including the parking structure. So it wasn't just simply screened with fins. We have a full facade, so it really looks like one cohesive building and really makes it seem like it's all one residential building. Next slide, please. This building is the building that's on the north side of the street where Stadium Auto Body currently is. This is a roughly 265,000 square foot research and laboratory building, again with ground floor retail. We've tried to step the building back. Some of the feedback that we got through the community process was relocating massing from the south side of the street that abuts the residential neighborhood away from the neighborhood and over to the north side of the street. So we did that, but also kept the scale of the building along Western Avenue down lower than the portions of the building that step up towards the river. So you can see here, we have a 5-story portion of the building that fronts along Western Avenue. The images on the right-hand side, again, show providing wide streetscapes with protected bike lanes. The image in the top corner is looking at the corner of Everett Street and Western Avenue. We significantly pulled the building off of Everett Street, not only to provide a wider sidewalk and better connections up to the river, but to allow flexibility for the city in the future if there's a street widening project or other multimodal improvements like DCR is doing across the street. Next slide, please. So these images focus in on Artist Way, which is really the heart of the project. The image on the top left is a view as if you're standing on Western Avenue, looking in between 250 Western Avenue, which is on the left side of the image, and 280 Western Avenue, the residential building on the right side of the image. This building, this space is used for dual purpose. Most of the day, it is a pedestrian-only zone, and that's what these images show. There's flexible hardscapes, so there can be food truck festivals and other events for the community. We really want to activate it. We have the civic space that opens up onto it, as well as retail and restaurant space on the corners. The image you can see on the bottom left-hand side shows a site plan of what Artist Way looks like. In that image, it's shown set up for a festival, but in the peak evening hours, we're using it as a means of egress for vehicles to be able to exit the parking garage and get out onto Western Avenue. This was a result of changing the circulation so that we didn't have any vehicles exiting onto Riverdale Street and potentially cutting through the residential neighborhood. So during the times when this is not open during the peak evening hour, it will be a pedestrian-only zone. We will have physical barriers set up so that vehicles cannot drive down the drive aisle. So festivals like this that you see on the weekends and use of the space during the day will be safe for pedestrians to use the entire space. And on the right-hand side, I've just shown some precedent images of what the seating areas and landscaping will look like along Artist Way. Next slide, please. This is an image of Westford Green, which is on the south side of the project. This is a public park that will be open to the public, but maintained in perpetuity by the owner. And this is really a place of respite, used as a way for the neighborhood along Westford Street to connect up north through the site, but really a tranquil pocket park that has some lawn, some outdoor seating like the images that you see here today. So trying to provide a mix of spaces that can be used for the community. Next slide, please. Nick alluded to some of these benefits in his introduction, but we really think there's a lot of really great public benefit here as a result of the public process. I noticed a lot of the urban design benefits in terms of the complete streets and public spaces that we're providing as part of the project. We're improving connectivity by setting back our buildings, allowing for a better pedestrian zone, and also allowing for connections from the neighborhood to the south up through the Charles River. And then there are numerous economic and community benefits too. The types of companies that will be in these buildings, these life science companies, sometimes people think that they only employ people that hold PhD degrees, but there's really a wide range of employment opportunities, all the way from someone who has their GED up to PhD. These are innovative companies that are discovering life-saving therapies, and it's a great addition to the community. I mentioned the civic space along Artist Way. We're dedicating 2,500 square feet for that to be used as artist space. And we're creating 35 residential units as part of the project, which are 26% on-site income restricted, and we have a range of affordabilities from 60% to 90% AMI. And we made all the 3 bedrooms income restricted so we could really focus on affordable family housing, which is a point that we heard loud and clear from the community. We have our community linkage payments of approximately $4.3 million. And we've also made a commitment to provide space for local retailers within the project. We've committed that at least 2/3 of our tenants will be non-chains, and we're going to provide tenant improvement dollars for local tenants so they can build out their space without a lot of upfront capital expense. And the last item on here is the Learning Lab. And Nick, if you could go to the next slide. We're extremely excited about this. We talk a lot about the job opportunities that are available from the companies that are going to be occupying these buildings. And as part of our project, we're going to be building a combination of classroom and laboratory space that we're calling the Nexus Learning Lab. And it's dual purpose. So one of the purposes is to have hands-on educational programs for local schools and local students to come learn about the life sciences industry and really help bolster STEM education. And the second is to provide job seminars and training for the local workforce to make them aware of what type of job opportunities exist in these buildings, and not only in this project, but in the life sciences industry in general. So we're really excited about this as a way to really connect the community to what's happening inside these buildings. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions or provide any additional detail.
Great, thank you. Before we start the public testimony, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, let's just go ahead and go through the public testimony. So it's now time for the public testimony. So when you do, please announce your name and affiliation, your position for the proposed project. Again, please speak slowly, as we do have interpretation services being conducted at this time. So with that, Secretary Polhemus, do we have any comments?
Sure. Michael, Councilor Flaherty, do you have, did I unmute you properly?
Yes. Can you hear me, Secretary?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
You're cutting in and out, but I think we can hear you.
I'll try to get maybe a little bit of a better signal.
Yes, it is.
Right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is City Councilor Michael Flaherty, here to speak in support of the petition. MGH is a valued partner in our city. Not only do they offer top quality, world-renowned clinical care and research, they're the largest non-governmental employer in the city with an annual payroll of over $432 million. They provide significant public benefits to the city, separate from their general operations. And this clinical building project is necessary for MGH to continue to meet its mission and objectives as the demands and delivery of care have continued to evolve, particularly during COVID-19. MGH has worked closely with the community as well as with their local elected officials, my colleague, City Councilor Ken Bach, and also my colleague in government, State Representative Jay Livingstone. With that said, I'd like to reiterate that I want to go on record of supporting this proposal and encourage MGH to continue to work closely with the community to address, mitigate, and resolve any outstanding or additional concerns during each and every phase of the project. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and thank you, Secretary, for getting me on.
Thank you very much. Did you have any items you wanted to testify about, or was MGH the only one? Okay, let's move on to the next one. Frederica, did I say that properly? You need to unmute yourself. Frederica Vikely, go ahead.
Hi, I'm actually tuning in because I'm waiting for the Samuels project, and I think I might have thrown things off by logging in too early.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'll put your hand down, and when we get to that project, you can just raise it again, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Barry Keaty, do you want to unmute yourself?
Yes, hi, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I've been following this project for about 3 years. I'm with the Boston Plumbers Union. We've had dozens of members at public meetings when we could have them, and we've had dozens of members on the Zoom meetings when we've had them. We've submitted upwards of 120 letters in favor of this project. King Street Properties is probably one of the best developers in my mind in the city. We fully support this project and ask the board to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keaty. Sarah Burzillo?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm a direct abutter. I live at 287 Everett Street, right behind the Century Bank, and I am fully in support of this project. I'm very excited about it and have been following it for a while now, and I'm looking forward to having all that open space and bike lanes. I think it'll be a great enhancement to the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Mina Perez, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, this is Mina Perez, Senior Agent for the Carpenters Union. I'd like to go on record on behalf of all our Boston residents, hundreds of them that belong to our organization. We have been participating in public meetings, and kudos to the Bpda for conducting very thorough reviews. We are happy that we are at this point now, and it is with great respect that we ask for your support and vote in affirmative on this project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Mike D., you can unmute yourself.
Yes, I jumped in and out. Are we discussing the MGH project as well?
No, we're not. We're talking about a project in Alston Brighton.
as I thought. So I will just add, I represent many women and men of the Ironworkers Local, and I speak in support of this project.
Thank you very much. Lindsay Harvey, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name is Lindsay Harvey, and I'm the owner and director of an early childhood and preschool program called Yeldenu at 300 Western Avenue. And I have the great pleasure of having Joseph DiStefano be my landlord. And having been a part of the community for the past 5 years in this location, I see that it's going to be a wonderful opportunity to bring the community together and to rebuild and to develop, especially after the pandemic and so many people leaving the city. And I'm in full support of this project and look forward to having this move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Michael Burns from Local 17.
Good evening, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, and members of the Bpda. My name is Michael Burns, and I am a council representative for Sheet Metal Workers Local 17 here in Boston, employing several thousand young men and women in the building trades. And I'd like to rise tonight in support of this project. As a former resident of the Alston-Brighton neighborhood for many years in my youth and college, I know the area well, and we feel it's going to be a great project. We'd like to thank King Street for their presentation and their commitment to working. You know, we mentioned how many other jobs it will create, but it's also going to create many, probably hundreds of construction jobs over there for you know, many young men and women of the Alston, Brighton, and metropolitan Boston community that may not be college bound, for a career that will provide them with an apprenticeship and a pathway to the middle class. And those are jobs that, you know, somebody has to do. And so we appreciate the commitment from all involved. And I just want to rise in support of several thousand members of my union, many of whom live in the metropolitan Boston area, to support this project. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Justin Desmond, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Justin Desmond. I'm a representative for District Council 35. We represent the painters, drywall finishers, and glass and glazers in the city of Boston. We thank you for the time, and we also thank the presenters for this project, and we want to come on record in full support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Monty Brodek.
My apologies. I'd like to speak on the next item.
Okay, we'll put your hand down and you can raise it again for the next item. Troy Brogan, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, I serve on the Impact Advisory Group for this project, and we've had meetings over the past several years, and it's been an interesting project to watch it, especially evolve over time. A lot of the requests that were made by members of the Impact Advisory Group, including myself, were the proponents have really worked hard to try to modify the project in accordance with our requests. They, for instance, I'll just name a few. The affordability above 13% on some of the housing units, they've exceeded that. The type of units, the size of them, making them more family friendly, and they went above and beyond in that respect and really met that request. And also the massing and the size of the buildings, we asked that it be modified a bit, and they made significant changes to accommodate our request there as well. And of course, it's been mentioned, but the preferential treatment given to local renters and retail businesses in that artist way, as opposed to chains, and that was important to us, as well as making some parking available for residents to use in after hours. So in all these areas, and probably some I'm not recalling just at this moment, the proponent has really gone above and beyond in trying to meet those requests that we've made of them. So as an Impact Advisory Group member, I'm excited for the project, and I look forward to its next phase. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Peggy Iafrate?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I am a direct abutter at 2527 Riverdale Street, and I have been nothing but pleased with the partnership and effort that everyone involved in the Nexus project has really listened to us, and I'm excited for this project to move forward. I can't believe how beautiful our neighborhood's going to be once it's completed. I just wanted to say thank you to them for really every time there's been any issue with rodents or, you know, the buildings are all empty right now, they've just jumped right in and helped out. So it's been great.
Thank you. Vincent Coyle, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Vincent Coyle, business agent with the Ironworkers of Local 7. I've been following this project for a while now. Thank you to King Street Properties. My residents of Boston, Brighton area, we rise in favor of this project. I represent many members from Boston, especially ones from Alston and Brighton. Also like to let you know, the community know we have an apprenticeship program that's open in January to apply, you know, so there's a great possibility of having anyone from the Alston Brighton area on this project. You earn while you learn. So you can go to an apprenticeship program for 3 years and be on a project. And being a resident of Alston Brighton, we rise in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. John Bruno, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and Madam Chair and the board, thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns. I strongly support this project. I'm a lifelong resident of Brighton. My family has been here for over 7 decades. I've served on a number of task forces, including BU, BC, Harvard Task Force, where I chaired, been on several IAGs, and this is the first time in a long time that I've seen such a development core of community concerns be addressed. And Michael Domenico did a marvelous job summarizing a lot of the things, which I would also say too that, you know, from the several iterations of this project and the number of meetings that we had over, I think, 3 or 4 years, you know, they decreased the size of the project, they decreased the parking, they have income restricted 3-bedroom units. And to me, being a longtime resident here, a 3-bedroom income restricted unit means that we're going to attract families. And that's so important to revitalize our area in that particular, you know, spot. You talk about Little League and hockey and dancing and things of that nature. And to also provide a Nexus Learning Lab, you know, with the Boston Public Schools, so essential as this, you know, particular industry, you know, widens and gains momentum. And so the life science industry is so, you know, vital to our area. And one of the things that Mr. Domenico didn't mention as we negotiated through all this was that from Everett Street to Sodersfield Road, they're going to widen the road. Widening that road helps mitigate traffic coming into our area and encourages people not to cut through the neighborhood, but rather to mitigate their traffic through the Sodersfield Road area. And I would say to you that 3/4 of a mile to my left and 3/4 of a mile to my right, there's probably about 2,000 additional units of housing. This commercial residential blend is really essential. I mean, to work here and to live here and to support our neighborhood is imperative and really goes a long way to, you know, maintaining the integrity of our neighborhood. So, you know, with all these iterations, I strongly support this. And again, being a lifelong resident, it's just exciting to see the components not only redevelop this area, but tastefully, so that you're hearing a lot of the neighbors in total support of this kind of a project. I hope that the board approves this project. Thanks for your help.
Thank you. Joseph Umbro, you can unmute yourself. Joseph Umbro?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, thanks.
Well, I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak. I'm been associated with that neighborhood my whole life. I have a business in town, 49 years now, and I own property on Everett Street. And I just wanted to say that it's a fantastic thing for the neighborhood, and all the jobs it's going to create is all well and good. But we're also not talking about after the jobs are gone, after the cranes are gone, after the construction's over. It's going to be something really beautiful to look at. I have family that still lives in the area, and I'm looking forward to my grandchildren enjoying this area. That Artist Way, I think, is fantastic, and I think it's going to be just a fantastic thing for the neighborhood to have when it's all done. Even long after the construction's over, which the jobs are great, like I said, it's going to be something great to look at for generations to come. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Youngbo? Can you unmute yourself?
Hi. Yeah, I'm Yangbo. I'm a resident of 287 Everett Street. I have been living there for a couple of years now. I'm strongly support this project because based on the discussion, based on the plan, the design, all these considerations, I think this project will make this area like a much better, enjoyable place to live, to work, and to even visit and pass by. So again, I'm strongly support this project. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who would like to testify on the Nexus project? Please raise your hand. Brian Hart, go ahead and unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself, Brian. Brian, if you could unmute yourself. Brian, if you're having difficulty unmuting yourself, you can call into the office. The phone number is 617-918-4236, and we will get you on when you call in. Is there anybody else who would like to testify on this proposed project? Okay, Madam Chair, I think that concludes the public hearing unless Mr. Hart calls in, and then I'll let you know and we can take them.
Great. So do we have any email testimony that we have to read into the record?
Yes, I have two.
Perfect.
My first email is from a Max Rome. We are writing to give comments on the Nexus at the Innovation Corridor project being heard by the Bpda tomorrow. Overall, we feel this is in a good place to add density to the neighborhood and will upgrade a stretch of Western Ave that is in need of some love and attention. However, as close neighbors to this project site, we are deeply concerned about this project's excessive emphasis on automobiles and parking. The current plan calls for a parking ratio of 1 per 1,000 square feet. This is not appropriate for an urban neighborhood that is well served by good bus routes and a short walk from the Boston Landing Station. A ratio of 0.4 per 1,000 square feet, as have been used throughout Kendall Square, would be more appropriate. Excess parking spaces could be better used for additional housing or improvements to the public realm. We are particularly concerned with how the proposed circulation plan will impact Riverdale Street, a very quiet residential street that is used to access Smith Park. This is a street I walk down every day with my 2-year-old child on our way to the park. This is not an appropriate location for the parking garage access that is currently proposed. The wide road being proposed as a connector between Everett Street and Riverdale is excessive and further cuts apart existing pedestrian routes. And that's from Max and Hazel Rome again. And then I have another letter. This is from a number of members from the IAG, Joanne Barber, Jeff Jones, Will Luzier, Cindy Marchando, Tim McHale, John Jenkins, Nick Gecko, and Tom Lally Jr. The Nexus IAG members appreciate the opportunity to submit this letter prior to the Bpda board meeting today. We understand the proponent is seeking the board's approval. First, we'd like to commend the proponent for its long and resilient journey in shaping the project. It has come a long way, and we can support the project and its overall mission, improvements to Western Ave, and the contributions it will make to the neighborhood. We look forward to further discussing as the permitting process evolves. We do, however, reserve our full approval of the project subject to the resolution of the matters below. The community and IAG received the commitment from the Bpda that this and every other neighborhood project would not go before the board until the Western Avenue study was completed and codified. This did not happen with Nexus. It was taken out of the loop and required an accelerated discussion and negotiation between the IAG and proponents on community benefits. This never transpired. The IAG and the proponent have not had ample time to fully develop a community benefits package, and frankly, the IAG was surprised on how fast the board date was established. Without time to react in a normal manner, we submit this letter literally hours before the board meeting. We respectfully request that the board vote includes the stipulation that the parties negotiate a satisfactory benefit package. Herein are the issues and benefits we see as paramount to address. The IAG process that the proponent entered into, the IAG proposes that the proponent enter into an agreement with the Bpda and community and commit a dedicated sum to support the community benefits package. This benefit package will be informed by a community needs assessment being done as part of the Harvard's ERC and the IAG comment letter of 4/15/20. This dedicated sum that would support the package would be established by either one, a negotiated percentage of the total development cost of the project, arriving at an equitable and fair percentage between the proponent's benefit and the neighborhood's benefit, and two, a review of other mega projects in Boston and calculate the square footage calculation between the TDC and value of the community benefits. And I'm getting the stop sign there, so I will stop there.
Okay, thank you. All right, so questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a comment, I guess a question and a comment. Nick, you mentioned 128 meg annually was going to be generated from those solar panels. Do you happen to know, or Mike, do you happen to know the number of solar panels they used in that calculation?
I received a square footage amount, 11,000 square feet of panels, and I think maybe the proponent has a better idea of the actual number that represents.
One solar panel, 17.6 square feet, so I can figure out what they, how many solar panels just from that calculation. The other is, I see a trend, I'm just curious, I wasn't part of the neighborhood meetings, and the reason it's all electric, which being an electrician, I'm not complaining, but I find it a little, I'm not sure people really understand generation of electricity and where it comes from. But are there any discussions on where the electricity comes from? So at nighttime when the demand is high and people don't have a gas stove or they don't have gas heat, they have electric heat and electric stoves. Does anybody discuss or ask where the electricity is coming from?
I have not heard any questions on that topic. This is a project that has had an extensive process, and I kind of have stepped in towards the end of it. So I think I will defer to the proponent if they've heard any questions on that.
I can respond to that. We have not heard any questions regarding that, but just regarding the move to all electric buildings or more electrified buildings, is that I know that's a goal of the city. You know, the grid over time will become cleaner. It's a way to reduce carbon emissions. So, you know, we were asked to look really hard at that and to find ways that we could introduce more electric components into our heating systems, even into the laboratory building.
I understand, you know, I understand it wasn't your original thought as much as you care about the environment. I know it's usually people encouraging you too, but the electricity is coming from gas power plants. And when the demand is high, certain times of the year, the electricity is actually coming from coal and oil and trash and methane, which is actually all dirtier than natural gas. So what they're trying to prevent, they're actually doing more harm than good when they make these buildings all electric, because natural gas power plants is where the majority of electricity comes from. And then, you know, okay, nuclear is a portion of it, but there's an awful lot of trash that's burnt to generate electricity, as wood and methane, which are all dirtier than gas. And so I find it kind of ironic. I just wonder if these people actually know what they're talking about. I know it's the buzzword and the narrative is get rid of fossil fuels, but they're actually doing more harm to the environment than they are if they just had natural gas heat and in cooking. And again, I'm an electrician, so I benefit, but I find it comical to listen and watch. So that's my question and my comment. Thank you.
I had a question about an apparent disconnect between what appears to be a very extensive and interactive and responsive community engagement process, and then the language of the IAG communication that we just heard that suggests that there wasn't enough time to negotiate a community benefits package. But I think we saw a pretty extensive list of community benefits. So could someone explain the disconnect between that last communication and this extensive process that has gone on?
Sure, I can address that. I think that some of the items that are listed there, we are addressing. I think some of it may have been a concern to make sure that we are committed to doing those and that's codified, and we are. I think other issues that are in there, we can continue to work with the IAG through our cooperation agreement, but in my opinion, I think that we are accomplishing a lot of the community goals with the benefits that we're providing.
Okay, thank you.
I would also agree with Mike's assessment on that. This project has enjoyed quite a long process that has garnered quite a bit of support, and I did receive a call from a number of other IAG members today voicing their support for the project as well. We will have a chance to hash out some of these things through the co-op agreement, and we do, as an agency, feel that they are addressing a lot of these concerns and needs.
Thanks.
Great. Additional questions or comments? Very good, Carol.
Can you talk briefly about the type of lab space that's being built in this building and any issues around what biosafety level are the labs and any public safety issues there might be?
Sure. So we own and operate life science properties all across the state of Massachusetts. So we're a highly experienced operator. This is our core competency. Everything that we own and operate is a life science building, so we're very familiar with what our tenants are doing inside the buildings. And we are not going to have any use higher than a biosafety level 2 in the lab. So there are not any pathogens that can be inhaled or anything like that. Highest level of safety is being provided in this building. We are truly building this building as a life science building, so all of the infrastructure that's needed to make sure that there's proper ventilation, proper air, proper power for safety. We're building all of that into the infrastructure of the building, and not waiting to see if we get a life science tenant and waiting to put in that infrastructure. So we are ensuring that all those safety procedures are going to be in place, and we monitor our tenants to make sure that they're complying with all local regulations, which there are numerous regulations for these life science companies. So between our operational expertise and other regulatory bodies, we feel confident this is going to be a safe operation.
Great, thank you.
Some additional questions or comments? Okay, just one quick comment. Just kudos. I'm really excited about the Nexus Learning Lab. Having been a former employee of Vertex, and I participated in their learning lab. So it was great as an employee, but also really kind of doing that full circle experience that we want for our community and residents, and seeing building that pipeline in STEM. So yeah, so thanks for that. So if there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to make a note that we are going to stop the interpretation right now, and then we'll start it again when you're reading the chair statement for the next item, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
All right, so let's go ahead and jump into the next item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care. All right, so this as well will have simultaneous Chinese interpretation, and that's being provided using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions of how to access the interpretation have been interpreted into Chinese, both Cantonese and Mandarin. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all speaking today that we ask that everyone speak slowly for our interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak a little more slowly. So thanks in advance for that. To enable interpretation for Chinese, please click the globe icon on the bottom of your screen, and by selecting Chinese for Mandarin and Japanese for Cantonese. Also, you must mute original audio. So Anna and Terry, if you would now please interpret the instructions I just gave.
Thank you so much. I'll go first this time. Good evening, I'm Anna, and sorry about the background noise in my neighborhood. I will be providing Cantonese interpretations for this section. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我為大家提供廣東話嘅同步翻譯環節。咁咧一陣間你見到個地球儀咧，咁你撳落去揀如果廣東話咧，今日就要揀 Japanese 喎，撳 Japanese， 咁你就會成功進入咗廣東話嘅翻譯頻道㗎啦。唔該大家 ，Go ahead Terry。
Thank you, Anna. Hi everyone, my name is Terry. I'll be your Mandarin interpreter. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 我会是您的国语翻译。待会呢，你会在屏幕下方看到一个地球仪的图标，您选择地球仪的图标，再选择 Chinese， 就可以进入到国语的频道了。如果您是用手机或者 iPad 上的话呢，你可以点屏幕下方的3个点，然后再选择国语的选项 Chinese， 就可以进入到国语的频道了。好，谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Okay, thank you. And Ahmad, would you please now turn the interpretation on? We're just going to wait a couple seconds for folks to join the interpretation panel. You'll see the globe icon just appeared at the bottom of the screen. All right. So while we're waiting, if you have any difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the phone number that is listed on the screen there. Take note of the phone number. Again, if you're having any difficulties later on in the meeting, you can go ahead and call that number. All right, so now I'll read the introduction for this item. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80A-2, 80B-5, and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the amended and restated development plan for the planned development area number 36 Landmark Center, 401 Park Drive, 201 Brookline Avenue, Fenway. The companion zoning map amendment and notice of project change for the Phase 3 of the Landmark Center redevelopment project in the Fenway neighborhood as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on September 29, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a Bpda hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity to do so. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. So if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. Bpda staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. And finally, The proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. So Ms. Kerr will now begin the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. I'm pleased to be before you all this evening with a series of recommendations for your consideration in connection with the Landmark Center redevelopment project in the Fenway neighborhood. Landmark Center was first approved as both a development project and a 121A project by the BRA board in December of 1996 for the rehabilitation of the former Sears Catalog warehouse building. Just to orient ourselves a bit, most recently, phase 1 of the Landmark Center redevelopment project saw the completed rehabilitation and revitalization of the former Sears building with a mixture of commercial, retail, office, and parking uses, and expanded and improved open spaces, including the popular Time Out Food Hall and adjacent green space. Phase 2, which is presently under construction and expected to be completed in Q3 of next year, will see the delivery of an approximately 506,000 square foot office, laboratory, and research and development building, and a new public plaza along the Fullerton Street side of the Landmark Center building. The proposed actions before the board this evening relate to phase 3 of the Landmark Center redevelopment project, the Landmark Center 121A project, and the underlying planned development area within which the site sits. With respect to phase 3 of the Landmark Center redevelopment project, the proponent filed a notice of project change with the Bpda in April of this year for the construction of a new state-of-the-art net zero building with approximately 550,000 square feet of office, life sciences, and research and development space, and an approximately 50,000 square foot grocery store on the ground floor. As proposed, the notice of project change for phase 3 represents an increase of approximately 490,000 square feet of net new building area across the Landmark Center redevelopment project. The phase 3 project will also include substantial public realm improvements along Park Drive in complement to the green space completed in phase 1, the creation of additional new open space, and improved pedestrian pathways and circulation throughout the project site in connecting Landmark Center to the MBTA's Fenway Green Line station. The phase 3 project constitutes a development impact project, and as proposed, the proponent would provide an approximately $7,150,000 contribution to the Neighborhood Housing Trust and an approximately $1,314,500 contribution to the Neighborhood Jobs Trust in connection with the project. Following the submission of the phase 3 notice of project change on June 16th of this year, the proponent filed with the Bpda an application for the 11th amendment to the report and decision for the Landmark Center 121A project, which proposes that the phase 3 project, as described, be included in the 121A. In anticipation of the Landmark Center 121A expiring in March of next year, that is 2022, the proponent also proposes an amended and restated development plan for planned development area number 36, Landmark Center, which would amend, restate, and supersede the existing development plan, which was last revised in November of 1989 in its entirety. To summarize and break that all down, it's a little bit complex. What we have before the board this evening is 1, the notice of project change for the construction of phase 3, 2, an amendment to the 121A to include phase 3 for the remaining duration of the 121A, which again is set to expire in March of next year, and 3, the reinstatement of the planned development area for Landmark Center, which will supersede the zoning deviations granted in the 121A when that 121A expires. The Bpda was pleased to work with the Brookline Avenue Community Advisory Committee, local elected officials, and the broader Fenway neighborhood throughout the Article 80 review process for these proposed actions. The Landmark Center Phase 3 project presents a substantial package of community benefits and mitigation measures, which have all been detailed in your board memo. In particular, I'd like to call attention to the proponent's efforts in partnership with both city and state agencies to facilitate the completion of key missing links in the Fenway multi-use path through the Phase 3 project. This was identified as a priority of the Brookline Avenue CAC and neighborhood early on in the process, and with the support of District City Councilor Kenzie Bach and our partners at the Massachusetts Department of Transportation and the MBTA, the proponent has engaged in very productive conversations as of late, and collectively we all look forward to seeing these efforts come to fruition. Additionally, a $500,000 contribution from the proponent in support of life sciences workforce development initiatives will allow the Bpda and partner agencies and departments across the city of Boston to develop and implement workforce training programs to ensure city residents are prepared and equipped to successfully fill the increasing number of employment opportunities arising across the city in the life sciences industry. In closing, I would like to thank the members of the Brookline Avenue Community Advisory Committee, many of whom, are with us this evening, for their time, efforts, and thoughtful participation in this Article 80 review process. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge the Office of District City Councilor Kenzie Bach for their continued engagement and advocacy. The councilor is also with us this evening and will be pleased to share some comments once we get to testimony as well. Representing the development team, we are joined this evening by Abe Menzen of Samuels & Associates, David Manfredi of Altus Manfredi Architects, and Keith LeBlanc of LeBlanc Jones Landscape Architects. Both the development team and BPDA staff will be happy to answer any questions the board may have at the conclusion of the presentation. I will hand you over to Abe Menzen for an introduction from the development team. Abe?
Thanks, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. We really are excited to present the third and final phase of the redevelopment of the Landmark Center. This has been a labor of love for all of us. We've been working on it for over a decade now, and really appreciate the efforts of Bpda staff, the CAC, Councilor Bach and her office, as well as the many community members that participated in what was really a collaborative process and led to really a great outcome. Ashling can, perfect, thank you. So this is just, I think everybody is familiar with the project. We've been in front of the BPDA board several times now, and I know everybody knows the property, but this is an image that just sort of provides a little bit of a sense of what we're trying to do as part of phase 3. This is showing the park that we've created at the corner of Brookline Ave and Park Drive, and really the goal here is to extend that green all the way around the building, extend the connections around the building, through the building, and even to other neighborhoods. Next. So our goals for phase 3 are really the same goals that we established over 10 years ago when we set out to redevelop the project. First and foremost was connecting to the open space. The Muddy River at the time that we became the developer of the property was being daylit. There were plans to daylight the Muddy River, and the goal really was to extend the Emerald Necklace onto both sides of Park Drive. And it's taken many years and many iterations with various tenants and retail tenants to re-tenant the ground floor in a way that creates great food uses, active storefronts, and provided the ability to really green those surface parking lots. We're converting with phase 3, we will achieve over 2 acres of open space and conversion of surface parking lots to green space. We'll talk a lot about connectivity tonight. We've worked on bicycle connections, pedestrian connections in front of the building, through the building, around the building, from the building to adjacent neighborhoods, and that's been really critical to connect not only the building, the pass through the building, but also to the MBTA station in a really engaging way. This will be a net zero building. We're using what we're calling a hybrid electric approach, where we're electrifying over 90% of the load of the building, dramatically reducing the amount of fossil fuels consumed, and procuring green sources of power for the remaining energy, also lowering the emissions by over 50%. It was very important to us to enclose an existing 13-bay open-air loading dock that we inherited, to bring a grocer into the building, to do a comprehensive set of transportation upgrades, which we'll cover, as well as other neighborhood improvements, and of course, creating an innovation hub here with thousands of transit-oriented jobs. Next slide, please. This is just an image showing the phasing. The area outlined in pink is the phase 3 area. The phase 2, which Ashling noted proceeded in 2017 to the board, is in blue. So the phase 3 area is adjacent to the green line and to the train station, fronted by Park Drive as well. And it consists of the area that the Bed Bath & Beyond building and the parking structure and loading docks are currently housed in a non-historic 1960s addition that will be demolished. Next slide. This is where we started from, just some quick slides of phase one, where we started from with people literally the only path to the Green Line train station through the parking lots to parks and pathways in phase one. Next slide. And then active storefronts, art, public art, and connections of the food hall to the park. Next slide. These are images of the connections we've made through the building, and it's been very important to connect diagonally, essentially across the building as part of phase three. We'll be extending these connections through the interior of the building to create better connectivity, in particular to the grocery store. Next slide. This is an image of 201 Brookline, where we set the building on the corner of Brookline Avenue and Fullerton Street back to create a plaza, to create bike lanes and roadway improvements along Fullerton Street and Kilmarnock Street as well. Next slide. And then just a quick slide on connectivity. So the phase three area is really the dark orange to the left of the screen. And you can see in blue the pedestrian connections that we're making to the train station. Shown in orange is a new a plan for a multi-use path, a cycle track that DCR intends to build along Park Drive. And then in purple, coming from the train station to that path, is a new multi-use path connection that we'll be building from Park Drive down to the train station. Another critical element is the multi-use path that's shown along the railroad tracks. We've already built the section of that path that fronts on the phase three project area. And as Aisling noted, we've been working very hard and have devoted significant resources and effort to making that connection underneath the Park Drive Bridge, which will connect Longwood to Fenway and ultimately to Kenmore. So with that, I'll turn it over to David Manfredi.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden and Secretary Bohemus. Good to be with you this evening. On our cover sheet, which went by very quickly, you saw the building in its context. You'll see it again at the end of this presentation. But that context really is about the historic Sears building and now the addition of the new building at 201 Brookline. We have always approached this work with the conviction that Sears has always been the star of the show, and that these buildings create a kind of appropriate background that is differential to that historic Sears building and its place in the city. The proposal, as you see it on the screen, replaces an existing Bed Bath & Beyond and above-grade parking with a new green space, a very green facade on the west side of the building, which you can see an art walk along the multi-use path that Abe just described, and a series of porches on the building that obviously provide great amenity for our tenants, but also abut the adjoining residential neighborhood immediately to the west. Next, please. At street level, there is this new piazza, which provides drop-off for the grocery store that you can see beyond, and also drop-off for our office/life science building, whose front door is really on the third floor of the building. And all of these buildings will now be connected by new green roof at the third level. The second level is one level of parking. The rest of the parking has been relocated to below grade. And you'll notice that that one level of parking has a enhanced floor-to-floor height in order to accommodate occupiable space when that kind of parking demand is no longer required. Next, please. From the north, you can see the building in its context with 201 Brookline. If I start on the far right side of this image, You can see the multimodal path that Abe referred to with its new array of new trees, the art walk along the edge of the building, and then the green that climbs up the building and the porches that abut the surrounding neighborhood. You can also see the totally enclosed loading dock that Abe referred to, and the new 201 Brookline building, which is now partially enclosed, fully topped off. And what you can't see, but you will see, is the rehabilitation of Fullerton Street, which we believe is converted from a service alley to a real street with all of the components of complete streets. Next, please. Keith LeBlanc is not able to be with us tonight. I will describe the landscape improvements. And you can see that phase 3 really represents the completion of the greening of this entire block. We replaced surface parking in front of Bed Bath & Beyond with new green space, with new drop-off. And you can also see the note that says 12-foot wide shared use path. This connects public realm, that is Park Drive, with a new path, significant change in grade, but that brings the public from public way down through the property to the Green Line MBTA station. You also see the relocation of the ramp to below grade parking in order to minimize conflicts between pedestrians and bikes. You see new green lawn as well as the improvements along the shared use path on the west side of the building. Next, please. This is new green space in the tradition established on the east side of the building, smaller here, but again, publicly accessible 24/7. Next, please. And then our shared use path. That's Park Drive on the left. As you can see, the rise in the street as it goes up over the Green Line tracks, the connection for both pedestrians and bicycles down to the MBTA, our drop-off to the right. Our public benefits in terms of our planning, really, as Abe described, connectivity between using our site as connection between public realm at Park Drive on Brookline Avenue down to the MBTA, the separation of the different users, bikes, peds, and automobiles, the creation of new open space, the greening of the remainder of the site, our LEED Gold sustainability certification, the enclosed loading, which, as you can imagine, if you know this site, that exterior loading has been agitation to the neighbors for a long time, and all of the truck movements will now be inside. A full-service grocery, and a whole series of transportation in the full meaning of the word, not just vehicles, but more importantly, pedestrians and bicycles on all four sides of this block. And with that, Mr. Minzen will conclude our presentation.
Just a quick word on sustainability. Our goal really for this project has been to set the bar extremely high, to really head to where all of the regulations that are being discussed to the highest level of commitment there. So we've got a triple glazed facade. We have electrified, as I said, the majority of our energy use, net zero power procurement, and over a half an acre of green roofs. So this will be one of the lowest carbon life science buildings for sure in the city to be built, and we're very proud of that. Next slide. Just quickly on mitigation, in addition to the public benefits that David described, I won't go through all of these in the interest of time, but we have over $3 million of commitments to neighborhood transportation priorities. First and foremost, making that connection underneath Park Drive, working with the MBTA to help facilitate their relocation of some equipment in building finally, that path that will connect Fenway and Longwood. In addition, we have station improvements planned and a shuttle service for folks, particularly seniors, to reach the grocery store in its current planned location. Next. We have over $10 million in linkage payments between 201 Brookline and Phase 3. Importantly, we have a life science workforce development initiative that includes $500,000 of seed funding, all with the goal of convening a task force of experts in industry and nonprofits in the public sector to really identify the needs of the workforce of the future and help plan training for bringing people into these life science buildings to work. We also have a variety of neighborhood improvements as well as commitments, financial commitments to some of the neighborhood open space initiatives that we're very passionate about. And with that, I will, maybe we'll go to the last slide so you can see the image that David mentioned at the beginning. Maybe the next slide, if that's okay. That's our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're now going to go into the public testimony portion. So when Secretary Polhumis unmutes you to be able to speak, please announce your name, affiliation, and your position for the proposed project. And again, please kindly speak slowly as we have interpretation services being provided.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Bach, I'm going to give you the floor to kick us off.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. I wanted to appear tonight in support of this project. I've really appreciated the project team working with me and my staff along with the whole community, and really wanted to stress a couple of things that I think are critical to us here. One is just for folks to understand that the multi-use path is really it's a key connector for Fenway. It's a key piece of our vision to move people around as pedestrians and bicyclists in the area. And the trouble with a path is that when it's not connected up, it doesn't do you nearly as much good. You know, it's been an incremental process, but the part where it hits the station here is really something that we've wanted to land for a while, getting it underneath and making the connection into Brookline and down further down the river. And it's a challenge because it's an interagency thing. So the MBTA, there's a track movement that needs to happen. It's an MBTA, MassDOT, City of Boston. You know, DCR's got some of the stuff there. I think everybody here knows what things get like when that's our situation. And so I really appreciate the fact one of the things I said to this proponent from the get-go was, this is the project that abuts that corner. It's a huge community need. Like, we need to figure out how we're going to solve it. And I'm really pleased tonight that they're bringing $2.5 million to bear on solving that problem, in addition to another $500,000 to help out the T with some station improvements there, and that they've really helped drive bringing the MBTA and MassDOT to the table and getting a concomitant commitment of $1.5 million and to really get the track movement done on their side. And so basically, I think that what we're looking at tonight is a project that, in addition to all of the benefits of the project itself, is also going to really solve this really key transportation problem for the Fenway. And it's been a huge emphasis of the Brookline Ave CAC and really everyone I talk to in the neighborhood, that what we need is a joined up transportation plan, and then we need all of the development projects that are proposed in the neighborhood to really collectively contribute to making those things happen. And I think this is a really good model of that. So I hugely appreciate both the scale of resources being brought to bear there, and also just the effort to take the lead on coordination and to also help get the design going so that we really can jump in with both feet on this. So that's a key thing for my office. Another key thing is that with all this lab being proposed, it's just, I think everyone on the board shares my concern that we end up with jobs for Bostonians. Obviously, we want great jobs building these buildings, but we also want them in the buildings. And if we don't succeed there, we will drive further inequality in the city of Boston. And so I really appreciate the proponents putting that extra $500,000 in addition to their workforce development linkage into the mix. And not only, again, the money, but also committing to sort of be at the table with the city as we think about what do we do to actually figure out that lab pipeline? Because I think we all know we don't want to just sprinkle money around to kind of exposing people to life sciences or whatever. We want actual programs that are technical and give people the certifications that then prompt our employers who rent in these buildings to hire them. And that's the connective tissue that we have to figure out, or shame on us. So I really appreciate Samuels's willingness to partner on that and to bring their partners to bear on that front. And I think both those things are really key. Another just key community thing that I wanted to emphasize for folks is something that came up very early with this, is that the proposal involves moving the grocery store. And even though it's not that far as the crow flies, where the grocery store is kind of on the other side of the big intersection there, to this site in the Landmark Center, we did hear significant concern from seniors in the community, especially a bunch of our seniors who are kind of marooned in the West Fenway and who have a really hard time mobility-wise and safety-wise getting across some of the larger streets there to the Landmark Center. Just a concern about accessing the grocery store that's really their place to go get food. And the team is also committed to running a shuttle, sort of at times that work for the seniors, and I think for everybody at the Peterborough Senior Center who we talked to about the project, that's been a big relief and a key piece. Another key piece is the crosswalks as well that get you across those kind of across Boylston and across Brookline Ave there, and I think there's a commitment from this project to work on those as well as sort of the second priority after the multi-use path. So I just want to stress that this has been a real community conversation. I want to give a huge shout out to the members of the Brookline Ave CAC. This project is only one piece of a large set of projects that they are looking at, but they brought real dedication and focus to it, and I'm proud to support it tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. Did you want to comment on some other projects before we move on?
I did, thank you, and I'll ask everybody's indulgence, so I know I was waiting to speak on landmarks. I just have two that are in the non-public hearing agenda. I just wanted to speak also in support of 154 Terrace Street. It's a project, Terrace Street is a street in my district in Mission Hill that is transforming from light industrial to a much more mixed residential and commercial set of uses. And as such really needs the city's attention. This is similar to what I just said about Fenway and as kind of for a joined up strategy. We actually have a Terrace Street planning study that's being embarked upon by Bpda that was in this year's capital budget. We really need to make sure that everybody who's building significant new density on the street is also committed to helping us implement that. And I'm pleased that the proponent at 154 Terrace Street has stepped up to that and made a significant commitment. That's about $1.50 per square foot of what they're developing. It's also really important to the success of our Terrace Street transformation, both that real financial commitment and the fact that they're doing some setbacks and a kind of punch out for a place for pedestrians to stop on the street, because right now the street has really narrow sidewalks that make it difficult to make it a pleasant condition. The other thing that I want to say about that project is just that it is a home ownership project, which is so important to Mission Hill. That neighborhood, Mission Hill, that I represent is tied with Alston for the lowest owner occupancy in the city. And it's just really important to us that people be able to put down roots in Mission Hill and stay. And so I'm excited about the project. And I know the proponents, they also have the Pickle Factory Phase 1 and are also involved in Mission Main on the other side of the neighborhoods. They're sort of in it for the long haul and have negotiated a detailed good neighbor agreement with Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services. So I'm really pleased to be in support of that tonight. And then the third one, and I'll be back again later, but I'll leave MGH for later, that I wanted to speak to, number 27 on your docket is 819 Beacon. I also want to speak in support. An overarching concern of mine is that as lab becomes just so much more the lucrative land use, that we are seeing an imbalance in terms of insufficient residential being proposed in the city. And so I'm really pleased that at this site, we've got a proposal to add significant residential in addition to, so it's about 200 unit in addition to the units that we're adding on residential here, there's also these 50 units, for Boston Children's Hospital. It's just like those units are going to help families who are in their hardest moment of their lives. And I think it's a really important mission-driven thing. I'm really glad that it can also be paired with some neighborhood housing, and that in response to the IAG along the way in the process, the project has sort of changed the way that its massing is located so it doesn't create a wall, breaking up the stepping up of the street. It's rearranged the kind of public realm pieces. It's making a major, again, contribution to making the multi-use path happen, which is behind the back of this site. And a thing that I just really wanted to draw the board's attention to specifically is that it made some significant shifts in the spirit of AFFH, the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing.
Councilor Bach, can I interrupt you for a second and just ask you to speak a little bit more slowly for our interpreters?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. They're just having a hard time keeping up. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No, my apologies. Thank you for stopping me. I was conscious of time. So our Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing zoning amendment, which everyone on the board knows well, does not apply to this project. As you know, it's something that's very important to me, along with Councilor Edwards. But even though it doesn't apply to this project, the proponent took a look at the project in the light of that. And specifically when we pulled up the kind of household and community composition report that's now available on the Bpda website, looked at a couple of the ways in which people have been excluded from housing in the neighborhood, and thought about ways to address that. So one thing that the IAG emphasized a lot was the lack of family housing in the neighborhood. And in response to that, the proponent shifted from a 75% studios mix to a 30% studios mix, and sort of upped the bedroom ratios of all the other units. And then we actually have really low access to the community for people with disabilities, because so much of the housing is sort of pre-war and built without that accessibility. And so the proponent is doubling from the 5% required ADA units to 10% accessible units. That's from 20 to 40. Those are real opportunities for families with someone with a disability to find housing in the neighborhood. And then a third thing is that in addition to the 13% IDP units that they're doing on site, they're adding another 2%, which is 8 units at moderate income, 100% AMI, which again is it's a category that's kind of missing in the neighborhood, and it's got a dual purpose of it is both serving those folks at the 100% AMI level, and by being at that moderate income level, it's still accessible housing for our BHA voucher holders, who are 10 times less represented in this neighborhood than in the city as a whole. And so, by making it kind of accessible to the BHA payment standard, it also makes the housing open to those folks. So I really appreciated their responsiveness to talking through with me what that report said and kind of how we could do some things to step in the right direction there, especially as I said, it's not a regulatory requirement on this project. So I just want to say I'm supporting this project. Getting housing in the district, new housing for folks is really important to me. There are some ongoing things that I think we still need to button up that I've heard from neighbors about related to the construction process, related to some of the design details around solar glare and wind. That transportation study need that I mentioned in the Fenway is very real. And I think that as the agency transitions to the transportation demand management stuff that you've unrolled recently, you're going to get lots of questions, including from my constituents, about sort of how does that all work and what happens if it doesn't work. And this is a project that isn't adding any new parking. And so I think, we're all going to have to work through that together. And I want to register that folks have expressed those concerns. I think we're going to continue to work on details in advance of the ZBA hearing. But I think there's been a lot of movements of partnership on a bunch of those fronts that have already taken place, and I appreciate the proponent for that. So with thanks for your indulgence, and I'm sorry, Teresa, I'm not sure if I slowed down enough there. So my apologies to the interpreters. But I just wanted to go on the record in support of all 3 of those projects. So Landmark, 154 Terrace, and 819 Beacon.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Fran Gershwin, would you like to mute yourself?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Fran Gershwin, and I chair the Citizens Oversight Committee for the Muddy River Project. I'm here to enthusiastically support Samuels and Associates Phase 3 development at the Landmark Center. As you know, the Landmark Center is directly across Park Drive from the Phase 1 area of the Muddy River Project, which with multi-million-dollar investments by federal, state, and municipal agencies brought about the daylighting of the Muddy River and the recreation of a park, the Justine Mee Live Park, a Boston park in Sears Circle, which had been given over to vehicle parking for almost 50 years. This is a restoration of a really important section of Frederick Law Olmsted's historic Emerald Necklace. The developers of the Landmark Center responded to the Muddy River Project Phase 1 by creating its own beautiful and inviting outdoor green space, which greatly enhances the Justine Mee Live Park and makes additional facilities available to the park's users. Now, as a part of their Phase 3 development, they are continuing their contribution to the community in many significant ways, including by committing $250,000 to create a dedicated trust fund to be used solely to underwrite maintenance and enhancements of the Phase 1 Muddy River Project area to supplement the city's existing maintenance obligations. We look forward to working with Samuels and stakeholders to bring the details of the trust fund to fruition to ensure this is an enduring mechanism to provide the highest level of care for this important public resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matthew Brooks, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name's Matthew Brooks. I'm the Vice President of the Fenway Civic Association, and on behalf of the Fenway Civic Association and as a 19-year resident of the Fenway, I wanted to voice my support for this project. I believe the continued use of and expansion of Landmark Center as an employment center within the neighborhood, especially with its connections to the Green Line and the Fenway-Kenmore multi-use path, make it well situated for the proposed use, and the improvements to the complex, enclosing the loading docks and eliminating the parking lot in front of the soon-to-be-gone Bed Bath & Beyond warehouse building is a significant improvement to the neighborhood, and we're enthusiastic about the creation of the larger supermarket on that site. With population growth in the neighborhood, the past decade, the existing supermarket has really become overwhelmed at times with people, so having an enlarged market is really an amenity to help provide a better level of service to neighborhood residents and help reduce crowding in that market. The only concern that we do have, which Councilor Bach already stated, is that there is some difficulty in crossing the thoroughfares of Wilson Street and Brookline Avenue, and we're glad that some steps are going to be taken by the proponent and hopefully the city to help resolve those issues. I also don't have time later this evening, but in reference to 819 Beacon Street, I also wanted to voice our support for that project as a residential project, although we still have to defer to Audubon Circle as the immediate neighborhood for the appropriateness of it. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. H. Parker James, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Parker James. I'm a founding member of the Charles Gate Alliance, but I'm speaking tonight as a 42-year resident of the city of Boston, and also as a sort of creaky elderly bicyclist. I want to go on record in support of this project, especially its generous public realm improvements. The improvements to the multi-use path are especially welcome. I want to thank Abe Menzen and all of the people at Samuels, as well as the members of the CAC for all of their excellent work. This project is exactly the kind of transit-oriented development that we should all support. I want to thank all of you for helping to make this project happen. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Hello again, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, Bpda board and staff, and Councilor Bach. Also like to thank Samuels and Associates for their presentation tonight. Again, my name is Michael Burns. I am a council representative for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal Workers, local union number 17. We have several thousand members that live and work in the metropolitan Boston community. And I rise tonight in favor of this project. We think it's a great project for the neighborhood. And I would implore Councilor Bach and anyone else in the community to reach out to the building trades to provide bona fide apprenticeship programs to put local residents to work on these projects. Like I said before, in earlier testimony, not everybody's college bound, but for the metropolitan building trades and the different crafts that work on these projects, we provide bona fide apprenticeship programs with area standard wages and benefits to provide health care and pensions and a pathway to the middle class for some of our Boston residents who aren't college-bound material. It's a pathway to get to the middle class and provide for themselves and their families, and provide a pathway to maybe home ownership in the city again. So we appreciate what Samuels Associates has done, and we rise tonight firmly in favor of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Barry Keaty, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Barry Keaty from the Plumbers Union. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My grandmother worked at Sears way back when, and I remember going there with her. And then when I was a plumber, I worked at Landmark when Abbey Group converted it in probably 1998, and I worked there continuously with Blue Cross's headquarters there. I was just in there the other day for a meeting, and I was so taken back by how nice it looks now. What a good job they did renovating it. Samuels Associates has done, and the general contractor has done an outstanding job. I couldn't support this project anymore. I think the area, once it's all completed, is going to be the best little hub in the city. And it's good jobs for local people. I know our contractor's been held to task to commit to the Boston plan, and we've done that on this project, and we'll continue to do that in this project. They are good jobs for city residents, and I think this is going to be it is going to be the landmark project for the city of Boston. I appreciate your time, and I support this project wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much. Karen Monty-Brodek, you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hi, thank you very much for taking the time to hear my comments. My name is Karen Monty-Brodek. I'm the president of the Emerald Necklace Conservancy. The Emerald Necklace Conservancy is a nonprofit that supports the Emerald Necklace Park, which runs beside this amazing proposal before you tonight. I am here to provide enthusiastic support for this project. The Samuels proposal, both the earlier phases and this one, are major, significant green space improvements, pedestrian connections, bike access, and major step forward for a public realm and parks that have needed tremendous investment. And it's really been amazing to see the adept Samuel's team working with, of course, Bpda staff, community members in the CAC to go through the gauntlet of all of the interagency challenges that the Councilor Bach described before. It is the reality that we do often need projects like this to help bring all of these different agents together. That's what we do with the Conservancy, and I'm impressed by the Samuels team being able to do that, particularly when that connection for the bicyclists that has been something that our advocacy committee has talked about for so long. This project provides amazing, important funding for several important projects like the Charles Gate project, and for support for landscape improvement in the Muddy River Initiative. This project is a model for good green development, and I'd really like to say thank you to Samuels, the CAC, community partners, and everyone that has been involved to bring the project to this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom Yardley, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening to the board. My name is Tom Yardley from Masco. I'm Vice President there for Area Planning and Development. We're a nonprofit organization representing 22 healthcare, education, and cultural members in the Longwood area. In our role as stewards of Longwood, we are supportive of the proposed Landmark Center Phase 3 project. There's a lot to commend the Samuels team for. And a lot of this has been covered, so I don't want to dive into too much detail here, but they've made many adjustments to the circulation in front of the building that are going to reduce conflicts between those on foot and cyclists. They're replacing surface parking with new plaza and publicly accessible green space. We're also strongly supportive of commitments not only for constructing the Fenway, a section of the Fenway multi-use path, but also filling a long-standing gap in the regional bike network with the extension of the multi-use path underneath Park Drive. It's a big deal that because it's eliminating walk and bike conflicts at the Sears Rotary by providing a fully separated path underneath Park Drive, connecting to the Emerald Necklace. And as Abe Menzin said, walking and biking between Longwood, Fenway, and Kenmore is going to become safer and more convenient, helping supporting the local cycling community and also incenting others to choose cycling. We also applaud the inclusion and study of potential implementation of improved, safer pedestrian crossing at the Riverway connection. And I won't go into the details here, but again, it speaks to the need to be focused on pedestrian and bike safety improvements at the Sears Rotary, which has long been a very challenging place to cross on foot or on a bike. Finally, echoing comments made by others, including Councillor Bock, we certainly support continued growth and investment in the Fenway, but it's essential that the transportation infrastructure receives investment to the level needed to support the growth and vitality of Boston's life sciences, health, and education economy. To that end, we certainly recommend a more comprehensive look at transportation in the district rather than just looking at individual projects and transportation improvements. Finally, just quickly, we want to commend the project team on their groundbreaking efforts to create a sustainable net zero hybrid electric office lab and grocery building. And as stewards of the Longwood area and supporters of the city's carbon neutral policies, we certainly look forward to learning more about the project and all the benefits. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Pam Beal, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, and Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board. My name is Pam Beal, and I'm here tonight as a member of the Brookline Avenue Community Advisory Committee to speak in favor of this project. I will be brief, but I want to start by thanking Aisling for all her hard work putting together a wonderful public process. The developers and community had many productive meetings, and the end result is a project that reflects those efforts. We are very fortunate to have Samuels and Associates focusing their efforts in our community, and this project reflects their continued dedication and commitment to improving this neighborhood. Accordingly, I urge the board to vote in favor of this project this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Minor Perez, representing hundreds of members of the Carpenters Union that live and work in the city of Boston. I want to commend the development team for doing a great presentation, as well as the Bpda for conducting very thorough reviews. And a quick shout out to our Councillor Buck, who is one of the hardest working councillors in the city of Boston. Madam Chair, it's with great respect we go and support, and we ask the board to please consider a vote on the affirmative for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Vincent Coyle, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Vincent Coyle. I represent the Ironworkers of Local 7 in Boston. I rise in favor of this project. Recently taken my family to a couple of Red Sox games this year, especially Sunday's playoff game. We were able to go into phase one here and grab a bite to eat, lunch, and everybody could go to their own counter, get what they wanted. But to see the craftsmanship that went into that project, it's beautiful. You know, it came out really nice. So I rise in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. David Reed, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who's already spoke. My name is David Reed. I'm a vice president at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. I'm speaking in favor of this project. I also started the Longwood cyclist group after there was a couple of fatalities of cyclists in the Longwood medical area. I think the community path will be a huge connection to the area. I also do think we should focus on the Sears Rotary, the intersection of Brookline Ave and Park Drive, because I think that many of the cyclists coming from the Fenway area will use that corridor, that avenue. So I think we should still focus on fixing that. And I agree with Councilor Bach on patient housing. Many of our patients, our pediatric patients are treated at Children's Hospital, and many of their families need housing. So we're also in support of 819 Beacon Street. And thank you all very much. The last thing I will say is that there are some people who work for me that have some concerns about the grocery store moving. But this is, I guess, a request of Samuel's, which they don't have to and can't commit to today. But when the Star Market is moved, that possibly maybe a smaller grocery store could be built there somewhat in the future. Anyway, thank you all for your efforts. Very much in support of this project.
Thank you, sir. Justin Desmond, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Justin Desmond, representative with District Council 35. We represent painters, drywall finishers, and glass and glazers in the city of Boston. We appreciate the time to speak tonight and the presentation for the development team. And we're on tonight to strongly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Doherty, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone. Thank you to the Bpda board, incredible staff of the Bpda, in particular Ashton Kerr in this case, for a very thoughtful and collaborative process. My name is Brian Doherty, the building trade unions, and I'd like to say a quick thank you to Councilor Bach for her tireless advocacy to support the public good in our city. And lastly, I would like to thank Samuels & Associates team for continuing to set the standard for responsible development in our city. Again, Brian Doherty, the Boston Building Trade Unions. And as you've heard from many of the representatives of organized labor tonight, we are here in strong support of this project. Thanks for your time. Take care.
Thanks, Brian. Is there anybody else who would like to testify for this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, I think this concludes the public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a quick hand. Let me just check. Dolores, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Dolores Bogdanian. I live at 452 Park Drive in Boston and have been a resident in the Fenway neighborhood for over 45 years and worked in the city throughout my career. My testimony is about the Landmark Center project, obviously. I recall shopping in the Sears catalog and surplus store well before it moved from Boston, and then spent months of my life engaged in public discussions and hearings associated with earlier plans for the property that began with the Abbey Group. I am currently a member of the Brookline Avenue Citizens Advisory Committee, the group formed to review these development projects, the 3 development projects in the area, of which the Landmark Phase 3 project is one. I'm also currently president of the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association. At the outset, I will say that Samuels & Associates has shown a genuine and positive interest in making the Fenway area function well and in providing valuable benefits to the city and its residents and visitors. I commend them for this and very much appreciate the direct engagement it, and in particular its principal Peter Sugarides, has had with community members. Samuel's commitment to the Fenway area is reflected in the site improvements it has made in recent years at 401 Park and the myriad community benefits to be associated with this Phase 3 project. Amid the millions to be contributed toward transportation improvements and all that you've heard prior to this, will be a shuttle bus service for senior citizens to access the relocated grocery store. And that brings this project very close to home. Nevertheless, while the public benefits associated with the project are alluring, their genesis is the project change calling for substitution of the earlier proposed residential building with an office life sciences research building. This change is unfortunate. The city needs housing more than it does office space and needs new neighbors more than more people. Of greatest concern is the sheer size of the new building. Anyone who has seen the frame of the new building at 201 Brookline, which is no bigger than what is proposed for Phase 3, will realize how much the new building will overpower the landmark Sears building. Rather than complement or pay homage to this nationally registered landmark, the new building will dwarf and trivialize what on its own is itself a massive building. That they can and will do this underscores how out of scale and out of place the new building will be, and makes astounding the impact the new building will have on the adjacent 4 to 6 story apartment buildings immediately butting the site, as well as throughout the Audubon Circle neighborhood. I think it is a truly unfortunate addition to the Boston skyline.
Thank you.
I am being told to stop. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this project? Please raise your hand. Okay. Madam Chair, I believe now we have completed our public comment on this project.
Great, thank you. And thank you all who joined and participated today. Ms. Kerr, do we have any written testimony that we need to read into record?
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I will read a letter of testimony from Mallory Rohrig, who's also a member of the Brookline Avenue Community Advisory Committee. Mallory writes, hello. Unfortunately, I cannot make the Bpda board meeting tomorrow evening. In reference to agenda item number 32, the Landmark Center Phase 3 board memo, I wanted to share a brief note as both a CAC member and director of Operation Peace. One of the noted concerns among senior citizens and the wider community that arose during the public comment period was the future relocation of the Star Market grocery store to the former Bed Bath & Beyond site. A potential mitigation referenced in the memo is a shuttle for senior citizens for a limited number of years. After speaking with Abe Menzen of Samuels & Associates, I feel certain that Samuels is committed to mitigating the effect on senior citizens caused by the relocation of the grocery store.
Ashley, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you and just ask you to speak a little bit slower?
Yeah, my apologies.
Thank you. Nope, that's okay, thanks.
Whether that be through a shuttle or another creative solution. And I look forward to continuing the conversation with them. Thank you for your time. Mallory Rohrig, Director, Operation Peace, and Brookline Avenue CAC member. I also had a written letter from Dolly Bugdanian, who's also on our CAC. Dolly was able to join us for public testimony, which the board just heard. And we also have a comment letter from Freddie Veekley, also submitted by email. To the Bpda board, I am a longtime Fenway resident, and I'm writing to support the Phase 3 Landmark Center development by Samuels & Associates. I appreciate the thorough review the project received from the proponent and the Bpda that evolved over many meetings for a better understanding of the changes the project will bring and actions to improve its impact on the public. I have participated in many of Samuels' developments over the last nearly 20 years and have seen that they reliably incorporate a respect for and investment in the public realm, whether through open space enhancement, landscape improvements, or access and circulation improvements to public ways. This is clearly evidenced in the extensive landmark Phase 3 commitments to the multi-use path, the Fenway T-stop, the Park Drive streetscape, and ongoing work to improve the Sears Rotary. Additionally, of great value to many like myself is the creation of attractive, accessible landscapes for the public to enjoy both on their own property and through contributions to public parks and parkways in the Fenway. In their public realm contributions, Samuel seeks meaningful solutions to improve the environment and the quality of life for everyone. One of the most valuable resources they often contribute, however, is the time and effort they avail of their professional engineers, planners, landscapers, and legal teams who can sometimes bridge the gap between our goals and the agencies that implement them. Things that all the advocacy in the world can't budge have a much better chance succeeding with their help. The value of their help to advance and complete a common goal cannot be overstated. As a longtime park advocate, I am pleased the project will include seed money for a trust fund dedicated to the exceptional landscape needs of the prominent Phase 1 restoration area bordered by the Riverway, Fenway, and Park Drive for the purpose of augmenting the city's contracted obligation for its care. I believe this is in reference to the Muddy River, just for context. A towering Sears building in the Olmsted Design Park it overlooks have always been codependent. When that relationship was abused in the 1950s with the paving over of the Muddy River for a parking lot, it was hard to imagine that damage would ever be undone. Decades and millions of dollars in federal, state, and municipal funds later, this portion of the flood control and environmental restoration project reopened the river and created a newly landscaped park. Its custody and care by the City of Boston is a demanding responsibility, given the steep grade of the banks and complexity of the Olmsted plantings.
Ashley, we're at time.
Okay. That's basically the end of the letter there. So that was the conclusion of the email testimony, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Given the time frame, and I know we still have thank you as well to our interpreter. We still have a while to go, so we're going to take a brief 5-minute break before we resume the next public hearing. So if we could all be back here at 7:45, that would be great. We'll see you then. We are now going to move on to the next public hearing. So this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency being held in conformance with Article 80C and 80B-7 of the Zoning Code to consider the proposed amended and restated development plan for 100 Hood Park Drive within the planned development area number 51 Hood Park, and to consider the 100 Hood Park Drive as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on September 29th, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a Bpda hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. Bpda staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal, if they so desire, and Ms. Black will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Paulimas, and Director Golden. The BRA board originally approved the PDA master plan for planned development area number 51 Hood Park back in October of 2000. As you may recall, the Bpda board then approved the amended and restated master plan for PDA number 51 Hood Business Park in 2019. On July 2nd, 2021, Hood Park LLC filed the amended and restated development plan for 100 Hood Park Drive with the Bpda. The 100 Hood Park Drive project is the recently constructed parking garage,
restaurant, retail, laboratory, and service and lobby space located at 100 Hood Park Drive in Charlestown. The proposed project, 100 Hood Park Drive Addition, consists of the development of a new 154,700 square foot addition atop the already constructed 100 Hood Park Drive project, consisting of lab and office space, as well as a small portion of retail space. With the addition, the building will total 12 stories, above which will be a mechanical penthouse, totaling up to 185 feet in building height, and will contain approximately 650,000 gross square feet, including the parking garage area. The BPDA hosted a virtual IAG meeting on August 16th and a virtual public meeting on September 20th to discuss the amended and restated development plan. The comment period subsequently closed on September 27th. The project was then approved at BCDC on October 5th of this year. Additionally, we are requesting to issue a certificate of completion for the constructed portion of the 100 Hood Park Drive project this evening. At this point, I would like to hand it off to Paula Devereaux to begin the presentation. We would then be happy to take any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Hello, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board, and Executive Director Golden. My name is Paula Devereaux. I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, and I'm representing Hood Park LLC on this project. Hood Park is the former Hood Dairy site, and a PDA, master plan PDA, was first approved for this site in October of 2000. Since that time, there have been 3 exciting projects that have been built. It currently consists of office and lab buildings at 500 and 570 Rutherford Ave. Those were existing buildings. The project at it was called 480 Rutherford Ave. It's now 50 Hood Park Drive. Introduced residential uses to Hood Park, and that was approved in 2016, and it opened in 2019, and it's proved to be a very vibrant residential development within Hood Park. 100 Hood Park Drive, as Sarah indicated, was approved as part of the original master plan, and it was constructed and recently completed. In 2019, the PDA was, the board approved an amended and restated master plan PDA to further refine the PDA. In this project, the 100 Hood Park Drive addition was studied as part of that amended and restated master plan approval. That also went through large project review and it was studied at that time. 6 Stack Street, which was a small building, which was the last building we were here for your approval for, is now completed and has completed many of the important landscaping and other attributes of Hood Park on this side of Rutherford Ave. So we're here as there was a development plan that was approved as part of the original construction of the garage and other spaces. We are here before you for approval for an amended and restated development plan that will include the addition atop the garage structure and will also include the uses and will include that portion of the building. So we're no longer have 2 development plans for basically what's going to operate as one structure. And instead, we'll now have an amended and restated development plan that will include both. I'd like to turn this over now to Mark Rosenshine of Trademark Partners, who's the project manager for Hood Park for this, and he can walk you through the design and show you what's been completed, because I know this board is very familiar with Hood Park. We've been before you for a few different projects, and I think you'll be pleased to see what has actually been completed at Hood Park.
Thank you, Paula. Next slide, please. Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mark Rosenshine, Owner's Project Manager for Hood Park. What you're seeing before you is the master plan diagram that you should be familiar with. We've been in front of you a number of times. It includes the redevelopment of the existing buildings and new structures on the 20-acre campus that was the former Hood facility. As Paula mentioned, we've done a lot of work on the southern half of campus, essentially completing 50 Hood Park Drive, which is in the lower left corner, the bottom of 100 Hood Park Drive, which is the building we're here to talk about, and we have a building permit in hand for 10 Stack Street, the tower adjacent to that, and all of the green and landscaping and open space components you see on that left side of the page have now been completed. The tower addition is shown as the 100 Hood Park Drive tower on top of the existing garage. Next slide, please. And in terms of the site plan, in this diagram, Rutherford Avenue is on the right-hand side. Hood Park Drive runs through our campus. 50 is the Harvey, which is the residential building that Paula mentioned. And so the site is a box that was anticipated to be a tower when we permitted and approved, designed and constructed the 100 Hood Park Drive mixed-use building. That existing building, the foundations, the steel, the shafts, and the roofing systems anticipated adding the tower on top that we're proposing at 154,000 square feet. The building itself now is retail on the ground floor, and we're fortunate through the pandemic to have signed, and now there's tenant improvements being made by Landry's Bike Shop, which is a wonderful asset for Charlestown. It's the first bike shop in the community that will be opening. And a bowling alley and entertainment complex working on the other half of the retail space. On the second floor, Finch Therapeutics has signed their lease and they're doing their tenant fit out. So 100 Hood Park Drive is now completely tenanted, which is why we're starting the construction of the addition of the tower on the roof. The other important thing to note, as I said, all of the green space, including the community plaza, the spray ground, the pond, 6 Stack, which is a very unique open space and bike pavilion serving the bike community in Charlestown. And equally importantly, in the upper right-hand corner, the temporary crosswalk. For those of you that go up and down Rutherford Avenue, as of tomorrow morning, you'll be able to push a button, signalized crossing of Rutherford Avenue, so residents in Charlestown can safely walk across Rutherford and get to Hood Park, and the tenants and people that live at Hood Park can safely walk to Main Street on Charlestown as a result of that piece of important community mitigation that we are just completing this week. Next slide, please. These are the images of the existing Hood Park, 100 Hood Park building. We believe one of the more attractive parking garages in the city of Boston. On the right-hand side, you can see the existing building, the aperture, and that main orange component is essentially the lobby and front door for this now proposed tower. On the left-hand side of the page, we took some photos of the plaza, the spray ground, a few weekends ago during the 175th anniversary celebration of the founding of Hood. And so there was a tremendous opportunity and program that occurred on campus a few weekends ago to celebrate that with a large community turnout. Really a successful engagement between the community and Hood to celebrate that anniversary. Next slide, please. The addition itself is about 30,000 square feet of lab and research and development space on 5 levels, and includes a complete PV photovoltaic array capping the top of the parking garage. That was a commitment we made when we did the garage. All of the EV charging stations within our parking garage, which are at 25% of capacity, are handled by the solar power generated on the roof of the garage. So trying to be a very forward-thinking, efficient parking garage supporting EV with solar panels. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the addition. You can see the existing building on the bottom, very simple form. We spent a lot of time and effort with the QCD and coming up with something that would not compete with or obstruct the skyline and the important views west from Charlestown. Simple form that complements the existing building. Next slide, please. Again, a rendering from Stack Street, which is the cross street that approaches the front door and is really the approach that a lot of our tenants and workers use as you exit from the orange line, which is at Sullivan Station, less than 3-minute walk from here. You come down Stack Street, and this is your approach to the building. A visual connection between the public transport of the orange line and this new facility. Next slide, please. And the last rendering, which is from the 93 north and south corridor, the important note here is you look at the western end of the garage, we're completely replacing the facade, which was a series of fins and metal components, with additional PV solar panels on the vertical face. And so the facade of the garage will now be generating electricity as part of that effort to make the EV charging stations as capable of being sustained by the solar power on the building as possible. A few last notes. We are anticipating a LEED gold. We have 33.1% emission reduction through the use of heat pump technology. And as part of our ongoing efforts, the mitigation package for all of Hood Park was negotiated. And with the initiation of this building, we'll start the payments of $500,000 per year for 5 years, so $2.5 million that go through the Bpda into the community for nonprofit organization support. We've already started that, making several payments to Save the Harbor, Save the Bay, and other local organizations. And we continue to work with the Bpda to make sure that the community needs are met as we work through the process at Hood Park. That is the presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Secretary Polhemus, let's go ahead and start the public testimony. So just as a refresher, when Secretary Polhemus allows you to mute yourself, please announce your name, affiliation, and your position for the project. Yes.
All right. Jim Vaughn, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Jim Vaughn. I'm a business agent with the Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 12. On behalf of our membership, we would like the board to move forward with this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Hello again, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, PDA board and staff. I'd like to thank Mr. Devereaux and Mr. Rosenshine for the presentation. Again, my name is Michael Burns. I'm a council representative for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Local 17. I rise tonight on behalf of my membership, whom several thousand members live and work in the metropolitan Boston area, to give our full support of this project. We think it's a great project, improve that area in Charlestown, and we thank you for your time given the presentation tonight, and I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golding, Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of all our Boston residents who want to go on record in support of the project, I want to thank the developer for a great presentation and the Bpda staff for a thorough review. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Justin Desmond, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Just Justin Desmond with District Council 35, representing Boston painters, drywall finishers, and glass and glazers. We'd like to thank the development team for the presentation and also the Bpda for allowing us to speak, and we are on tonight to strongly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Desmond. Joe O'Brien, you can unmute yourself. Mr. O'Brien, you need to unmute yourself. You haven't unmuted yourself. If you'd like to call in to provide your testimony, you can call 617-918-4236, and we will get you hooked up to the board meeting so you can provide your testimony. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony for this item? Oh, are you there, Mr. O'Brien? Mr. O'Brien?
No, sorry.
Oh.
This is Liz Skidmore. I guess I used his invitation in. My apologies.
That's okay.
He forwarded me the link. So I'm Liz Skidmore. I have been a union carpenter for 33 years. And in addition to the quality jobs that this project will bring, as well as needed services for the community, I also want to make a note that the developers have made a significant commitment to ensuring that there's a diverse workforce, including women and people of color and Boston residents on the project. And as that is something I've devoted my career to, creating more opportunities for women and people of color in these good union careers, I really appreciate their added sort of above the standard commitment to ensuring that happens on this project. So I speak in favor, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to speak for this item? Mr. Hurst, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is David Hurst. I just logged back in and I want to be sure I am on the right project. Is this for Bartlett?
No, we have not gotten to Bartlett yet.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. You can just raise your hand again when we get to that item. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to offer testimony for this item? Madam Chair, I believe that we are finished with public testimony.
Okay, great, thank you. Ms. Black, do we have any written testimony that needs to be read into the record?
We do not. It was all submitted with the board package materials.
Perfect, okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, and again, we're really familiar with this project, so really great to see the project, or the progress of the project and everything kind of come to fruition. So, so it's a great job. So with that, I believe a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the next public hearing. This is the public hearing for the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80D and 80B of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the Massachusetts General Hospital Institutional Master Plan and the Clinical Building Project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on September 29, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a Bpda hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. Bpda staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Ross will now begin the presentation.
Good evening.
Or Mr. Carmody. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening. Thank you, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and the members of the board. The proposal before you is the MGH Institutional Master Plan for the years 2021 through 2031. The IMP covers the development goals of the hospital campus, which is concentrated in the West End neighborhood, and it contains the marquee Clinical Building Project. The project and the IMP have been under city review for nearly 3 years, and both are up for approval this evening. The Clinical Building Project represents over 1 million square feet of new development. This includes approximately 482 patient beds across 2 inpatient towers and 14 stories, ambulatory administration and support service spaces, ground floor retail, space reserved for a potential future MBTA red-blue connector head house, and 6 below-grade parking levels for patients. Existing North Anderson Street will be taken over by the project and become a ground floor publicly accessible interior connection between Cambridge Street and Parkman Street. The formal review on this IMP began in early 2019. Over the last 3 years, the hospital has worked thoughtfully with Bpda staff in all divisions, the Boston Transportation Department, and many other city agencies and stakeholders, and has continuously revised the building proposal over that time. The project team has worked extensively in the local community in a variety of formats, through formal Bpda public engagement, through its own relationship building with local organizations, museums, civic groups, and resident stakeholders, and through consistent engagement with City Councilor Kenzie Bach and State Representative Jay Livingstone, both of whom I would like to thank for their tireless coordination on behalf of their constituents over the last year. Through this engagement, MGH has developed a robust and meaningful package of mitigation and community benefits, including monetary and infrastructure-related contributions to many neighboring organizations, as well as contributions to long-term city planning and improvements for the area, the effects of which we expect to see well beyond the 10 years of this master plan. I can confidently state that this package of benefits is a well-rounded effort to mitigate impacts of the proposed building and provides a foundation for lasting partnerships between MGH and stakeholders in the West End and Beacon Hill neighborhoods. I want to specifically thank Elizabeth Stifel and Jill Zick from Bpda Urban Design, Jim Fitzgerald from Bpda Transportation, and William Moose from BTD, as well as the elected officials mentioned, for their dedication in bringing this project to its current state before you all tonight. I would also like to thank MGH project manager Nick Haney and the broader MGH project team who have responded in good faith to all of the city's and community's requests, concerns, as well as ideas, and have endeavored to make this project an asset to the city as a whole. With that said, I'm pleased to turn it over to MGH President David Brown, and he will begin the presentation. We will then be happy to hear from any members of the public and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Actually, it's Sally Mason-Bamer. No worries. I'm going to kick this off, and I'm going to weave in Dr. Brown as well. I wanted the opportunity to introduce him since he's new to his role. I'd like to start by thanking you, Eddie. I'd like to thank Director Golden, Secretary Glamis, Madam Chair Rojas, and the members of the board. We're here tonight to discuss both the institutional master plan and the MGH Cambridge Street project. And if you advance 2 slides for me, I think what I wanted to note that before we really dig into the real estate and the project context, I just wanted to frame the role that MGH plays as a provider and a community asset in our community. As a nonprofit organization, we really strive to do our best to contribute to the city and to the Commonwealth, but particularly for the city as an employer, a purchaser, and a funder of key programs and initiatives that we partner on for those most vulnerable in our community. Next slide. And as Eddie alluded to, we submitted our original plan pre-COVID for this building. And since that time, I think have done our best to revise our thinking, taking into consideration the changing climate of healthcare and COVID, issues of equity, climate justice, sustainability, and resiliency. We've done a lot of listening, as you can see listed on this slide, to various state and city agencies, elected officials, and most importantly, collaborations with our neighbors and organizations in our neighborhood. And we've really listened and evolved our plan as a result of that stakeholder input. And on the next slide, I'd like to turn it over to David Brown, our new president of Mass General, who I think can comment so well on how this building will serve a critical clinical need in our community.
Thank you, Sally, and thanks all for having us tonight. So why do we need a new building from a clinical standpoint? Well, first, we all know there are enormous capacity constraints across Massachusetts in all hospitals, and these constraints are unlikely to diminish. The new building will allow us to provide the 21st century care, 21st century cutting edge care that our patients need now and will need moving forward. At present, frankly, we're struggling, sometimes failing to provide that care to our existing patients. By way of example, this morning when I came into MGH, there were 60 admitted patients waiting in our emergency department for available inpatient beds. And this is not an aberration, but the norm. And I know this from close and personal experience since I've only been president of MGH for about, I think, 38 days. But for the last 25 years, I've practiced emergency medicine. And for the last 8 years, I was chair of the Department of Emergency Medicine here at MGH. And I can tell you that simply put, our patients are already here and we have no place to place them. The new building will allow us to care for these patients in a state-of-the-art facility that will replace 2 antiquated buildings that are 53 and 79 years old.
These two buildings, of course, were built long before computers were part of our everyday lives in any way, and certainly long before they became integral to the delivery of medical care. The buildings are obsolete from a care delivery standpoint. They have no infrastructure to support the important roles that computers now play and will continue to play in care delivery over the course of the 21st century. This, of course, will be completely reversed with the new building. In addition, the new building will consist entirely of single patient rooms. At present, and this may surprise many of you, only 38% of our capacity is in single rooms. Double rooms are really antiquated in medicine. In fact, as I'm sure this group knows, you can't even build a hospital anymore with double rooms. I don't relish the idea of sharing a hotel room with someone I don't know when I'm feeling well. I really don't like the idea of doing that when I'm ill. And I truly hate the idea that we put most of our patients through this every day at MGH. Perhaps even more importantly, as we've seen starkly during the pandemic, and I saw from the very front lines of the MGH-ED, double rooms are a tremendous liability from an infectious disease standpoint. Mass General needs this new building to ensure that we're ready to respond to the needs of our community in a future pandemic, which unfortunately seems increasingly certain in all of our lifetimes. So this new building will allow us to safely care for the highest acuity patients in our region, harnessing the special capabilities of Mass General to support our community. And frankly, without the new building, I'm certain that we will not be able to meet the clinical needs of our patients in our community at the same high level that we've done for the past 210 years. And so I'll pass it back to Sally and we'll go over the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So again, here I won't go into any depth. I want to highlight two things. This is the proposed clinical program. It has a focus on cancer and cardiac and high intensity. We are very committed to having care that can appropriately done in the community, care that frankly drives more traffic, be done out in the community where it belongs, and have downtown be for the most high intensity health care. The areas noted in blue are areas where we have evolved our program in response to input from the community. In particular, you can see our programs around public services and transit. Next slide. And specifically, as we talked with our neighborhood and developed a comprehensive mitigation package, which totals $47 million for this project, the mitigation fell into 4 categories. First is community and convening. The second is historic, and in historic it had 2 elements. One, I would say physical representations of the history of the West End, as well as programmatic and funding that will honor the past, present, and future of the West End community. We think we will create a process or a path to potential additional affordable housing in the city. And lastly, the 4th theme was transportation and transit, where again, we've made a commitment to incorporate an MBTA head house into this building, as well as investments in bike parking and other important transit initiatives to be sensitive to traffic and congestion in our neighborhood. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom Svanovich from NBBJ, who will just give you a quick view of some of the visuals of this building.
Thank you, Tom Svanovich. I'm a partner at NBBJ with offices at 1 Beacon Street in Boston. What we're looking at here is the long view over Beacon Hill looking back towards the complex. You can see the 2 bed towers on what we term the podium, and you'll note a green roof there. Next slide. This is the ground floor plan. Cambridge Street on the bottom of the slide, Parkman Street at the top, where with a major drop-off of patients will happen at street level, those that are not accommodated below level in the drop-off sequence, and on the right, Blossom Street, and the left, North Grove being the traditional entry to the campus today. Some important things to notice about this plan that has been developed with the help of Bpda, urban design, and landscape staff. Starting at about 4 o'clock on the plan is a fully enclosed loading dock, which will serve the building, which has garage doors. There's active retail along that frontage. The blue element in the plan is an interior arcade accessible to the public, which is now a public street, North Anderson Streets, the North Anderson Arcade. To the bottom part of that entry, the dark blue element, is something we're extremely proud of. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has asked us to accommodate a head house for a projected connection of the blue line down to the red line at Charles MGH's station that is situated there in the plan. Again, active retail as we come around the corner. Parking entrances and exits are detailed here in gray. There is an open space on the corner of North Grove and Cambridge Street, and I want to show you that in more detail. Next slide, please. This is a view of that intersection, North Grove and Cambridge Street, the Russell Museum on the left, the Wyndham Hotel in the distance. Here you see the open space with its trees underneath a convention center, a conference room, a teaching space. Obviously, MGH is a teaching hospital, which means as we innovate new cures and new cares for critically ill patients, we share them immediately with the world and with our colleagues in that space. Next slide. A view of that open space on the corner, which is will be filled with comings and goings, but also a spill out of the retail and restaurant uses that are planned on that corner. Next slide. This is a view of the Cambridge Street elevation. Proud of the way in which the materials, the colors, the scale, and the details of this we think work in harmony with the rest of Cambridge Street, obviously both the West End and the Beacon Hill side of the street. And you'll see two elements there, the reference conference center, but also a meditation space popping up above and framing the green roof there, active retail. Next slide. This is a view of, just to remind ourselves of what the opposite side of Cambridge Street looks like, opposite our building, and the ways in which the two elevations we think complement each other and work very well within the context. Next slide. Some perspective views of what that active street front would look like with retail spilling out onto the sidewalks there. Next slide. Through the community process, we've heard loud and clear that the buildings on the site were beloved and important to the community and the neighbors. We chose to keep a portion, the most beloved portion of the Winchell School, incorporated into the building at the encouragement of Councillor Kenzie Bach and Jay Livingston to have a look at this in detail. But we intend to memorialize the community both in terms of its past, but also its presence and its future with connections to local community and cultural features in the neighborhood. Next slide. Next slide.
Okay, we're having a technical problem.
Okay,
So
catch my breath.
Let me see if I can stop her from showing. All right. Hang on, just while I get it to the right. Okay. Sorry, it's got. I don't know where, can you tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Keep going. Okay, next slide. Is that where it jammed?
Ooh, that's where it's jamming up. Oh, hold on. Oh.
I hope our slides don't have a virus.
It might just be really big. Right, I'm frozen now too.
So Tom, why don't you perhaps, why don't we just talk a little bit about the next section on.
Yeah, sure. Actually, the culmination here is just simply an understanding. You can see actually in the thumbnail on the right there that the open space at Bullfinch Lawn will be reconstructed, and that the arcade is meant to set off that historic, publicly accessible community space that's on our campus that we're going to celebrate. There was a dramatic section of the MBTA subway connecting into our building just to show you how all of that works. And then lastly, we wanted to finish on an element, a key element of an understanding of how sustainable our project is. There's the MBTA section. So you can see actually on the left is the existing subway stop, escalators going down. Actually in inclement weather, you would be able to go from the Charles MGH Red Line station, which is elevated as we know, down through the platforms through the blue line and connect into the proposed building, which is within the scope of the IMP. And the last slide is simply to make a point about our approaches to sustainability. Obviously, we're a 24/7, 365-day-a-year complex energy and energy inputs, vitally important to the life support system that is this complex. However, MGH is very aware of its position in the community and the importance of what we're facing in terms of climate change and the production of greenhouse gases. This building will be 85% powered by renewable electrical power. There is no natural gas being used in the building, no natural gas hookup. The last 15% of the energy is taken by steam from the Kendall Square. There it is, the Kendall Square plant across the river, and we're working directly with Vicinity to encourage, as being a big customer of Vicinity, to encourage them to then produce that steam, which is now a byproduct of their electrical generation, to produce that steam in a green and sustainable way. Ongoing conversations about that to transform that plant through this project. That's the completion of our presentation.
You want to go back? Are there any slides that you'd like?
No, actually, because the thumbnail worked. I think
okay.
it worked very, very well. So.
Okay.
I needn't drag down on this hearing any further.
Good, thank you.
No, that concludes our presentation. We want to again thank the BDPA and the city for all their support and input along the way, and in particular, Councillor Bach and Representative Livingstone for their advocacy and assistance with working with our community partners.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll now move on to the public testimony portion of this item. So when Secretary Polkimus recognizes you, please announce your name, affiliation, and your position for the proposed project.
All right, Councillor Bach, do you want to start?
Sure. Thank you so much, Madam Secretary, and thank you again to the board. I know it's already a long night and far from over. I just want to speak strongly in support of this project and really thank the MGH team and the BPDA and BTD and city department teams for just like so much dedicated work on it. I think MGH is a really important asset in our community. It's a place where I'm the counselor for both the West End and Beacon Hill, and I would say the lion's share of the people that I represent get their care at MGH or provide care at MGH or both in those neighborhoods, and so it's just it's a really important place for us. It also obviously is a huge institution in the midst of these neighborhoods, and so all of the normal impacts that we talk about in development also hold here, and so that's really been the balancing act of this project. And I think that what you have before you tonight is a proposal that strikes that balancing act. So the President Brown and others have spoken more than I can about the healthcare needs here, but on the community mitigation side, I just want to emphasize that I think a bunch of key things that were looked for by our community in this process have been addressed by the MGH team and are going to continue to be addressed through the process. So it was referenced earlier, losing the historic resources on the site is difficult for the community, especially in the context of a couple of those having been historic community uses for the West End, a school and a community center. I'm really pleased that this project is generating a commitment from MGH to creating a space for a dedicated West End community center, something that the community has not had since the bulldozing of the West End. And that's something, it's a 10-year lease with another 10-year renewal and support for ABCD and a mix of community organizations to occupy that space. And that, I think, for us, I'll try not to speak to everything, so Jay can also speak to some things because we've really been partnering with the team on this, but we have all of these seniors in buildings that can actually see the site of this, and it's going to make a huge difference for them to have that hub, and I think more than the seniors, the whole community. Also significant support for the real stewards of our historic resources and the story of the West End, so the West End Museum, the Old West churches, community programs, the Museum of African American History, the Esplanade Association's new pavilion. There is that integration of the facade, and I think another really important commitment of this project is the funding to support the legacy fund that was set up in partnership with the Preservation Alliance to recognize that when we do lose historic resources in the city, that we should be plowing money into supporting the preservation of historic resources in the area and citywide. So I think just a whole suite of really important steps there. And then on the transportation side, you know, I think there's probably hardly a person on this call who has not had the experience of trying to get down Cambridge Street, whether as a pedestrian, a bicyclist, or a driver, and been frustrated therein. The city's got a planning process in place right now around Cambridge Street, which we all recognize is a huge challenge, and I'm glad that the project's committed to support that. I'm also really glad the slightly less known but critical to our community street that wraps the rest of the project is Blossom Street. And there's actually been $2 million in the city capital budget to do something about Blossom Street, which is quite an unsafe condition for pedestrians right now, and also a horrible visual condition. To do something about it for pedestrians, bicyclists, again, and drivers. And that money's been sitting in the city budget for 10 years, and it's never really been enough to do what needs to happen. And with MGH's commitment here, we're gonna actually really be able to have that complete revitalization of Blossom Street. So I think those investments on Blossom and Cambridge, commitment to really working through the challenges we have at the North Grove-Cambridge intersection, which is a big concern for my Beacon Hill constituents, and then the signalization and better pedestrianization of the Blossom Parkman intersection, which is one of the most trafficked pedestrian intersections for the folks in the West End. Those are really big wins, and so is the regional win of putting in a red-blue head house in anticipation of actually achieving that connection. And I just want to go on record saying, you know, the people of West End and Beacon Hill, I'm very proud to represent them because they're some of the only people in the whole region who will not actually use a red-blue connector because they can walk to both the red and the blue right now, and yet they've really been advocates recognizing how much that would do for the region, for people who rely on the T, and frankly, the ways in which it would also help cut down on traffic. So I think that's a really big step, and we were talking earlier tonight about the role that sometimes the private side can play in helping to get things moving on the agency side, and so that's huge. And then we're also going to be partnering with MGH on a RFP process around the 12 Garden Street property they have right now on Beacon Hill, and looking at returning that to residential use and supporting affordable housing, and also doing that in partnership with the community that has a bunch of sort of thoughts and dreams about what community uses we could integrate there. So really looking forward to that continuing process, which is going to be after this one. The last thing I'll just say is I know that it was referenced earlier. I think that we all want to see, I was proud to vote for Bpda recently, and we all want to see our buildings moving to net zero and as quickly as possible getting off of fossil fuels. I think I'd say, Mr. Monahan, just with respect, that I hear you on the fact that the grid is not green right now, but I do think there's a good logic behind the idea that if we can get everything on the grid and focus on greening the grid, that's a kind of coherent strategy for the long term. And so I appreciate that. I know that I've got constituents who are still concerned about that 15% of steam. Appreciate the fact that that MGH is in those active talks with Vicinity, and I'm just going to really continue to be focused on that question and on how we green steam citywide / how we reduce the non-electric reliance like that. So just wanted to flag that. And just to say again, to close, that I think MGH is also in this process. It's sat with a lot of neighbors, and it's committed to having those conversations be ongoing. And that's really important. This is such an essential, central resource for our community. And so I'm looking forward to the work ahead and the partnership ahead. And just want to, again, thank my colleague, Rep. Livingstone, my colleague, Michael Flaherty, who spoke earlier today, and all the many hands that have worked on this project and getting us to this point. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Representative Livingstone?
Thank you, and I'll follow up on those very thorough comments, I'm sorry if I'm being repetitive. I also fully support this project, and it comes from the commitment Mass General has made through this project to really address the concerns related to the project that have come up and issues in the immediate area that are being addressed as a result of this project. And with respect to the project, Mass General is a huge employer for these direct neighborhoods and for the city, as well as the service provider for many of the people in the immediate area. The resources that they're going to bring and the new technology and the new buildings are just going to greatly enhance the medical care provided in the community. And first and foremost, I think that's one of the most important reasons to support this project. The first time they talked to me about this project, the first thing I said is they had to do something about Cambridge Street. And through this project, some of the things they're going to do, I think, are going to improve that. But their commitment to fund a study for the complete Cambridge Street, not only their project, but beyond it, I think is going to make a meaningful difference in the city taking up that process and already starting it. So it's not dependent on the completion of this project, I think is a great result out of this. One of the things that's become clear to us is the need for indoor recreational space for everything from juniors to seniors, and their commitment to provide significant community space, 75 Blossom Court, as well as their commitment to provide 12 Garden Street to the community as well, I think are incredibly important. And through all the issues that have come up, Mass General has revised its plans, worked with the community to have a viable project, but also address what they were hearing. And I think it's a much better project as a result of that. And it's one that at the beginning I wasn't jumping to support, but now it's really become a project that I think the city's really going to be proud of. So I won't repeat everything else that Kenzie said, but I agree with it all. And I ask that you please approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Domenico, I saw you on as well. Did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. It's great having my colleagues go before me. They have said it all, but I wanted to also voice my support, my strong support for this project. I'm very proud to have the MGH campus in my district, and I was proud to also testify before the Public Health Department as well in support of this. MGH has been a tremendous partner for the neighborhood, and as my two colleagues have said, they have been very responsive, and I know that they worked very closely with Representative Livingstone and Kenzie Bach in the City Council to make this project even better for the neighborhood. This has been a long-time institution in our community, and we all know the tremendous health care they provide to our residents and also the residents of the world. When you look at the clientele that Mass General has, you will find people from all around the globe coming to our community to get the care they need at Mass General Hospital. And also the fact that, and this was mentioned by President Brown as well, the limited capacity they have for single rooms and what's holding them back, and also the infectious component that is dangerous for that setup. So this would include expansion of the private rooms and also the cardiac unit as well. At the same time, providing a tremendous amount of jobs to this project. And the community mitigation that is also going along. This is a win-win for everybody, for healthcare, for the neighborhood, for residents in our communities, and for the people who are traveling our roads, as Representative Livingstone and Councilor Bach mentioned as well, with the blue line and red line connector. So this is a win for all of us. I'm proud to support this project, and I look forward to a positive response going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Patrick Lyons from Representative Mikowitz's office. You're muted, Patrick.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Lyons on behalf of State Representative Aaron Mikowitz. Although this project does not lie in our district, it does affect a lot of our constituents. So we just wanted to reiterate the comments from Councilor Bach, Senator Domenico, and Rep. Livingstone, and go in strong support of the project.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
David McDermott, you can unmute yourself. David, you're muted.
Hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me, Madam Chair and board members. My name is David McDermott. I am one of the 10 taxpayer petitioners here in strong support of Mass General Hospital's proposed inpatient care on Cambridge Street. I've lived at 8 Whittier Place in the West End with my wife and daughter for over 3 decades. Previously served as a trustee at Whittier Place for many years and a lifelong Boston resident. During my years as trustee, we saw firsthand Mass General's commitment to our neighborhood, and we were very grateful when Mass General stepped up to the plate, taking over running the Charles River Park Health Club for all of us to continue to enjoy. As someone who grew up in Boston, my family has deep personal connections to the West End and Mass General Hospital. My great uncle represented the West End in both the Boston City Council and the Massachusetts House of Representatives. My mother was born at Mass General. Years after leaving her Allen Street home when it was torn down, she returned to the West End and lived at 6 Whittier Place. Her favorite job and proudest accomplishment was giving back and serving as a Red Coat volunteer at Mass General, assisting the public at the information desk. Having this world-class academic medical center as an anchor in our neighborhood gives the residents of Beacon Hill, West End, and the greater Boston community great pride. The economic impacts that Mass General brings to our community is unmatched. This cardiac and cancer center will bring some of the world's top clinicians and create numerous well-paying jobs to the community. These 2 new centers of excellence are desperately needed and will enable surgeons, physicians, nurses, and healthcare workers and support services to be co-located in a way that is efficient and patient-centric. Mass General has proven time and time again they are committed to doing their part to enrich the community that they anchor and will be an outstanding and caring neighbor to the West End community, and one that we are very proud to have in our corner of the city. It is our best interest to have Mass General build these 2 cutting-edge centers of excellence and continue the world-class medical facility we can rely on for our health care. The economic spin-off from a development of this nature will be felt for years. I ask that you please look favorably upon this well-timed expansion because the minor inconveniences will be far outweighed by the world-class medical center will be available for us, our fellow Bostonians, Massachusetts residents, and our future loved ones. Thank you for allowing me to testify in strong support of this critical and life-changing project.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Jim Vaughn, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Jim Vaughn, a business agent for Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 12. On a personal note, Mass General has helped my family and I numerous times, and this will be a building to house more miracle workers. On behalf of the members of Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 12 and for my family, we would ask the board to move forward with this project. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Joe O'Brien, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Joe O'Brien. I am the Legislative and Political Director for the North Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. I want to take a moment to thank Director Golden, the members of the board, and your remarkable staff, the work you're doing every day on these difficult situations at difficult times. We want to thank Senator Domenico, Representative Livingstone, and Councilor Bach for the support of this project. I am appearing tonight briefly to speak on behalf of our Executive Secretary, Joseph Byrne, and the members of our union to express strong support for the MGH Clinical Building Project. We're proud to stand in support of this project for many reasons, but 3 we'll touch on quickly. First of all, this project will improve patient access for our members and the community. Today, our union provides care for more than 20,000 members and their families across New England. Every year, thousands of these members access the partner system across the region, and many of them at some point will end up at Mass General. In addition, other members from across the country come to Mass General when they need access to the hospital's world-class resources, when they confront complex and challenging medical conditions. This new project will allow more of our members to experience world-class care in state-of-the-art facilities. Second, this project will create more than 4,000 construction and permanent jobs and will boost the region's economy and growth that has been slowed by the pandemic. With Mass General's and our union's commitment to addressing issues of diversity and income inequality, this project will create new careers for hundreds of Boston residents from low-income and underrepresented communities. Mass General and our unions are deeply committed to industry-leading goals on diversity for this project. Finally, this project will generate $92 million in community health initiative funding to support important public health priorities in our region. We are proud to stand in support of this project and ask respectfully to approve it. And we want to thank you for the work all of you are doing on behalf of our community and the people of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Rob Whitney, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. I am Rob Whitney. I am the chair of the Beacon Hill Civic Association, and I've been at Mass General many times. My children were born there. I wanted to just let everybody know that we have worked, civic associations worked closely with Mass General over the past 3 years on this project. I greatly appreciate Mass General's engagement with the Civic Association and the neighborhood residents, listening to our concerns about the proposed buildings, massing, the lighting, and the effect on the traffic, particularly on Cambridge Street. We also greatly appreciate the mitigation efforts that Mass General has engaged in with respect to its neighbors and stakeholders, specifically including Beacon Hill. And I want to thank Councilor Bach and Representative Livingstone, who have worked closely with us and with the stakeholders and MGH in engaging with them and generating this mitigation package. The Beacon Hill Civic Association does have remaining concerns about the traffic on Cambridge Street, but we look forward to continuing working with Mass General as they have promised to do on these efforts, and also working closely with Councilor Bach and Representative Livingstone and the city's Bpd in developing a great plan for mitigating these issues of traffic on Cambridge Street and helping to make this a great project for Mass General, the City of Boston, and the Beacon Hill neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whitney. Justin Desmond, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Madam Secretary. Justin Desmond, District Council 35. Painters and Allied Trades. We represent painters, drywall finishers, and glass and glazers in the City of Boston. We're on tonight to strongly support this project. We followed it along through the community process. We think it is an excellent project for the community and the state as a whole. On a personal note, I'd like to commend the hospital on moving to single rooms. The double rooms just don't have that patient care, and the recovery is not to the top quality. So I would like to commend them on that, and we are here in strong support of passing this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Desmond. Liz Skidmore, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. My name is Liz Skidmore. I have been a union carpenter for 32 years. And as anyone who has been through this knows, 15 years ago when I was diagnosed with breast cancer, it was one of the most terrifying moments of my life. And there was incredible comfort knowing I lived in Boston, one of the cities with the best healthcare in the country, and that Mass General is the top of that list. And I got part of my care for my treatment there, and will be forever grateful personally. And as a woman in construction, we've been, in working with the Carpenters Union, we've been engaged with the hospital and the contractors for this project for a long time now on ensuring that they really use the regional best practices for meeting and exceeding workforce goals for women and people of color. These are incredibly important career options for communities that historically have been excluded from these good jobs, and really, really appreciate that commitment to that. So both as a patient, as a citizen, and as a worker. And lastly, the question of responsible development and all the comments everyone's made about how well the hospitals worked with the more immediate neighbors. Just really appreciate all of these qualities of Mass General and of this project. and speak in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Krasner, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Andy Krasner. I'm a Boston resident, I'm a parent, and I'm a volunteer with Mothers Out Front. We very much appreciate the need for more patient care space, but we also would like to see MGH change its plans to not use methane-based steam. We asked Bpda to make its approval conditional on a commitment from MGH to be fossil fuel-free before it begins construction. We are in a climate crisis and a code red for humanity. The Boston Climate Action Plan and the Carbon-Free Boston Report tell us that new buildings must be fossil fuel-free and net zero carbon when they open to meet our carbon neutrality goals. That is the path that we have to take. We hope that MGH, as a member of the Green Ribbon Commission and a leader in the nation in healthcare, will continue its commitment to acting on climate change and making its building carbon neutral, especially when all the technology to do so is already available. We oppose MGH's use of methane-based steam for 15% of its heating. We are specifically concerned about their use of steam for heat and how the carbon impact of steam is being accounted for in the DPIR. On page 812 of the April 2021 DPIR, it assumes a CO2 emission factor for steam as 16 pounds per MMBTU, and it appears that the CEI presented in the presentation on October 4th also assumes that emissions factor. This is an underestimate by a factor of 12. DOER says that the actual steam emissions are 193 pounds per MMBTU. Using the true greenhouse gas emissions of methane steam would also show that passive house and geothermal is a far better alternative for the hospital, for our community, and our kids. We request that Bpda board use the DOER emissions factors for steam when evaluating the application, and we also hope that Bpda and MGH will work together to ensure that the new building plans are in line with Boston's greenhouse gas reduction targets before it begins construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Francis Callahan, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Bpda. I'm here to speak tonight in support of the project. For the record, my name is Frank Callahan. I'm president of the Massachusetts Building Trades Council, which represents 75,000 men and women who work in the construction industry for more than 63 local unions across the state. We support this project for a number of reasons, but I'll just highlight a few. The unions we represent provide quality health care insurance benefits to over 260,000 members, spouses, and dependents across Massachusetts. Our union plans spend well in excess of $1.5 billion a year on care at world-class facilities like Mass General Hospital and others in the Boston area and across the state. This proposed state-of-the-art facility is consistent with the level of care that our members deserve and expect. Health insurance benefits and the health care that they provide to our members are dependent on work hours. Our members earn their benefits through hourly contributions to their health insurance plans. Partners Healthcare, now Mass General Brigham, and the building trades unions have a long-standing relationship regarding their construction policies. They recognize that building using union workers, union contractors provides them with quality projects completed on time and on budget, a highly skilled, highly trained, safe, and productive labor workforce from the local area. We formalized that relationship back in 2008 and developed a project labor agreement to be utilized on Partners, again, now Mass General Brigham projects. And since that time, we've completed billions of dollars worth of construction together. In addition to quality construction, this partnership provides jobs to our members who earn family-sustaining wages and quality health insurance benefits, allowing them to access quality health care provided by MGH and other area hospitals. More recently, we've adopted a project labor agreement to include provisions that include diversity, equity, and inclusion. On this project and others, we will include hiring metrics consistent with the City of Boston work hour targets on construction projects, 51% residents, 40% people of color, and 12% women, and we hope to exceed those goals. We've had recent discussions mirroring the anchor institutions. I see my time is up. I will submit further detailed written testimony. But in closing, we're in full support of this project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, good evening. My name is Minor Perez. I'm here representing the Carpenters Union, especially all our Boston residents. I want to thank all our elected officials and the Bpda staff for working so hard on reviewing this project and moving it forward. Madam Chair, no matter where you go in the United States, people know Mass General. And sometimes in some countries abroad as well. It is known to be a facility where you can count on getting some of the best healthcare that is available. Our members not only build these facilities, we also utilize them. Unfortunately often, but it's great to have a great place to go to. Madam Chair, also, when we met with the development team, one of the most important things that they spoke to us about is meeting the Boston goals. They put such an emphasis to make sure that work opportunities will go to minority communities, in particularly women in the trades. That's a commitment that the Carpenters Union, we are gonna make sure we meet, and we're gonna make sure we exceed. It is very important to see that these buildings are constructed to give MGH the ability to keep in the cutting edge of medicine. With that, I know it has been a long night for everybody. With all due respect, we ask you to vote on the affirmative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minor. Ana Maria Camargo, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Ania Camargo. I'm a Beacon Hill resident and usually a fan of Mass General. I'm also a member of Mothers Out Front, and I'm here today because I'm concerned about a livable climate for all children. I think this building can be as excellent as the clinical care described by President David Brown, but it is not yet. I also ask that today's approval of the MGH Clinical Building project be conditional, and that you ask Mass General to come back before this board and explain how they will address the 15% energy gap that they are currently proposing to fill with outdated fossil fuel-based steam. Otherwise, you will be approving a net polluting building to add to the city's inventory. Steam generated by a central gas power plant is a big problem for two reasons. First, gas is 95% methane, a potent greenhouse gas responsible for 27% of our state's emissions. We can't meet our goals without getting rid of it. Second, the use of central fossil fuel power plant to deliver steam is considered first-generation district energy that began literally in the 1880s. It is inefficient, requires high temperatures, and is carbon intensive. Many of these outdated plants are being replaced around the world with fourth and fifth generation district energy systems that deliver distributed energy at lower temperatures and much more efficiently. Even our state's Department of Environmental Resources recommended that this project not use gas-based steam because of its high emissions. We understand the vicinity is looking at alternative models. However, they don't have clear timelines and are still exploring options for how to do it. Their current proposal to use renewable electricity would also be extremely inefficient. Finally, our group has met with the MGH project, and they have told us that they're looking into alternatives to steam. We're really thankful that they're doing that, but they've told us it'll take 6 to 8 months. So today is too early to approve their energy plan. Please approve this project conditionally. Ask MGH to do their research and come back with a better energy plan that'll be consistent with Boston's climate goals and will not make this building yet another problem building for Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sebastian Belfanti, you can unmute yourself.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Sebastian Belfanti. I'm the director of the West End Museum. The West End Museum was initially opposed to this project due to the demolition of historic structures, but we're no longer opposed for a number of reasons. MGH has worked closely with community members to create a plan that will better integrate their campus into the West End, promising to assist in the establishment of badly needed community space, support local organizations, including ours, provide development support for nonprofits, and work with various organizations to promote the history of the surrounding neighborhoods. The museum looks forward to working with the MGH to build displays in the new clinical building that will share the story of the West End with visitors. And they have gone above and beyond to help us preserve various artifacts from the Winchell School to be accessioned into our archives. And in the case of the school's flooring, to be directly incorporated into the museum structure, as well as providing extensive photographic and 3D documentation of the structures. The Winchell School and the West End House's loss will be painful, especially for those displaced by urban renewal, a number of whom remain involved in the West End today through the museum. However, we understand that there is no reasonable way to avoid demolition while supporting our longest lived historic institution. We think that the arrangements put together between MGH and our community through the outstanding work of Councillor Bach and Representative Livingstone, along with the benefits of the clinical building itself, outweigh the costs. Therefore, the museum is happy with MGH's handling of the project. We're looking forward to working with them going forward, and we're not opposing any element of the project. On a personal note, I also was a practicing natural scientist for a decade before I was a leader at the museum, and I wanted to thank MGH for putting together a responsible plan for making the project's energy usage environmentally responsible. Thanks.
Thank you. Jay Walsh, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, Director Golden. Jay Walsh on behalf of the Downtown North Association. I would like to go on record in support of the project. We'd like to really thank MGH for what was a thorough and really inclusive process. The improvements to vehicular connections, pedestrian connections, as well as public transportation make the project, which was already great in its own, even better. And once again, we're very lucky to have Mass General Hospital this close to all of us to provide the care, but I would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Leon Wilson, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Leon Wilson. I'm President and CEO of the Museum of African American History, and we reside, on Beacon Hill. I want to enthusiastically support this initiative by Mass General Hospital. Madam Chair and board members, I thank you for this opportunity to come before you, and I want to cover some of the reasons why it is so important that we move forward here. I think the first and most important piece of who we are and why we are is that we're educators. We're educators in the Boston public school system. We're educators to those underserved communities where we don't reside. We find a way to get into those communities, but more importantly, we need a way to reside in those communities, to become part of the community orientation on a regular and a partnership basis. That partnership basis is allowed very much by our partnership, which has now spanned 2 calendar years with the Mass General Hospital, and we have a long plan in the future initiative underway that is going to enable us to go far beyond what we could normally touch. We learned a lot during the pandemic about being virtual. We learned a lot during the pandemic about what our needs were, and we learned a lot about the pandemic about our ability to get beyond the borders. We really like to do something more than that. We're also a preservationist. We've got buildings at 46th Joy that are important to keep. They're part of history, and we are part of that history. More importantly, we are the custodians of 19th and 18th century history that would be lost if the museum did not exist. That is the reason we must continue to exist, and we're so proud to be supporting this initiative because the partnership with Mass General will allow us to continue to do our good work and make certain those parts of missing history that are often evident, not so much to our school children and not so much to those underserved communities and not so much to the public. We are going to move forward with the help of Mass General, and we enthusiastically support without reservation this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Is there anybody else who would like to speak about this project? Hold on. Mr. Burns, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you again, Madam Secretary. Thank you to Madam Chair, the BPDA board and staff. You guys are doing a marathon session here tonight, so I appreciate your time. Mr. Carmody for all your important work in the IAG meetings. Thank you to Councilor Block, Councilor Flaherty, Senator DiDomenico, and Rep. Livingstone on all their work on this project. And President Brown, congratulations, Mr. Brown, on your new position, or maybe as they said when I took mine, my condolences. It could be a little of both some days. Again, my name is Michael Burns. I'm a council rep for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal Workers, local union number 17. I followed this community process for quite a while, and I know as a Bostonian the importance of keeping the integrity of the neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods like the West End. And I know, we spoke earlier tonight on another project, Doyle's in Jamaica Plain. It's bittersweet seeing some of our Boston institutions and some of our buildings change, but change has to come at some point. And I'm a very nostalgic person, but I also know the importance of having a world-class hospital like Mass General Hospital. I know it's getting tired. And if we continue to have the most cutting-edge world-class medical facilities that Boston is known for, not only on a regional or national level, but on a global level, this is a project that we all need to stand behind. I feel throughout the community process, we've had some open and honest communications. I feel MGH has listened to the community and tried to collectively mitigate all issues and provide community benefits. I know from my own stance, MGH has been an unbelievable industry partner to the metropolitan building trades, providing great construction jobs with area wage and benefit standards to local Boston residents, and providing a pathway to the middle class and economic equity to so many young men, women, and people of color in our city. And we look forward to our continued partnership with MGH. So I wholeheartedly rise on behalf of myself and my membership tonight in support of this world-class project. And thank you all so much for your hard work and time on this project and all the hours you put in tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Brian Doherty, you can unmute yourself. Brian, you're not on, oh, there you go.
Thanks very much, Secretary Poinus. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the BPDA board and incredible staff for your very thoughtful and collaborative process. I would like to take a quick second just to take a moment to recognize your enormous efforts to support a strong, democratic community process, to always bring all voices in our community to strengthen the process to help develop our great city. Your work does not go unnoticed and it is much appreciated. Just want to say a quick thank you to the BPDA. My name is Brian Doherty, and on behalf of the Boston Building Trades Unions, as many of you have heard from the organized labor tonight, we are here in strong support of this project. We would like to thank Councilor Block for your tireless advocacy supporting the public good and strengthening projects like these along the way. We also want to thank Representatives Livingstone and Sal DiDomenico for your continued advocacy and support. The Boston Building Trades Unions, representing tens of thousands of Boston residents and their families, would like to thank Mass General Hospital for all that you do for our region. MGH is an important anchor institution in our region, creating both health and economic stability and security for our community. We'd like to thank Dr. Brown, John Reservi, and the whole MGH team for this great partnership. And would like to take a special note here that Mass General Hospital, one of the greatest institutions in the entire world, has entered into the best possible labor agreement known as the Project Labor Agreement, also known as a PLA. I want to talk about this for one quick second. A PLA is a nearly century-old legal contract created by the United States Congress to set the highest standards possible of workers' rights in the construction industry. Mass General has made the decision to use this tool to make sure that this work site is the safest and most supportive of workers in the construction industry. The PLA codifies standards for workers and wages and benefits, access to training, access to civil rights protections, the ability to have a voice in the workplace, and so much more. The PLA contractually obligates all stakeholders on the project to create pathways to rewarding careers in the building trade unions for Boston residents, women, people of color, to support the Boston Residents' Jobs Policy. Every industry in healthcare in the world-class organization that MGH is, and we cannot thank them enough for their partnership. So thank you we are here. Thanks again for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Brian. Is there anybody else who would like to speak about this item? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, I believe this concludes the public comment for this item.
Great, thank you. Mr. Carmody, do we have any oral or any testimony, email testimony that needs to be read in the record?
Yes, we do. We have 4 letters, so I will begin reading them. The first letter comes from George Henderson on behalf of the Boston Climate Action Network, and it reads as follows. Dear members of the BPDA board, please accept this written testimony concerning agenda item 34, the MGH Clinical Building in the West End. I represent the Boston Climate Action Network, also known as BCAN, a climate justice organization that works to broaden the constituency for a green economy and frame climate concerns to resonate with Boston residents' daily lives. BCAN wholeheartedly joins the comments previously submitted by the Boston Clean Energy Coalition, dated May 25th, 2021, the comments submitted on behalf of Mothers Out Front, dated June 4th, 2021, and comments submitted by Martin Roeder and others to Mr. Edward Carmody via email dated July 1st, 2021. MGH can and should do more to reduce the substantial carbon impacts of its proposed project. The imperative of achieving net zero carbon emissions in our buildings is now obvious from the reports of scientists around the world, including the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, almost daily news of climate-related disasters, and the official net zero policies of the City of Boston and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, as reflected in actions such as Boston's new amended Building Energy Reporting and Disclosure Ordinance, BPda 2.0, and the recently enacted Section 9 Enact Creating a Next Generation Roadmap for Massachusetts Climate Policy. Healthcare organizations such as MGH must be in the forefront of the steps needed to achieve this goal, both because of the severe impacts of climate change on the human condition that healthcare is supposed to treat, and the outsized contribution that the healthcare industry and hospitals in particular make to the global warming problem. Instead of embracing the challenge of our time, MGH is resting its case on standards that are now recognized as out of date. The Massachusetts stretch code that MGH says it will comply with is a relic of the past. It is now being updated to provide for much higher energy efficiency building standards and a definition of net zero, and the new version is expected to be issued in March 2022, according to the state law. The City of Boston recently enacted BPda 2.0, which strengthens and improves the old BPda by requiring emissions reductions in existing buildings sufficient to achieve net zero by 2050.
Eddie,
we call upon, I will stop.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. There were only a couple sentences left. So the second letter comes from Julie DaCosta, and it reads as follows. Dear BPDA, my name is Julie DaCosta, and I serve as the patient chairperson of the Massachusetts General Hospital General Patient and Family Advisory Council. I write to you today in full support of the MGH Clinical Building. I have been a patient at MGH since childhood, primarily in the Heart Center. I've received excellent care and have seen the hospital services and landscape grow over those 50 years, all to benefit the patient. As I reflect on my most recent inpatient experience, I wish to have a private room which would have provided a better healing experience with the ability to speak with my providers without the fear of other patients or family members hearing our conversation, and in support of HIPAA regulations. I wished for a private room to achieve dignity at a time where I felt most vulnerable. The new private inpatient and ICU beds will provide the necessary privacy for those admitted to the units, along with better safety from infection and falls. As a cardiac patient, a healing and peaceful environment is paramount to a successful medical outcome. I've been fortunate to participate and provide feedback to those designing the facility from the very start. I've participated in focus groups and reviewed plan designs recommending ideas from furniture selection to overall rooms to IT systems, all in the effort to improve the overall patient experience. I've also shared what works well and what does not. I am passionate about the use of technology and its role in the patient experience. I believe patient access and use of technology helps patients and family members by gaining and understanding complex information, transitioning to home care, and ultimately providing outpatient care options, we must be able to incorporate state-of-the-art technology in MGH facilities for all patients. Lastly, as someone who lives in southern New Hampshire and drives to MGH for care, the project will provide for approximately 250 parking spaces for patients and their family members, giving increased convenience to access the hospital facilities. Patients are already concerned about their health care and shouldn't have to focus on parking. And I will stop there. The third letter comes from Kevin McNamara, and it reads as follows. Dear Bpda board members, please read aloud the following testimony at the public hearing. I am a member of the MGH task force and trustee at Hawthorne Place condominium. The trustees represent 505 residential units directly across from MGH on Blossom Street. MGH plays an important role with providing healthcare for our West End community and our city. We understand MGH needs additional facilities to meet the increasing demands for delivering exceptional care. MGH assembled an excellent team to design and communicate the clinical building project. We feel they have listened to our concerns and made improvements to the project based on these concerns. We are generally supportive of this project, although we still have concerns about traffic congestion on Cambridge Street, Blossom Street, and Blossom Court. We are confident MGH and the city will continue to work with the neighborhood to address these concerns. We look forward to continuing our involvement with this project. Sincerely, Kevin. And finally, the fourth letter of public testimony comes from the West End Community Center, and it reads as follows. To the members of the Bpda board, we, the West End Community Center Board, would like to reiterate our support for the MGH Clinical Building Project. We would also like to take the opportunity to thank MGH again for listening to the community about preserving some of our history. And it is signed with kind regards, Martha McGuire, President, Teresa Rasso, Treasurer, William Georgiaki, Board Member, Kelly Feely, Board Member, and Kiara Sharon, Programming Director. And that is the extent of our emailed testimony.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I have a couple of quick comments, starting with my sense that anyone who's lived in the greater Boston area for any length of time has had some kind of beneficial contact with Mass General. After I was injured on City Hall Plaza 45 years ago, I was taken to Mass General's ER and fixed up. And much more recently, I've had colleagues and family members and friends who have been able to take advantage of Mass General's services around breast cancer and around COVID. And as an employer, I know that Mass General has been a major employer of city residents, particularly in Charlestown and Roxbury. And I would also say that 40-odd years ago, when I was on the MBTA board, we had conversations about the role that Mass General might play in helping to bring together the red and blue lines. And they're doing that in this plan. So my sense is that Mass General is not only a healing institution for its patients, but also for communities and for the greater Boston region. And to that extent, I would encourage the leadership to take heed of several points. One is that the new configuration of the hospital could prove to be a little bit confusing for people who may not know the area, particularly with the elimination of a street. And so I would encourage the designers and the leadership to think very seriously about street level wayfinding in a way that will enable people who are heading to the hospital to be able to find where they need to go in this new configuration. The second thing I would note is that handicapped accessibility is something that needs to be thought about just as much as historic preservation. And I know that you've been involved with that in the past, and it hasn't come up in our conversations, but I would encourage you to think seriously about that. Thirdly, air transportation. In the area, there are helicopters coming and going that serve the medical institutions in the area. And I haven't heard anything about that, and I'm sure that's part of your planning, but I want to make sure that that is built into the plan that you're putting together. And then finally, you've heard tonight from a number of people who are concerned about sustainability and resilience and energy conservation. And I would have to say, as one of the people who was involved with the building of a power plant in Mission Hill for another institution at a point in time when energy was viewed as important, but not quite at the level that it is today. There are new standards, but I think that the fact that only 38% of your patients at this moment have access to single rooms outweighs the delay that we're being asked to put you through in terms of moving forward with the process. And so it would be my expectation that rather than conditioning any vote, that you will continue to explore energy alternatives that will reduce and ultimately eliminate the 15% of dependence that you have on steam. But I think in an overall sense, a large part of what this plan does is to heal damage that this very agency did in this neighborhood more than half a century ago by bringing together cultural and healing resources. And to that extent, I think it's important for the board to support this project.
All right, thank you, Dr. Landsmark. Any additional questions or comments? In the interest of time, I just want to kind of plus one on the comments offered by Dr. Landsmark. Definitely encourage and have that expectation that the environmental matters and concerns that were raised today do get addressed, you know, with the groups and then with the elected officials. So I trust in that process. And yes, if there are no further questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers. All right, so the final public hearing is going to be a simultaneous Spanish interpretation. And this will be provided for this meeting using language interpretation functionality within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions of how to access interpretations have been interpreted into Spanish. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. So thank you in advance. To enable interpretation for Spanish, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Spanish. You must mute original audio. So I believe Sophia will be assisting us today. Would you please kindly interpret the instructions I just gave?
Hi, my name is Sofía Picul, and I will be your Spanish interpreter. Hola, mi nombre es Sofía Picul, seré su intérprete de español. La interpretación de español simultánea será proporcionada para esta reunión utilizando la funcionalidad de interpretación del lenguaje que se encuentra dentro de Zoom. Le pedimos que sea paciente si tiene algún problema técnico. La interpretación del lenguaje no será activada hasta que las instrucciones de cómo accesar la interpretación sean interpretadas en el español. Una vez la interpretación sea activada, un icono del globo aparecerá. Un recordatorio a que todos los que están hablando el día de hoy, le pedimos a cada uno de ustedes que hablen despacio para los intérpretes. Si están hablando muy rápido, puede que los vaya a interrumpir y le pediré que hablen más despacio. Gracias. Para permitir o activar la interpretación para español, por favor, pulse o haga clic en el icono del globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione español. También debe apagar el audio original.
Okay, great. Gracias, Sofía. Ahmad, would you please turn the interpretation on now? We're just going to give allow a bit of time for folks to join the interpretation channel. As you can see, the globe icon is now present at the bottom of your screen. So if you are having any difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen and take note of the number. Again, if you're having any difficulties in the meeting, you can call that number. So, I will now introduce the project. So this is a public hearing for the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80A-2 and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the Phase 5 Building F5 development within the planned development area number 94 Bartlett Place, Washington Street and Bartlett Street, Roxbury. This hearing was duly advertised on September 29th, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a Bpda hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. So if you are planning on testifying, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. Bpda staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any emailed testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Whiteside will now begin the presentation. Dana, I can't hear you, or is that just me?
That's my, I just forgot to unmute myself. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Secretary Polhemus and Director Golden. I'm Dana Whiteside, Deputy Director for Community Economic Development. We are pleased to share with you this request for consideration of the approval of new construction within Phase 5 of the Bartlett Place development. You'll recall from votes taken in November of 2020 that the Bartlett Place development is a 5-phase project that is governed for zoning purposes by the Planned Development Area, or PDA, originally approved by this board in 2013. The overall project will result in the revitalization of the long vacant former Bartlett Yard bus station, which was purchased by the Western CDC in 2010. Very briefly, overall this project in all its 5 phases will result in the creation of approximately 382 residential units, which will consist of approximately 241 income restricted units, and approximately 46% of all those units will be homeownership units. 166 in total of the full grid density 2. In addition to the housing creation that's taking place as part of this project, there'll be a approximately 50,000 square foot plaza called the Oasis, the planting of 130 new trees as part of an open space planning and environmental sustainability program, as well as the installation of a new traffic signal on Washington Street with accompanying crosswalk and traffic calming components. The new project about which you'll hear more tonight, focusing on building F5, will be 44 rental units, all of which will be income restricted. In other words, there are no market rate units in this particular project. The affordability range will be between 30 and 80% of area median income. A further clarification with regard to today's action is that it does not represent a change in the planned development area or PDA. It's solely the approval of the project within the PDA. A couple of highlights in terms of benchmarks. Following submission of the appropriate documents for the articulated process in September 2020, there were several design and review considerations related to public realm, site plan, et cetera, as well as environmental. The Project Review Committee, which is a part of the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan Oversight Committee, reviewed this project most recently on August 9th of this year and also on September 23rd. The building and site plan review considerations were also part of the Boston Civic Design Commission, and the project has received its approval from the Boston Civic Design Commission as well this early fall. In addition to the aforementioned approvals and benchmarks reached, this project has also received letters of support from Representative China Tyler, Senator Chang Diaz, as well as the Project Review Committee. This concludes my remarks. I would like to acknowledge the presence of David Price, Chief Executive of Western CDC, who along with Arnold Johnson of Windale Developers and Kiosk Park of Williamsport Architects will advance the presentation. David?
Thank you, Dana. Madam Chair and members of the board, I trust that you can hear me. If we could back up to the first slide, I'd like to set the context for building F5 before passing it off. So as you know, this is part of the larger Bartlett Station development. It's in the center of the site. To update you, we have 2 buildings completed and occupied. Building B on Washington Street with 60 apartments and retail. Building E on Guild with 16 condominiums. We have 2 rental buildings under construction right now. Building A on Washington Street with 60 mixed income rental apartments and retail. And we just broke ground on building D, which is 50 senior apartments, affordable. So building F5 will be the final rental building in the entire Bartlett site. It's a total of 380 housing units, of which 214 will be rental apartments and 166 for sale. The remaining home ownership buildings are mostly the perimeter of the site and the series of F buildings up to Lambert Ave and back down Bartlett Street and along Guild, and finally building C in the center of the site. So if we go to slide 3, I think I want to first turn it to Arnold Johnson to talk about our commitment to jobs and contracting as part of this project, and then we'll turn it on to Kiosk Park from Davis Square Architects. Arnold, want to speak briefly? I believe Arnold is here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and board. I'm going to be brief because it's been such a long night. One of the things that my father always asked me, he's 96 going on 97, he said, do you think I'll expire before your team completes Bartlett? And I was having that same feeling about tonight's meeting, but what we want to do is we want to continue to push the envelope in terms of jobs, local hires, MBE and WBE business opportunities. And we've been doing that. We've exceeded, in the first 2 buildings, we've exceeded our goals by 10% on both workers of color and Boston residents. And we plan to continue to do that, pushing the envelope and making it a beacon in Roxbury. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arnold. And now I want to turn it over to Q Young Park from Davis Square Architects.
Hi, good evening. Next slide, please. So that is F5 building, and the south side of the building, there is a public entry, and the north side of the building, there is a residential entry. And next to F5 and D, there is a public open space, lawn on Lambert. And next slide, please. So this building is at the central location of the Barton Station site, and over 2,000 square feet of community space is located at the south part of the building on the ground level. This community space is at the end of the major public path from Washington Street into the site, and the path is connected to the public open space, which is Lambert, lawn of Lambert. And there is also a patio space next to the community space, and the community space can be open to the outdoor patio space. This patio space has seatings and can be used for some outdoor events for the community space. And this community space is designed to be slightly angled into the building to open up the public path and view to the open space and the patio. So the public entry is the south side of the building, and the residential entry is at the north side of the building. And the north side of the north part of the building is for residential facilities. The site has 26 parking spaces, including 5 accessible and 44 bikes parking. And that's one bike parking per unit. And next slide. So that's view from the Washington Street into the Bartlett Station Drive. And you can see the F5, the canted roof edge. And between the building D and the building F5, there is a public open space. And next slide. The roof is designed to be a canted roof to make a visual connection to the neighboring building D. And the color panels on the color panels and storefront on the ground level is to match the building D's color panel facade. And in this view, you can see the patio and the public open space at the end of the building F5. And next slide. In this view, you can see the patio space and the community space. And beyond that, there is a stair going into the Lambert Avenue, and there is a open space lawn on Lambert. And next slide. That's the real elevation of this building, and there is a public open space. And the next slide. This view is from the parking space. To activate the parking area, we designed the retaining wall as a mural wall and the green wall. And the parking space is visually connected to the community space through the storefront windows. And the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, that's the last slide. That's the building elevations of front and rear. Thank you.
That, Madam Chair, that ends the presentation. We will certainly obviously wait for public testimony that's here, but we'll also be happy to answer any questions that may come from the board.
All right, thank you very much, Dana. So let's go ahead and move on to the public testimony. portion. So when Secretary Polhemus recognizes you, please announce your name, and your position on the project.
Great. Matthew Gibson, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Gibson. I'm Resident Services Manager with New Extra, and I want to thank Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and the Assembly Board. I'm also a longtime resident of Boston, and I used to live right around the corner from the Bartlett Station site on Juniper Street. And one of the things that greeted me every morning back in the 90s was an outcropping of Roxbury pudding stone, on which was written these words: "Love Black Kids." I mention that because the neighborhood of Roxbury has a storied history. It's a place where Black, brown families and white families, Jewish families, all sorts of families have lived for many years. Unfortunately, to mitigate the displacement that a lot of those families are seeing now, it's important to have developments like the one at Bartlett. And fortunately, people have put their heads together, planned to not only change names like Dudley to Nubian Square, but also change the horizon of the future for families going forward. And I hope that the board and everyone else gathered will strongly consider voting in the affirmative for this project. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Yusuf Yassin, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Yusuf Yassin. I'm from Goodfoot Markets. We're a tenant in the Nuestra property in the new construction, which is Building B. And I'm here to support the project for Nuestra. Like Matthew Gibson said, like to echo his words, this is a fantastic development that really supports families, seniors, and particularly this building, it will be housing artists which badly need housing. Basically, Roxbury, it's a home for a large, it's an art hub and a large community of artists which are actually quite often in the city become victims of big developments. But this one is particularly targeted towards them, and we are here full-heartedly supporting the project, and would love for it to proceed forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Hurst, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm David Hurst, Hurst Landscape and Site Services. I'm a resident of Boston. I've been here all my life. I'm not going to say how many years that is, but I've been in business for over 30 years. And early in my business career, I met Arnold Johnson, and I wanted to log on to show him support tonight. He's been a great person, a great mentor to me. When I first started, I was, just barely big enough to work on projects with him, and he held my hand, walked me through it, and we've worked with Crosswinds on most projects that they have done since then. And they're always great to work with. They show a lot of support to businesses of color, women businesses. Every job site I go on, I see lots of people that look like me, and I'm pushing for Crosswinds to have their part in this project. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Olawumi Akinwumi, I hope I didn't butcher that name. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, good evening. I'm gonna try to make this brief because my son might distract the noise, but yes. My name is Olawumi Akinwumi. I am a longtime resident, cultural planner in the Nubian Square area. I'm also working along with Nuestra as their State of Arts venue manager. And I'm here this evening to say I support this project and all the projects that Nuestra is incurring at the moment. And as a resident who lives here, it's a great opportunity for me and for others to be able to stay in our neighborhood. I love the way that it's not fully all about just rentals, but also home ownership, which is a big key to what we need to strive here in Nubian Square, so folks can also nourish the wonderful things and gems and historically that we have here in our neighborhood. And then just kind of pointing out what's the native arts. It means healing. So that kind of strengthens off of all the things that we're doing, especially with the projects and entertainment that we're providing here at the Bartlett Station. We want to be able to provide the residents to have opportunity to see and have a taste of what it will look like to gather our residents together. And then even outside folks who visit Nubian Square. It is time that we revitalize our neighborhood and find ways for folks to enjoy the gems that we have in the air and not to just look at it just as an affordable being for folks who can't, move outside of Boston. So I say tonight, please support this project and everything that we have that we're working for to make sure that we can have place stay in the neighborhood and not displace our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to speak for this project? Last opportunity to raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, I believe this concludes the public testimony part of this hearing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whiteside, are there any emails that we need to read into the record?
There are no email testimonies now.
Okay, fabulous. Meaning that we got all the emails and read them before that, just for clarification. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, and I think that is because of the great content and just package and again additional transformation that we are bringing with this project and that the other faces that have already brought. So again, thank you. So with that, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Cheers. Okay. OMG, did we finish the public hearings? I think we did. Okay. But we're going back to the regular, the non-public hearing portion.
La parte que no es de la audiencia pública. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sí. That's okay. Sophia, yeah. So thank you, Sophia. Gracias, Sophia, for providing our Spanish interpretation today.
Okay. Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Great. So resuming back to agenda item number 23. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code to approve the construction of 2,214 square feet of commercial ground floor space, 30 residential homeownership units, including 4 IDP units, 5 parking spaces, and 32 bicycle spaces located at 16 Tabor Street, also known as 1135 Harrison Avenue, to recommend approval to the Board of Appeal for the necessary zoning relief and to take all related actions. Lance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Gold, Madam Secretary. This project is located in the heart of Nubian Square, flanked by Tabor Street, Harrison Ave, and Palmer Street. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is the project at a bird's eye view. The project consists of a new 6-story building with commercial entry egress on Harrison Avenue with a 12-foot new improved sidewalk on Tabor Street, as well as rear egress on Palmer Street. The garage entrance will be accessed from Palmer Street. The first floor will contain, as Madam Chair said, 2,214
2,200 square feet of commercial space, bike room for space for 42 bicycles, and off-street parking for 5 vehicles, in an exercise room and a lounge. The unit mix consists of 12 one-bedroom units, 16 two-bedroom units, 2 3-bedroom units, for a total of 30 condominium units. You will hear a presentation from Bpda. I cannot pronounce your last name, Bpda, but you are now, it's okay for you to go ahead and do your presentation.
Thank you, Lance. And given the time and circumstances, you are forgiven for not being able to say my name is Bpda. I am with the architecture team, Horesco Associates, representing the project. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We really appreciate your time and effort, and I understand how late it is. So I'm going to keep this very short. Our proposed project is a 6-story building that engages the lot on 3 sides. It's a corner lot location. We are trying to introduce the massing of this project designed to maintain this continuity with the existing structure on Tabor Street, the newly finished 10 Tabor Street project. So the treatment of the materials is in dialogue with the existing context. As Lance mentioned, we are proposing 30 units. So from the 2nd floor to the 6th floor, we have the residential component. If we can go to the next slide, please. With this site context analysis, we are showing that the existing site is occupied by a 1-story underutilized building, which our proposal is to demolish and replace with our new 6-story building. Next slide, please. Our proposed site plan is showing the footprint of the building with the residential access located on Tabor Street, the retail access from Harrison Avenue, and bike parking and rear egress from Palmer Street, and the garage access from the rear side of the building. We are proposing 7 new trees on the lot and engaging a more pedestrian-friendly sidewalk engagement. Can we go to the next slide, please? The next few slides will show the design of the exterior elevations of the building. So this is our Tabor Street facade with the existing 10 Tabor Street building on the left side. In the center of the 1st floor, we see the residential entrance and the development of the materials of the facade from the 2nd to the 6th floor, with the 6th floor taking a step back to reduce the massing of the building. Can we go to the next slide, please? Our front facade, as it develops on Harrison Avenue, with the retail on the ground floor, a brick veneer treatment along all 4 facades of the ground floor, and the 2nd to the 6th floor, a treatment of ceramic panel and ACM panel for the residential component. Next slide, please. Our Palmer Street elevation is showing the entrance of the bike room and the rear egress of our building on the ground floor, and the prominent bay engaging the corner of Palmer and Harrison Avenue. Next slide, please. These are some studies of the 3D modeling as we were progressing with the design and facade treatment, and in communication with the Bpda urban planning and design team, we've further developed some accents of this building, and we look forward to continue on that scope. Next slide, please. This is another 3D modeling study showing on the image on the left, we show the residential entrance, and the image on the right showing the corner of Tabor Street and Harrison Avenue with the pedestrian-friendly proposal for the treatment of the sidewalks and new planting. Next slide, please. With this rendering image is how we envision the project, with the facade treatment trying to maintain a uniform look with the existing surroundings, and especially the newly completed 10 Tabor Street project. And this building is thought of as an extension of that, to create a new building block in harmony with the existing neighborhood context. So I try to keep it very short, and I think that represents the architectural component. Happy to answer any questions or add any information needed.
Thank you. Thank you. Great presentation and architecture. So, questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Great looking project.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 24, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving the requirement of further review pursuant to Article 80, Section 80B 5.3D of the zoning code for the construction of 91,000 square foot FW Web commercial retail space, 86 parking spaces, and 16 bicycle spaces located at 55 through 115 Hamden Street, and to take all related actions. Aisling.
Thank you. Good evening again, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Secretary Flemis, and members of the board. Bpda staff are pleased to offer the recommendation of approval to this board for the proposed project at 55 to 115 Hamden Street in the Newmarket District of Roxbury. The project, an as-of-right proposal from the commercial plumbing supply company FW Web, presents an important opportunity for economic investment, site activation, and public realm improvements in an area of high priority for the city of Boston at present. FW Web currently operates a warehouse, showroom, and office facility on Dorchester Avenue in South Boston, and with this project proposes the relocation and expansion of those operations to a new approximately 91,000 gross square foot building on Hamden Street, with approximately 57 subsurface parking spaces for employees and approximately 29 outdoor parking spaces for customer and retail use. I'd like to thank the members of the Impact Advisory Group who assisted the BPDA with the Article 80 review of this proposal. With their feedback, several fantastic community benefits and mitigation measures will be offered through this project, including financial support for arts and cultural programming and public art in the Newmarket District, and financial support for improvements and maintenance to the nearby Edna B. Vino playground. Additionally, the proponent will engage with the Boston Transportation Department through the Transportation Access Plan Agreement on the provision of a Blue Bike station and financial support for the network. We're joined this evening by Kevin Giebler of Rhodey Architects, who will lead the project presentation, as well as Mark Wickstead from Bowler Engineering and Andy Macbeth from Greenleaf Construction. Members of the development team and BPDA staff will be happy to answer any questions the board may have at the conclusion of the presentation. Thank you. Kevin, please feel free to begin. Just let us know as you need the slides advanced, and our staff will do so.
Okay, thank you, Aisling. Madam Chairwoman, Director Golden, Secretary Flemis, members of the board, thank you for your time and your extensive service tonight on this evening. Pleased to present this project after concluding an excellent process of working with the community. We look at this project as one not only to provide construction job, but permanent jobs in the future in this location of Newmarket at the edge of Roxbury. Throughout this process, and you'll see this in our renderings, that we've committed to a community mural, and then we have also committed to deeper energy efficiency standards as this process has evolved through the working with the Environment Department. Next slide, please. I think that Aisling mentioned the Plan Newmarket study that is actively sort of taking place right now. Our team is very much aware of this. Our office is right near, is actually in the Newmarket District. So when we talk about FW Web as a company and the types of spaces that they're looking to have at this location, we want to think about the history of FW Web being born in Boston and expanding and having great success all over the East Coast and particularly in New England. This is going to be a expansion and a relocation of from their South Boston location. And it allows for the placement of this use in the Newmarket District, which again is welcoming and hoping to retain industrial jobs of this sort. The program uses that we're talking about in this right side of this diagram is a high bay warehouse, contractor self-service, where for the most part, plumbers and plumbing subcontractors come in for parts and supplies. We have office space, a showroom, and a public lobby. So the showroom itself is where most people would come in off the street, general customers from in and around the Boston area. Next slide, please. Wanted to just really give a quick overview of where the project ended up. And as Aisling mentioned, this is an as-of-right proposal. We are looking at sort of expanding to the Article 80, triggered by the size of this building being over 50,000 square feet. So with the sort of development of the project over time, the things that we've been able to incorporate here is to allow for a space for blue bikes on the property. We have looked at really activating the Hampton Street corridor. The next slide will end up showing you the locations of existing buildings on site. As we can sort of see that we're sort of proudly saying our condition here is within the Newmarket district at the edge of Roxbury in the south end. One of the main features that we worked on over the last 6 to 8 months with the staff was the potential to allow for future development on Melnia Cass. This project was initially conceived closer to Melnia Cass. The FW Webb and its associates have been able to acquire more property to better locate this building with respect to Melnia Cass itself, but also the housing, the Orchard Gardens housing community in the rear of the site. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in the rest of our presentation. Next slide, please. The site plan, as you can kind of see the general layout on the right, the sort of curve of Melnia Cass, the footprint of the main floor really has a loading dock that is accessed by a common drive aisle. We have 2 curb cuts to serve this relatively large lot. There would be some layout area in the rear of the site, parking for these plumbing contractors, as well as entry points for the lobby off of that parking lot, but also an entry point off of Hampton Street, sort of in the center of the building. And through this process of, again, working with the Bpda design staff, Alexa Bernard, Joe Blankenship, and Aisling, we have sort of looked at a way of kind of incorporating parking below the building to reduce the amount of surface parking to a very minimal amount that's left there on the left part of the site. So this building and the proponents here, the FW Web team, have agreed to do that and lift the building up slightly so that we can sort of hide that parking and let it sort of reside in the center of the site. And next slide, please. As you can kind of see at this point, we are kind of proudly sort of looking at this as a modern industrial building. 21st century industrial is what we're sort of seeing develop in the Plain Newmarket sort of vision. So we are trying to allow this to remain something that feels right for this district, but it is also very fresh and looking forward to the future. The red box is the high bay warehouse. There's an amount of local distribution that will be taking place from this particular spot, as well as the more publicly accessed 2-story volume here with the showroom on top of the contractor self-service location. And again, this more of a public lobby, double height space right off of Hampton Street. Next slide, please. 2 renderings to kind of conclude the presentation. This process has also led to us widening the sidewalk to 10 feet. as well as incorporating opportunity for a community mural right in the center of that red box to sort of break up that mass, as well as activation along the Hampton Street corridor. And one more view kind of turns the camera in the next slide, please. More towards how you would get into the self-service location on the left. So the use of concrete block, glass, and metal panel, again, is our interpretation of modern industrial, and hopefully with the addition of graphics and public space along Hampton Street, we are sort of looking forward into the future of Newmarket District. I'll conclude at that point and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you and congratulations, good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, item number 25, request authorization to issue a determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80A-6 of the zoning code in connection with the notice of project change in connection with the Alexandra Hotel for a use change by elimination of 150 hotel rooms and creating 79 residential home ownership units, of which 33 will be compact living units, including 10 IDP units located at 1767 through 1769 Washington Street. Nick.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary. We're here before you this evening to discuss the notice of project change for the Alexandra Hotel, proposing a change of use from hotel to residential ownership use. As you may remember, this project was originally approved by this board at the March 14th, 2019 board meeting as a hotel project, preserving the facade of the historic hotel on the ground floor. Due to the COVID crisis, the market for new hotels has changed drastically, and as a result, the proponent has now proposed to build the same building as a residential ownership project, still preserving the historic facade of a building that has long sat vacant. Thank you for your time, and I will now turn to the development team to walk you through the changes.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Nick. Chairperson Rojas, Secretary Bleemis, Director Golden, members of the board. My name is Mark Lacasse, and I represent the Alexandra Partners, which is a development team comprised of Tom Callis and Jazz Bogle. As Nick mentioned, the original approval was in March of 2019, with Board of Appeal approval in October of 2019, and during the first quarter of 2020, full construction documents were being developed for the construction of what we thought was finally the project that would make this historic gem come back to life, and then COVID. The Boston hotel market is the top 3 most damaged by the COVID crisis in America, and hotel industry experts predict that the Boston hotel market will not come back until 2025 at the earliest. So with that harsh reality confronting my clients, we had no choice but to pivot to another use because constructing a 150-room boutique hotel is just out of the question. So thus the proposal before you this evening is to build the same exact tower, the same exact box, with the same exact commitments to preservation of the historic facade of the Alexandra Hotel. Next slide, please. This is the view when you're coming into the city of Boston, down Mass Ave, heading toward Back Bay. Everyone who has passed by this building wonders, why? Why hasn't it happened? With this change to residential, we are essentially proposing to restore the building to its original historic use. Though a hotel, it was a residential apartment hotel. So by introducing 76 home ownership units into this property, not only is the historic building being preserved, but the historic use is being brought back to life. 33 of the 76 units are being proposed as compact, which makes them more affordable because they are smaller and lower priced. And 10 of the 76 units will be set aside as inclusionary development policy units, and some of those are going to be compact units as well. With those challenges in mind, again, commitment to the historic preservation is foremost and always has been foremost as an important part of this project. The rendering that you are seeing before you is the product of many, many, many hearings with the BCDC when we originally had the approvals go through the process, as well as the South End Landmarks District Commission. When the change to residential was being contemplated, there was some thought given to making some changes to the facade, but we were quickly coached away from that by BPDA staff and others who had participated in the process. So if what you are seeing looks familiar, it is because it is precisely the project which has previously been approved. The only difference is going to be what's going on inside the box. And rather than people sleeping in hotel beds, it will be people sleeping in their own homes that they have purchased and will live in and set down roots in the neighborhood. I'm happy to report that our public process was much like our earlier public process. Everyone in the neighborhood, every one of the neighborhood groups wants this building to be saved, preserved, and something happen on this very important corner at the intersection of not only Massachusetts Avenue and Washington Street, but the intersection of the South End and Roxbury. For zoning purposes, the building is in Roxbury, but for historic purposes, it's in the South End Landmarks District. Ever mindful of all those sensitivities, we are pleased to advance this project to the next stage of the approval process so that a resumption of construction documents can be in our future as we look to convert it to a residential use. Next slide, please. Also happy to say that the development team is firmly committed to affirming and confirming all of the previously approved community benefits, which include transportation improvements, Parks Department contribution for nearby parks, contribution to Washington Gateway Main Street, and a fund that will be maintained by the BPDA and to which various community groups may seek application for distribution of those funds. The only components of the community benefit package that has changed relates to some of the partnerships that we were going to have with local schools for internships in the hotel, which obviously is no longer possible, but we'll look for other alternatives to satisfy those kinds of commitments which have previously been made. So with that, and bearing in mind the hour, I will stop there and thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you. Okay, questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, very excited, good luck. Glad to see this still happening. I'm one of those people that pass by it every, frequently and being like, when?
Thank you as always.
Cheers. Okay, item number 26. Request authorization to issue a determination pursuant to section 80A-6 of the zoning code in connection with the third notice of project change for the project proposed at 154 Terrace Street, also known as the Pickle Didston Building, for the construction of 66 residential condominium units and 24 parking spaces, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I'm a project manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time this evening. The project I bring before you today is 154 Terrace Street, located in Mission Hill, a neighborhood within Boston. This project last appeared before the board on January 26, 2020, for a second NPC, which was approved by the board. Originally, this project was proposed as a much larger project that was approved by the board on January 26, 2006. The project was later broken up into two phases, revised and reintroduced. Phase 1 gained board approval on July 12, 2008. The proposal I bring before I bring before the board today is the third NPC, for phase 2 of the project, 154 Terrace Street. The 154 Terrace Street development team will present the most recent changes to the project. A virtual public meeting for the MPC was held on August 24, 2021. The virtual public meeting was advertised in the local paper, online, and by email. The project also had a 30-day comment period that ended on September 3rd, 2021. Lastly, but a great development for this proposal, Boston City Councilor for District 8, Councilor Kenzie Bach, has offered her support for the proposal. Councilor Bach is, quote, very grateful to the proponents for making a substantial financial commitment to support the implementation of our ongoing BTD planning study. Councilor Bach is also, quote, very glad the proponent will be bringing home ownership to Mission Hill, end quote. With that said, I would like to turn it over to Drew Colbert from Wind Development, Joseph Hanley, the project attorney, and Michael Doherty, the project architect, to briefly but informatively present the NPC proposal for 154 Terrace Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, members of the board, Attorney Joe Hanley, McDermott Quilty Miller, representing Wind Development, who is with me, Drew Colbert, who's a senior project manager, and Mike Doherty from the architectural team. You'll see in the presentation before you in the orange hash is the site that we're proposing this second and final phase of development for the Pickle-Dykson residential revitalization of this former factory site in Mission Hill along Terrace Street. Next slide, please. This sort of shows you closer up in the white hash, phase 1. Which, as Stephen indicated, is a 62-unit residential building with 43 units of affordable housing, both rental and home ownership. And the second phase is a vacant parking lot next to it, which we were before this board in 2020, just before the pandemic, for the approval of a residential condominium building, which we think we have improved since then. Next slide, please. This is intended to just sort of give you an outline of those improvements. Again, in 2020, just before the pandemic, the approval was for 64 units in a 6-story building, still home ownership. But the key difference that you'll see tonight is, as a result of the pandemic, we've taken a look at the residential program. We've increased the number of 2 bedrooms and reduced the number of 1 bedrooms. From a design and planning standpoint, we've also reduced the lot coverage of the building, and we've introduced a pocket park to break up the length of the street wall on Terrace Street, both of which we would suggest are a major improvement. Next slide, please. And so I'll leave you with this and then just ask Mike Doherty from TAT to take you through the renderings really quickly. This is an image from 2006. To the right is the existing Pickle-Dykson building, which was redeveloped and delivered in 2011 for the 62 units of housing that I referenced. To the left was what was approved and was acquired by Wind Development in 2006 for 9 stories. We're now proposing 7. And again, in a development that we think is more consistent with current planning. With that, I'd like to ask Mike Doherty to take you through the elevations and the renderings. Mike?
Thanks, Joe. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay. I'm just going to briefly walk you through these renderings, as Joe mentioned. On the left, we have the design from last year, 2020. On the right, we have the currently proposed design. The chief difference between the two is that on the one on the upper left, which is a view looking northeast, the building almost touched the existing phase 1 building. And on the proposed current design, we've moved it about 30 feet off the face of existing building to create a pocket park and a real break in that street wall and allow light and air through there. On the bottom views, which are views looking southwest from Terrace Street, on the lower left, you have last year's design, which had a one-story base and a slight recess at the sidewalk level. On the left. On the right, you have the currently proposed design, which has a two-story expressed masonry base. We worked with the Bpda design staff to craft this to make the sidewalk as wide as we could and still have the building function properly, but make the sidewalk as pleasant and as wide as we could. We also refined the facade to have vertical elements that relate more to the pilasters in the existing Phase 1 building. Next slide, please. And here you have a view of the main entrance, and you can see the lobby has been recessed even slightly more than the recess at the two-story base that I mentioned. And adjacent to it is, of course, the pocket park, which would probably have more planting than what we're showing here. But the idea is it would be a break along that street wall. It would be a place where space spills out, and that would occur at the lobby as well. So it wouldn't just be a straight shot sidewalk. That's about it.
Thank you, Michael. And just to conclude, we're very excited to bring a scale of home ownership to Mission Hill that is much needed in an area that has a lack of home ownership and a lot of rental. And the end result, Madam Chair and members of the board here, will be to provide a combined development of over 38% of income restricted housing, and also to invest in new connectivity, sidewalk, and provide monetary support for the city's new implementation of Terrace Street infrastructure measures, and of course to provide greater economic support to both High Jackson Square on one side and Roxbury Crossing on the other. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Just one quick question. The architects are the same architects as Phase 1. Why did you change the color of the building?
I didn't work on the Phase 1 building, but I can tell you that that's existing brick masonry. It's traditional older building, and the new building will be masonry at the base, but then fiber cement panels above that. And we knew we couldn't really replicate the masonry look, so we wanted to, complement it, but do something a little more contemporary.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Lansberg.
Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Brian, did you?
Yes, pardon, I've got to recuse myself from this vote.
Perfect, okay,
Thank you, Priscilla.
So the motion has been moved and seconded, so we'll do roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 27, request authorization to issue a preliminary adequacy determination waiving the requirement of further review pursuant to section 80B-5.4C4 of the zoning code, approving the draft project impact report and waiving the requirement for the filing and review of the final project impact report, subject to Bpda design review for the construction of 393 residential units, including 59 IDP units and 53 institutional patient family housing units, 200 parking spaces, and 1,600 square feet of ground floor retail located at 819 Beacon Street, to recommend the approval to the Zoning Board of Appeal for zoning relief necessary to construct the proposed project and to take all related actions. Edward.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. The proposal before you is the 819 Beacon Street project in the Audubon Circle neighborhood of the Fenway district. The proposed project represents a partnership between Boston Children's Hospital and SCAPE, and it adds 393 rental housing units to the neighborhood, as well as 53 short-term housing units for families of patients seeking care at Children's Hospital. The proposed project represents a change from the 2013 proposal for this site, which had at that time contemplated office and administration space, but was never constructed. The review process on this project began with the community in September 2020, and many changes were made to the project in response to feedback from the city and from neighbors. The design and massing of the building were overhauled to present a contextual facade on Beacon Street that fits in with the transitional nature of the site, from newer development on one side to older traditional housing stock on the other. The project site is currently a surface parking lot, and the proposal has sought to add green space to the neighborhood via a public park off Beacon Street, and by complementing the future multi-use path at the back of the site for pedestrian and bicycle accommodation through this section of Fenway. The project will also provide a vital link of bike infrastructure on Maitland Street and contribute $100,000 toward broader Fenway neighborhood transportation improvements, which BPDA staff appreciate given the level of development we are seeing in the district. Finally, the development team has agreed to increased commitments toward affordable housing on site and is doubling the amount of accessible units required for the project. With that said, I'm happy to turn it over to Andrew Flynn from SCAPE to begin the presentation, and we will then take your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Eddie. And first and foremost, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, thank you very much for your time this evening. We sincerely appreciate it. Furthermore, incredibly grateful to Mr. Carmody, members of BPDA staff, Councilor Bach in her office, members of the IAG, as well as all of the various stakeholders across the city and the neighborhood who have dedicated an immense amount of time and attention to this project over the past 2 years. We are pleased to be proposing a housing project which will address the acute housing shortage that exists in the neighborhood today, as well as address the increasing demand presented by the lab and life science development pipeline in the neighborhood. We are grateful for the inclusive, thorough, and responsive process that has taken place over the past 2 years over the course of the Article 80 process. And I'm pleased to turn it over to Lisa Hogarty from Children's Hospital to touch on the family housing component of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, BPDA board members. I'd just like to make 2 quick points. I have the privilege of overseeing real estate planning and development for Boston Children's. Boston Children's currently has over 1,000 job vacancies, and we're about to add another 360 positions when our new Hale Family Clinical Tower opens in the next couple of months. Because of the low unemployment in Boston and Massachusetts, we have a national recruiting campaign underway now to try to fill these 1,300 plus jobs. One of the first things that these potential hires ask us is, where can I live? So we would love to direct them to the SCAPE housing. They would love to walk to work or bike to work. It's obviously in close proximity to the hospital. And so a project like this would offer tremendous opportunity for us to bring new mid-career employees from around the country to Boston. But going to the heart of our mission at Children's, this project will include 53 individual housing accommodations for our patients and their families. We offer rates that is based on what they can afford to pay, and in some cases they can't. So we have generous donors who support their stay in a type of unit like this. This will have shared community dining and program spaces. And we thank you for your consideration for this project. And a special shout out to Eddie, who's just been amazing to work with. So thank you very much, and turn it back to Andrew.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And while Lisa and I are pleased to present this project to the board this evening, we also realize that there are a few further refinements to make, and we just want to reiterate our commitment to continue to engage with Councilor Bach and all stakeholders as we make some of the final design refinements in the coming weeks and coming months. And with that, thank you again to everybody for your time this evening. I'm going to turn it over to Rich Curtis, who will take us through a short presentation from Gensler. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Andrew, and thank you to members of the board. Again, I'm Rich Curtis from Gensler, and we're excited to be back here to show you kind of the transformation that has happened to this project over our EP&F and DPR process with the city and with the community, and really how much it's improved during that time and where we've landed on at this point. So I think a lot of these points Andrew has talked to, so I'm going to jump to the next one, next slide, and just tell you a little bit about the site and kind of the evolution of the project. So on the upper left side is our site, and you can see all these various colors. Basically, they're all telling you about the different easements and constraints that are on the site. Obviously, the first and foremost being the MBTA tunnel that actually dives diagonally through the site. We also have an exhaust vent shaft that it evidences itself at grade at the northwest corner of the site, which we're going to integrate into the building. There's easements for the MBTA to come onto the site down through Munson Street and a laydown area there, which is a no-build area. There's easements for the next door neighbors for their parking and services. There's also on the southern edge of the site is the great multi-use path project that's going to come online soon, which is a great amenity for the community and the project itself. And that it also evidences itself on the site. We are also accommodating the potential for a future urban ring project that may or may not happen, but we're allowing for the ability for that multi-use path to be redirected through our building in a temporary condition too. So all of those components are being accommodated on the site. It's also a tricky site in terms of topography. The grade drops off quite dramatically from Beacon Street down Maitland Street, about 16 feet. It also dives, as you go west along Beacon Street, about 8 feet, which we're accommodating accessibility and things like that in the public park that we're excited to bring to the project. The bottom, I won't go through all of the evolution of the project, but as you heard, it started off as an 8-story office building with a 5-story above grade parking, and it's transformed all its way to what you see on the far right, which is a building that is spread out over the site. It's much more of the scale of the neighborhood. In the final refinements, we pulled back that southwest portion of the project to allow a better interface with a multi-use path and allow a little bit more light and air between us and our abutting neighbors. We've also had a kind of a dramatic transformation of the program, going from a 75% studio-centric project to one that's 50% one bedrooms, much more 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms, and only 30% or so for studios. So much more of a diverse offering of units. And I think the one thing we're really proud of is we've been able to keep the BCH program intact all the way through the EP&F and DPR process. And so we are providing these 200 parking spaces for employees of BCH to come commute into and then take a shuttle from there to the hospitals. And also, as mentioned, the Patient Family Housing Center, it's going to be a great thing to have that come to fruition and offer 53 units for families that have children going through serious treatments, and a place to stay and a place for a community to be built and offer that communal support. So with that, I'm going to turn over the design and show you the project. Andy Kirch, a design director at Gensler, will take you through the design and the site.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, everybody. So we'll go through this quickly. I know it's late, and I think there are still projects after us, so I want to be aware of that. But really what we wanted to do, compared to where we were with the previous EP&F in 2020, we wanted to kind of re-engage with the community and with the BPDA and kind of step back and look at the scale of this building and look at the context, look at the scale of the neighboring buildings, the depth of the blocks, and start to think about this building rather than this larger L shape that it previously was in a previous version, and think about it as more of a collection of buildings, pulling the massing and the scale back to the south side of the property where you get more urban scale. If you go to the next slide. This diagram is a little hard to read here, but the idea being you've got the Audubon neighborhood here on the right-hand side of this view on the top, the aerial view. And then you have the Fenway Center project that's off to the left. And this project, the Scape project, fits in and starts to build that scale. So we're connecting kind of the neighborhood scale of the Audubon neighborhood up to the more urban scale. And from a massing standpoint, we've stepped the massing down on Beacon Street, where you want that continuity and growing of scale. We've splayed the back of the building, so you allow natural light to come in and views through. And we've actually broken the building again into two pieces so that we're starting to complete that street wall as you go down Beacon Street. And then that space that's in between the buildings we've activated with the public park that we feel has a lot of benefit to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So just comparatively, just so we can kind of look at the progress that's been made, the building on the left was what was originally submitted for the EPNF back in 2020. And then the building on the right is where we currently stand, and you can see how we've split the building into two distinct massings that's connected by a single-story amenity piece for the BCH and for the escape units. And we've pushed the taller massing, the towers, to the back side of the site where you've got more scale and more massing that connects back to those neighborhoods. We've also changed materiality here to something that's more contextual with brick and some of the metal panel on the top of the building. Next slide, please. And then just in terms of how the massing is working, you can see the original scheme on the left here, where it was this large L shape. What that did was create a large park on the Beacon Street side, but we heard some feedback that the scale wasn't right, and so that led us down to then do this split massing. So we submitted the DPIR scheme, and then through working with all the community folks, the abutters to the property, and then the Bpda, we actually pulled it off of the multi-use path so that this building lands a little nicer on the multi-use path. And that creates more space between our neighbors, lets more sunlight in. It does a lot of good things for the neighboring buildings. Next slide, please. And then just again, comparative view, this is along the multi-use path. One of the things we heard that was really important was how our building engages on the south side of the multi-use path, and so really activating that facade with program. So you can see there that was just the parking lot. Now we've got program that anchors both corners. We've started to make connections between this and the elevated park beyond. Next slide, please. And some views of this along the multi-use path. Again, it's really about connecting this building to the multi-use path and trying to really activate that. Next slide. Some additional views. You can see how the massing starts to work. So this is a view down from the corner of the multi-use path looking up Maitland Street on the right, and then the entrance to the bike parking down here. Next slide, please. For materiality, again, it's contextual. We're looking at brick and metal and some stone at the base, and then really think about the greening up of that park space. Next slide. For the public park, we've got a resident terrace on the south side of the project. The north side of the project is open to the public, and really is about pulling the public into this space and creating a welcoming environment for them. There are three distinct entrances here on this project. On the upper right-hand corner is the entrance to what will be a retail space. Exact program to be determined yet. Just to the left of that is the entrance to the escape units, and then the BCH entry is all the way to the left of that with its own distinct private entrance off of Beacon Street. Next slide, please. And in detail, some things we did just to address some of the comments we heard from the public. We actually lowered the park as low as we could without interfering with parking and the MBTA tunnel underneath. We've created a ADA access from the corner at the 31 elevation that ties directly into that park, so the public can come right in. The BCH entrance is pushed back so that the park comes forward and visually connects to the street. Next slide, please. And then these are just some views of what that starts to feel like as you're down there, as you're coming in off the street. We've got a few steps that take you up into this really nice elevated park that connects to the corner. There's ADA access that brings you across from the corner, so at the crosswalk you can come over and walk and have access directly in. You can see in the upper right-hand corner is the BCH private entrance, which is separated for a variety of reasons, and we feel has a nice, still visual connection to the park that still feels private. Next slide, please. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that presentation. Looks good. So any questions or comments from the board? I like the evolution of the project. I guess that's my only comment. Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thanks, everybody.
Right. Item number 28, request authorization to issue a determination pursuant to section 80A-6 of the Boston zoning code in connection with the notice of project change for 282 Bremen Street project, reducing the units from 145 to 139 units, including 18 IDP units, reducing parking ratio to enter into affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, and an artist affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Caitlin Coppinger. I'm a project manager for the proposed notice of project change before you tonight, located at 282 Bremen Street in East Boston. The project originally received board approval in February of 2020 for the construction of a 4- and 5-story mixed-use building with 145 units, 61 parking spaces, 3,200 square feet of retail space, and 2,155 square feet of artist workspace with gallery programming. On September 8th, 2021, the proponent, Transom Real Estate, filed a notice of project change to the Bpda in relation to the project's unit mix and affordability structure. The project reduced the unit count from 145 units to 139. The project also changed the unit mix to include 60 studios, reduced from 66, 57 one-bedroom units, reduced from 62, 17 two-bedroom units, which was the same as the original project, and now includes 5 3-bedroom units. Due to the change in units, the project will now include 18 inclusionary development policy units, including 13 of those at 60% AMI and 5 of those at 70% AMI. Of the 18 IDP units included, 13 of them will be artist units. The proponent is also planning to market an additional 6 units to housing choice voucher holders, where voucher holders are eligible at 60% AMI or less. Additionally, due to the decrease in the unit mix, the parking ratio has actually increased, which is a change from the agenda from 0.269 to 0.28. All other approved aspects of the project, including the artist workspace and the commercial space, will remain the same. The Bpda sponsored a public meeting on September 30th, 2021 to notify and take comment from the public of the change and the reduction of the units, as well as to reiterate that all other aspects of the project are remain the same. The comment period ended on October 8th. I thank you guys for your time and consideration tonight. I have the development team here with me if you guys have any questions in regards to the proposed changes in relation to the unit mix.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin.
No problem.
Questions or comments from the board?
I have a question, Madam Chair. I forget if they announced who the GC was back in 2020, I think it was, right? Is the GC the same, or and if it is, who is that? I forget.
Good evening, Mr. Monahan, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller. Brian, I don't know if we've gone to that point yet, as it's taken a while to get here to this point tonight, both immediately and for this project. Brian, I don't know if you'd like to answer that question. I don't think we've gotten to that point yet, though, Mr. Monahan.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Nick and Mr. Monahan, we have not yet. It's been a while since we started this process. We're just here now and trying to get over the finish line with the process. So we have not yet selected a contractor, but would be happy to keep you up to speed as we make progress and determine that selection.
Great, thanks.
Additional questions or comments from the board? Straightforward. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Item number 29, request authorization to issue a preliminary adequacy determination waiving the requirement of further review pursuant to Article 80, Section 80B-5.44 of the zoning code, determining that the project adequately addresses any impacts of the 220 Huntington Avenue project in the Huntington Avenue Prudential Center zoning district for the construction of a mixed-use development consisting of 325 residential rental units, including 43 IDP units, 152 parking spaces, and 325 bicycle spaces, and 17,000 square feet of retail restaurant space, to recommend approval of a groundwater conservation overlay district permit to the Boston Zoning Board of Appeal, and to take all related actions. Nupur.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, members of the board, Director Golden and Secretary Polhemus. I'm a senior project manager, and I've been working on the project before you, which is the proposed development at 220 Huntington Ave in Back Bay. This is a residential mixed-use project, as the chair stated, of approximately 325 units of rental housing, 43 of which will be income restricted, 17,000 square feet of ground floor retail, an underground parking garage consisting of 152 vehicular and 325 bicycle parking spaces, and a new pocket park. The project site is currently the location of the Midtown Hotel, directly across Huntington Avenue from the Christian Science Plaza, and with the St. Botolph neighborhood directly abutting it to the south. The proposed project is fully compliant with the regulations of the underlying Huntington Avenue Prudential Center zoning district, and it is not seeking any variances or exemptions at this time. The review process for this project began over a year ago in August 2020. Since that time, the development team has worked diligently with the Bpda staff, BTD, Boston Civic Design Commission, and the IAG on reviewing and refining the project. In particular, the team has worked very closely with Bpda and BTD staff to develop a thoughtful streetscape design along Huntington Ave, with a focus on pedestrian and bike safety, and which is designed to complete street standards. These will be a remarkable improvement to the existing condition and will truly transform the public realm in the area. The project also provides a thoughtful set of community benefits, most notable among which are a pocket park for public use, streetscape improvements in the St. Botolph district more broadly, and a monetary contribution to the Southwest Corridor Park Conservancy. Much of the credit for this goes to members of the IAG who have pushed the development team to consider the impacts of this project on the surrounding public realm and suggested measures to appropriately mitigate them. For this, I would like to thank them, and especially for all of the work that they've done over the last year. Finally, it should be noted that this site is one of the last remaining segments along the edge of an iconic and beloved public space, the Christian Science Plaza. With the help of the Bpda and BCDC, the development team has worked very hard to articulate the design of this proposed project so that it is contextually appropriate for its location. And I'd like to acknowledge the thoroughness and care that went into it. I'll now turn it over to Ted Tai from National Development to walk us through a brief presentation, after which we would be happy to take any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Nupur. I heard the word brief, and I will honor that. Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Polhemus, we appreciate the chance to present the best project at the end of the evening tonight, and we will keep it brief, and I will be the only speaker. If we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, we missed one there, I think. No, other way. There we go. Just very quickly, you can see the site outlined in yellow, and it is one of the most prominent and one of the most important sites in the city. Currently occupied by a 1960s vintage hotel, but overlooking the Christian Science Plaza on one side and the historic St. Botolph neighborhood on the other side. We go to the next slide, please. Other way, sorry. There we go. Okay. We can make our way through that. Looks like we have a little technical glitch. The site's about 1.5 acres. The project as proposed will fully comply with zoning. That was an important consideration as we met with stakeholders in the area, and particularly with the abutting neighborhood associations. Really wanted to see a project that complied with existing zoning. The new building that's proposed will have 325 apartments, as Nupur said, ground floor retail, underground parking, and 1 bike space per apartment. So a real focus on bicycles. There will be 43 on-site affordable units, and we'll show you in a minute the substantial public realm improvements on Huntington Ave, with a real focus on improving the experience for pedestrians and cyclists. And the project will also create a new park that will be open to the public. Next slide, please. So this area is really the confluence of several neighborhoods in the city. We are right on the edge of Back Bay, South End, Fenway, and Roxbury with the Prudential and St. Botolph neighborhoods. It is a site that was subject to an IMP master plan created in the 1960s around the Christian Science Plaza. And this is really the last building. This is the chance to build something in the 21st century that completes that master plan. Next slide, please. I will not go through this in detail, but this illustrates that the project is proposed by right. It's 115-foot height. There is a 7-foot setback at mid-building along Huntington and along Cumberland Street, and also along the alley in the back. And we have, where you see the yellow line kind of on the St. Botolph side of the building, that is an increase in setback from the existing hotel. So it will create more light and air in the alley. Next slide, please. This is the proposed building, and this is a straight ahead shot looking over the Christian Science reflecting pool through the existing bosque of trees to the building. We've spent a lot of time, as Nupur said, with staff and with BCDC, really refining the details of this important building. I think one of the BCDC members defined it as being light and lacy, and that was the evolution of many, many design meetings. What we didn't want to do was overpower the setting of the Christian Science Center. It's really meant to be an elegant but a very neutral backdrop that highlights everything around it, using some of the traditional materials that were used in that area, but having a more contemporary twist. Next slide, please. This shows what some refer to as the back of the building, but we have always looked at it as we have two fronts to the building. We have one that faces the Christian Science Center, but we have one that's equally important that faces the St. Botolph neighborhood. And in the same way that we want to present a neutral front to the plaza, we also want to present a neutral front on this side to the neighborhood so that it fits with the more historic brick houses that exist here. And you can see the four projections on the building that bring the massing down to the level of the neighborhood. This also gives you a feel of the additional light and air that enters into Public Alley 404 by moving the building back approximately 30 feet. Next slide, please. This is a site plan of the site, and you can see at the top of the page Huntington Avenue, and what now is basically a 4-foot or 5-foot sidewalk that is very, very unpleasant in a place where bicycles don't dare ride. What we're doing is creating a bike lane that runs all the way from Mass Ave down to Belvedere, across from the Prudential Center, with where the road is wide enough, a very protected bike lane, and a wide sidewalk and a planting area. And this has been kind of a dead zone on Huntington Ave, and now we're really trying to activate it and reintroduce it to the pedestrian and the cyclist. That kind of attitude continues all the way around the building, where to the right side of the page is Cumberland Street, and down below is Public Alley 404, which you can see starts to become activated in a way that it never has been before. Next, please. This is just a detail of what you just saw, but the idea of activating Huntington, providing some uses at the ground floor of the building that spill to the sidewalk area and bring energy to the street. Next, please. And finally, this shows the park that will be created along Cumberland. And I think as many of you know, the South End has just a kind of a wonderful spirit of these small parks that people in the community really enjoy. And this is meant to be an addition to that great collection of parks in the South End. And we've been working very closely with both Bpda staff and with the St. Paul Neighborhood Association on designing this park and really making it a great amenity to the community. And next slide, please. And final slide, this is a view from the air, looking down with the Christian Science Center and the reflecting pool, and just seeing how this building fits into that long-term master plan, and we think will be a great amenity to the city for many years. So I will stop there and thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. And that was a beautiful rendering at the end of the big picture of it all. So
Thank you.
Great. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck with that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great job. Okay, item number 30. Request authorization to issue a certificate of completion pursuant to Section 304 of the Land Disposition Agreement and Deed with Catherine A. Wheaton for parcel RA-2 in the Brunswick King Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-168, located at 61 through 63 Lawrence Avenue in Roxbury. Chris.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary, this is Chris Breen, Bpda Urban Renewal Special Project Manager. And before you, as you stated, is 61 through 63 Lawrence Ave in Boston, aka parcel RA-2, which is a plot of land that was conveyed from the BRA to Catherine Wheaton in 1980 for use as a landscaped, fenced-in open space lot. The parcel is subject to a land disposition agreement, and BPDA staff inspected the land upon request for the certificate. After inspection, we found that the parcel remains a nicely landscaped open space parcel that is in line with the plans that were submitted. Staff is recommending issuance of the certificate of completion, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Chris. Okay, let's skip forward to 36. Request authorization to distribute or to disperse $160,000 to the New Market Business Association Incorporated for the creation of a business improvement district in the New Market neighborhood. Heather.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary. This item supports the actions taken by the board earlier in the meeting in connection with the proposed establishment of the New Market Business Improvement District. In addition to signing the petition as property owners to support the bid, the agency is hoping to further support the effort by granting $160,000 to the New Market Business Association from the BioSquare 2 Physical and Community Improvements Fund. On behalf of the property owners in New Market, the New Market Business Association will form a new nonprofit that will serve as the management entity responsible for carrying out the improvement plan that Rebecca Hansen had touched upon earlier. And in addition to the annual fees collected from the participating bid members, this grant funding will support the implementation of the services highlighted in the improvement plan. I am happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Heather. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Number 37, personnel. David.
I am actually filling in for David. Hello again. Thank you, Madam Chair. We just have a few BRA items with details listed in your board memos. One appointment, Jennifer Kaplan, Senior Planner 1 in the Planning Department with an effective date of November 1st. 3 status changes with details in your board packet. And lastly, 2 departures. Rita Lombardi, Compliance Analyst in the Compliance Department effective September 30th. And John Red, Senior Deputy Director for Transportation and Infrastructure Planning in the Planning Department effective October 1st. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 38, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bill.
I move we pay our bills.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. And finally, last item, director's update. Dr. Golden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the members. A quick observation about where we're at with 2 more board meetings to go in the calendar year. Likely 2 more board meetings, sometimes that can change. But we're at, you just approved over 4 million square feet tonight. That's an astounding number for any month and any year. A lot of really good things that are going to serve the interests of all of the people of Boston, but that's 4 million square feet. It's $3 billion, over $3 billion worth of development activity. All told for the year so far, we're at 13 million, just over 13 million square feet. Last year was a record year at 15.8 million, so to compare it, we're heading toward that number. I don't know if we quite catch it, but these remain astounding numbers in the midst of what remains a very troubled time in the life of the nation and the life of the city as it relates to COVID. But somehow the team here at this agency, working with partners out in the neighborhoods, is getting big planning and big development approvals and processes done working with the residents of the city. So it really is a commendable and impressive accomplishment over the past 10 years, just like the year before. It's over 2,000, it's almost 3,000 affordable units, income restricted affordable units have been approved this year, 7,000 market rate units, and all told, construction jobs, direct jobs that flow from the new buildings as well as indirect jobs. We're at about 20,000 full-time jobs flowing from all this this activity in the development and planning realm approved by this board this year. So it's worth a quick sort of mention of those important numbers, because after all, they are paying really significant dividends for the people of Boston. And finally, I just want to say this is another goodbye. We're doing these consistently. We just mentioned a few of the folks who are leaving the agency, but I want to celebrate the career of Mary Canassis, who's been with us since 2007, but she's been with the city of Boston for 14 years before that. All in, Mary has contributed 28 years of service to the people of Boston at D&D and at the Bpda. Mary's retiring. She's a longtime Bpda planner, focused on Chinatown and South Boston, but she has really touched planning efforts throughout the city. She worked on teams that produced the Guest Street study in Brighton, which is the home of the New Balance campus, the Fairmount Indigo Planning Initiative, and Plan South Boston, Dot Ave, one of the more recent activities in which Mary participated in a big way. She also worked with a lot of our external partners. She hosted the special program for urban and regional studies the Humphrey Fellows Program at MIT. It goes by the acronym SPURS. That program brought fellows from MIT to the BPDA every year to engage our planners. Mary's always been involved in the details of the research division. She did work in the research division over at D&D before she joined us. And she's always been enmeshed in our work here in research, as well as mapping tasks as they relate to our planning efforts. And this is really important, detailed work that plays out in all we do. It's not often directly in the spotlight, but I want to thank Mary for the role she's played in those all-important tasks associated with the planning and development mission of the agency. Mary's going to be missed by those of us in the building. She's been a wonderful colleague. I've appreciated working with her in my own experience here for the past 13 years. Staff's going to miss her, her friends here at the agency, constituents, particularly in Chinatown. These relationships she's developed over decades of work for the city and the BPDA will be sorely missed. So I just want to say congratulations to Mary Canassis and thank you for your service to the people of Boston. With that, thank you for your attention and look forward to seeing you again soon. Good night.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Director Golden. And thank you to my fellow board members. Great meeting. We always have a couple of these character building meetings a year. Appreciate each and every one of you and to all the staff and everybody who's stuck with us these past 7+ hours. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting, please.
I move we adjourn this meeting.
Okay.
Second.
All right, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Okay, cool. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller? You're not on mute.
Aye.
I saw an aye. Okay. And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you next
Good night,
time.
everybody.
Good night, everybody.